Events begin to take place in the main hall of the palace of the first Demon King. A mysterious guy with his eyes closed was sitting on a huge throne. Meanwhile, some girl began to approach the unknown person, as if she wanted to tell him something. The joyful girl wanted to turn to the first Demon King and best monarch Merlin Lucifer, because she wanted to tell him something. Because of Merlin's appearance, the girl literally fell in love at first sight, because he was very cute when he slept. Looking at the sleeping guy, she saw that he did not react at all to any appeals. That is why the smart maid came up with an idea and wanted to do something to wake up the master. Starting to smile, the girl moved closer and closer to the boy, and wanted to do something that he had not previously allowed her to do. With every second the lady's lips were getting closer to Merlin, and she really wanted to kiss him. It was such a rare thing for little brother Merlin to sleep so well, so in the girl's opinion it was not a sin to take advantage of such an opportunity. Suddenly, on the street nearby, the guards shouted with all their might to greet the goddess of light. Hearing this, the girl immediately became angry, because these dregs of the holy sea were here at the most inopportune time. Turning around, the stranger wanted to pretend as if she had not heard anything and was going to continue her occupation. But as it turned out, because of the scream of the guards, Merlin, Lucifer woke up and immediately decided to stop the girl. The smart guy smiled and wanted to ask the girl what she was doing here after all. Embarrassed, the girl was going to come up with some kind of excuse, but she didn't even know what to say. So she just took it and bit the guy who had been sitting on the throne all this time, right on the finger. The gentleman didn't particularly like this, and he asked Lilith to be at least a little more serious, and asked her if people had arrived from the Holy See. Feeling awkward, Lilith nevertheless admitted that a little more time would have passed, and she would still have managed to kiss Merlin Lucifer. Realizing what exactly the girl wanted, Merlin smiled when he finally understood her intention. Therefore, the guy immediately hugged the girl and was going to tell her something. In the young man's opinion, his interlocutor was still a rather stupid girl. The hero also decided to explain to her that there is no one in this world who could sneak up on him unnoticed just like that. Lilith immediately laughed, because she considered her brother the best, but at the same second the warriors again shouted greetings for the goddess of light, saying that the holy army is invincible. Experiencing strong rage, the girl began to call upon her magical weapon to teach the guards a lesson. Listening to the knights, Lilith was simply furious because she wanted to understand when these scoundrels from the Holy Throne would finish, because they were preventing her from enjoying her time with her brother Merlin. Looking at his interlocutor, the young man nevertheless decided to stop her, because he understood that this would end badly. The understanding guy exclaimed that there is no need to waste your nerves on these cockroaches and there is no need to fight them. According to the hero, since these knights themselves are in trouble, so much the better for him, because in this way today could become the last day of his tenure as the Demon King, because he will personally have to bury all the knights. That is why the boy exclaimed that Lilith should leave with him, because he would still need help. Some time later, the main character, together with his subordinate, arrived on the battlefield, where there were many different enemies. Ordinary people fought with unprecedented creatures that were very hostile. The battle was really difficult, and Merlin Lucifer, observing everything that was happening, concluded that his help would not hurt here. Looking at one of the girls, the young man concluded that she was from this generation of heroes. The warrior girl truly fought with dignity, and tried her best to do everything possible to ensure that her loved one survived. Although at first glance this girl looked rather weak, she could easily defeat enemies several times her size. All people admired the strength of this lady. The way she beheaded this monster with her sword caused a simply unimaginable reaction from her allies. People shouted that they were ready to follow the lady heroes anywhere, because they were ready to enter into any battle with her. But as it turned out, nearby there was a giant monster that literally burst out of the depths of the earth. This creature caused fear and panic among people who could do nothing to oppose such a giant. The lady used her magical abilities and used the ice spear technique, thanks to which she was able to repel the terrible creature. The allies were shocked by such a fast and spectacular battle. Watching everything that was happening, they opened their mouths and could not even say anything. Smiling at her allies, the lady exclaimed that they should be more careful if they did not want to die on the battlefield. From this statement, the allies began to cry, because they were grateful to Mrs. Alice, because she was at the same time strong and gentle, as well as beautiful, just an ideal girl. The brave girl exclaimed that she is 233 of the generation of heroes, and her name is Alicia Claudia. She declares war here and now on all the monsters that dared to attack her people. Alicia Claudia announced that she would begin a sacred campaign against the king of demons, Merlin Lucifer III. A huge army of people was approaching the demon king's castle, and his minions could already be seen nearby. Looking at the battlefield, the bishop exclaimed that these vanguard soldiers are worthless, not from the common people, and they dare to pull the hero's lady back to save them, so this crime deserves severe punishment. The bishop's servant asked him not to be angry, because after all, these outcasts from the vanguard are just useless cannon fodder. After all, they have not yet used their main trump card, the pride of their holy throne. These peasants are simply expendable. When most of them die, their main holy army will join the battle, and then take all the fruits of victory for themselves. But still, the servants were worried about something, namely, whether the lady hero could really become a worthy opponent to Lucifer III. The embittered master was sure of this, and asked the servants not to worry about this, because even if Lady Hero could not become a worthy opponent to Lucifer III, he would have another option. After all, their secret weapon was located in the sky. Suddenly, Alicia Claudia saw that the attack was continuing and her team was being attacked. Many monsters began to surround the vanguard team, making the battle quite difficult. The worried girl realized that things were really bad and something needed to be done. Raising her head up, she noticed something that really confused her. But the bishop himself was glad, because this is a carefully thought-out siege fortress that the Holy See has been preparing for hundreds of years. It has unprecedented strength. It was the largest fortress on the mainland. It is also the most beautiful, the most amazing weapon. The Holy See presents its highest masterpiece. This fortress has collected all the knowledge of countless sages. Absolutely all of the vanguard's allies and opponents were simply shocked by what was happening. The heroine, looking at everything that was happening, did not understand what kind of terrible monster was in the sky. Thus, everyone should have rejoiced, because they would witness the triumph of the first most powerful weapon in the history of the Holy See here and now. The terrible monster had a gigantic jaw and incredibly sharp teeth, which is why all his enemies feared him. Feeling intense rage towards his enemies, the bishop exclaimed that all the dirty demons must die today. Watching everything that was happening, Alice understood that this old man had gone crazy, because ordinary people from the vanguard would also come under attack. But it was already too late, and nothing could be done in this situation as the giant monster began to attack. Even Merlin Lucifer himself realized that the bishop was truly a scoundrel, since he unleashed his weapon on his own allies. A moment later, a strong blow followed, causing an explosion of incredible proportions. The bishop began to shout that everyone should tremble under the iron hooves of the crown of their Holy See. In the name of the goddess of light they should send all the monsters to hell. Alice was still alive, but was struggling to get to her feet after the severe blow. The cloud of smoke gradually dissipated, and through it Merlin could be seen along with his Lilith. This turn of events really surprised the girl, because she did not expect that the enemies would be so close. Many enemies were killed during the strike of the vanguard's strongest weapon, but some people were still able to survive. Suddenly, Merlin exclaimed that of course people did not die after this blow. After all, only the young master can choose who will die here and who will live. Feeling furious, the girl began to understand who this guy really was. Looking at her enemy, Alice realized that it was the demon king Merlin Lucifer. According to the bishop, this was simply impossible, because the power of the crown of the Holy See is simply unimaginable. Absolutely nothing can block it. The servant began to worry about the bishop, because the demon king Lucifer III is too strong, which is why it was necessary to understand what the assumptions would be for the retreat. The bishop gradually began to lose his mind, and shouted that none of his allies should be afraid, because they did not know what fear was. This white whale's body is made of various rare materials, and all the materials have even been blessed and soaked in the blood of the goddess of light. It is the most perfect creation of the Holy See. It is the most powerful siege fortress in the entire continent. The white whale saint should have crushed this worthless Lucifer III with his entire body, because even the strongest holy attacks could not damage his body. Based on this, but the purely logical Lucifer III simply cannot withstand the white whale's attacks. Laughing at what he heard, Merlin Lucifer exclaimed that this Keith is just a weakling, but since they spent so much effort on such similar stories, then he will thank them a little. According to the young man, this Keith is indeed very weak. To defeat him it will be enough to just draw your blade. Unsheathing his blade, the guy used the sword to chop the giant fish into small particles. Looking at everything that was happening, Lilith was simply happy that the master was so strong. But the heroine was shocked by this turn of events, because she did not expect that the Demon King would be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. With just one spectacular blow from Merlin, Lucifer was able to easily defeat the strongest being in the world. Even the young man's allies were simply shocked, because they did not expect that he had such colossal power. The bishop simply could not even understand how this was possible, because a considerable amount of resources went into creating this creature, but it was defeated with only one blow. The frightened allies of the vanguard did not understand what to do in this situation and simply watched what was happening. The giant fish fell with an incredible roar, causing a considerable number of people to suffer. The brave warrior laid down his sword because the battle was over and he had no one else to fight with. The girl in love was incredibly glad that Brother Merlin was truly the strongest in this world. Experiencing severe stress and despair, Alicia Claudia could not even imagine that this guy was capable of such a thing. All of the vanguard's allies were still in shock, and they could not believe that they no longer had a chance of victory. Smiling at his enemies, the young man exclaimed that now it was the turn of the trash, because he, as the first demon king Lucifer, would grant them true death in his name. The frightened bishop turned to the hero and asked for help, because if she doesn't stop him now, they will all die. According to Lady, the bishop was right, because she is a hero, and only she can stop the demon king. In the name of those who fell on this battlefield, she was going to judge the demon king here and now. Possessing an incredible gift, Merlin Lucifer sensed his enemy and understood exactly when he would attack. Thanks to incredible dexterity, the guy was able to react to an unexpected attack from the enemy and got ready to fight. But in fact, the Demon King made a more unexpected attack, and attacked the vanguard's allies. Each of the vanguard's allies tried to ask for help from the goddess of light, but it was completely useless. The blow of furious power from the Demon King caused all of the vanguard's allies to suffer pain and agony. After such a strong blow, the bishop was no longer an occupant, and even his headdress flew into the air. Immediately after this, the bishop's headdress completely fell to the ground, which meant that the battle was over. It seemed that absolutely all the enemies were defeated, and even Alice was unconscious after such an unusual attack. This was the final battle that marked the final reign of the Demon King Merlin, and the story between the unemployed Demon King and the hero officially begins. Merlin Lucifer was an infidel who was forcibly summoned to another world. Due to the fact that he had powerful strength from birth, Merlin became the third owner of the Demon King's castle, its proud ruler. However, due to the fact that Merlin was born with a heart curse, cardiac atrophy, his life is accompanied by severe chest pain, which becomes stronger and stronger every day. But not everything in this world is bad for him. Merlin has a magic demon blade, nicknamed Ventiaugalo. This sword provides Merlin with miraculous magic, which is that it increases the wearer's lifespan as long as he kills powerful enemies, thus pacifying Merlin's pain from the heart curse. And the stronger the enemy, the better the effect, which is why Merlin is looking forward and hoping that one day he will be able to fight with the strongest creatures of this world. But this fat Keith wasn't worth it. He pulled out his sword from its sheath. The pain in his heart only subsided for a couple of seconds. Luckily, the battle was finally over and the Demon King's palace no longer needed Merlin Lucifer. Thus, the young man realized that it seemed now time for him to look at the outside world. After the great battle, Lilith realized that most likely they would now say goodbye to their brother. Turning to the girl, the guy decided to ask why she was so sad. Because in fact, today was his last day as the Demon King, and after he left, Lilith would have to take good care of herself. This statement caused the girl to panic, because she couldn't even believe that her beloved brother would leave. But this was really so, and the girl began to literally tremble with anger, experiencing strong dissatisfaction. Lilith immediately after this began to cry, because she would feel lonely. She had been with her brother since birth, and begged him not to leave. Although she has grown up, she still loves to flirt and be capricious, even though she is already an adult girl. But if Merlin Lucifer remains in this place, he will sooner or later die from a heart curse, which is why the young man decided to ask Lilith if she really wants him to die. The girl did not want this, and she immediately threw herself into her brother's arms, saying that she also did not want her brother Merlin to leave her alone. After thinking a little, she decided to say that if next time brother Merlin's heart hurts again, then he can kill her, thus continuing his life. Hearing this, the brother immediately pacified the girl and gave her a slap right on the forehead. After all, in fact, he could not do something similar with his successor, who would have to sit on the throne. Lilith didn't seem to hear this. She didn't care about herself at all. It's better than brother Merlin leaving her alone. As long as brother Merlin is with her, she is ready to do everything for him, and even if he becomes disabled, then she will still take care of him. Realizing that if he stayed here, the future would be extremely difficult, Merlin Lucifer did not want to become disabled. Smiling at the girl, he said that he also loves her, but in this case he must leave. The only way he can deal with the curse of his heart, as soon as he deals with it, he only swears that he will return back to her, and then they will be together forever. This caused great embarrassment for the girl, but she was asked to believe, and when this moment comes, nothing will separate them, not even death, because they will be together forever. Thus, she realized that brother Merlin was really shameless, so suddenly he said such words to her that he loved her, or something like that. In that case, Lilith certainly could not be capricious. But before brother Merlin left, Lilith still wanted to give him one piece of advice. The advice was that there are a lot of girls in the outside world who will be attracted to brother Merlin in any case, and he should not be seduced by them, otherwise something terrible will happen. No matter how many girls there were, many or few, Lilith was going to kill them all so that there would be none left. These words really struck the main character, and he realized that his partner was really crazy. Still, Merlin Lucifer decided to leave and said goodbye to his partner. Suddenly, the young master drew attention to the girl who was lying nearby. A girl from the opposing team tried to say that she couldn't stand it anymore. The worried young man saw that the enemy fainted, and after that he never woke up. But still it didn't matter, and he decided to take Alice with him. Because of this, Lilith immediately began to get nervous, because she did not understand why brother Merlin was doing all this, and why he needed a girl with him. He did all this only to learn more about the outside world, because this journey would require bloody efforts, and, at the very least, a guide. Although this girl is too weak to be a hero, she has very good physical strength and willpower, which makes her useful. This angered Lilith, because she did not understand why brother Merlin did not kill the hero, because this was his direct responsibility. It was okay, he didn't have to do this. After all, he was no longer Merlin Lucifer as the Demon King. At this point the meeting was over, and Merlin said goodbye to Lilith for the last time. The young man also exclaimed that Lilith should not worry, because he would definitely never fall in love with a hero in his life. All these events made the girl cry, because she believed that her brother did not have to leave, but could stay with her. At that moment, she tried to calm herself down, and thought that she shouldn't lose heart, and brother Merlin would definitely return to her someday, and when this happens, he will definitely fulfill his promise. A moment later, Lilith realized that this was a real declaration of love. The Merlin brothers really left and said such beautiful words. Now she was looking forward to this meeting even more. Lilith also realized that this is why she must justify the trust and hopes of the Merlin's brothers. It was not for nothing that he confessed to her, but until he returns, she must carefully study how a good future wife should behave. Meanwhile, Merlin Lucifer's path continued, and he pulled the hero on himself in order to use her as a slave. As it turned out, Alice at that time was thinking about her loss, and about the last battle in which she participated. From the moment she came down from the mountain, absolutely nothing good happened. Just hearing a couple of sentences of praise addressed to her, she foolishly believed those scoundrels from the Holy See. Also, this stupid girl thought that she could defeat the Demon King, but as a result, she was completely unable to even do anything to him, because the Demon King did not notice her. It turned out that the girl's teacher was right when he said that her spiritual practice was still too weak, and she did not reach the required level. There are many strong opponents in the outside world, so if she comes down from the mountain right now, she will face many difficulties. It was only when Alice had truly disgraced herself that she finally realized that her spiritual practice was indeed weak. Walking further along the road, the young man noticed something unusual, which greatly surprised him. In front of him, he saw many destroyed ships, of which only fragments remained. The smart guy immediately decided to put Alice on the floor in order to reconnoiter the territory. Looking at the broken ships, the guy understood that, apparently, he needed to somehow get a whole ship. After thinking a little, Merlin Lucifer decided to hit the road in order to find a boat for transportation. Meanwhile, Alice was still unconscious and didn't know where exactly she was. Suddenly, a menacing howl of some creature was heard nearby. Because of this, the girl immediately woke up and saw that a monster was standing in front of her. Feeling great fear, she immediately began to move away from the villain who was about to eat her. Feeling panicked, the lady realized that it was a demonic wolf that was trying to attack her. The terrible creature had a powerful jaw, with which it could easily finish off the girl. Alicia Claudia realized that the monster was indeed very close to her, and she would definitely not be able to escape quickly. Fortunately, the main character was nearby and decided to protect the girl from the attacking monster. Smiling, the young man exclaimed to the monster not to be disgraceful. Although this angered the terrible creature, it understood that the guy was really much stronger than the wolf himself. Looking at the girl, the boy explained that she belonged to him, so the wolf had no right to eat her. Experiencing pain, the wolf still decided to obey the great master, because he realized that he was not his rival. Feeling awkward, Alice realized that her companion had saved her again. The lady's heart was indeed beating very fast. After all, she was panicking because of the terrible enemy who forced her to wake up. Some time later, the young man and the wolf managed to become friends, and he happily stroked the terrible creature. Besides, looking at his cheerful expression, Merlin Lucifer didn't look like a villain at all. Trying to come to her senses, the girl still wanted to think that this guy was the Demon King. He only saved her because of his disgusting and dirty intentions. The boy decided to let the innocent wolf go, because he realized that he was no longer a threat to his partner. I turned to the hero. Merlin Lucifer decided to find out if her name is really Alice. The worried lady immediately decided to find out what a guy like him needed from her. Laughing menacingly, the young man asked the girl what assumptions she had, because the guy needed him when he came face to face with such a gorgeous girl. All this time, Alice was thinking that this guy liked her, and his appearance attracted him, because of which he was going to desecrate her soul. Taking out her sword, the girl shouted that she would never allow such a demon to defile her soul. Starting to fight, Alice tried to strike with her sword while Merlin tried to say something. The lady did not care at all what exactly the villain wanted to tell her, because she wanted to finish him off. The offended lady dealt a serious blow that an ordinary person could not withstand. But the Demon King was able to easily parry this blow, because he is much stronger than Alice. Touching the girl, the young man decided to address her as a sweet lady. After all, from this day on, Alice's body belongs only to Merlin Lucifer. Having touched the lady, she immediately became embarrassed, because she understood that she was much weaker than the Demon King. Although the girl still didn't want to give in, and she immediately pushed the domineering guy away. Feeling very angry, she shouted that she was a hero, and her name was Alice, so she would never bow her head before such an evil and disgusting creature. Hearing this, the young man felt rather strange, because he understood that he was not a disgusting creature. But everything that actually happened turned out to be simply funny for the young man, because the hero was much weaker. Immediately after this, Merlin Lucifer decided to explain to Miss Alice what exactly he meant, because she did not fully understand him, because it was not a request or negotiation, and especially not his plea. It's time for Alice to understand and accept reality, because she has now been kidnapped. And due to the fact that the sweet lady was kidnapped, the kidnapper hoped that she would serve him well. Merlin wanted to be as gentle as possible with his companion, and exclaimed that he was quite gentle in these matters. These words greatly confused the girl, because she still began to understand what her interlocutor meant. I feel very embarrassed. The girl nevertheless decided to talk to the kidnapper, and said that one condition must be fulfilled in order for her to be obedient, and she needs to know what exactly needs to be done for him. After thinking a little, the young man decided that he should first check Alicia Claudia. For a while he will have to use the girl's body to do something very unusual and absurd. For demons, this kind of activity is quite common and familiar, but for her, a human, it may seem inhumane. Not understanding what was happening, the girl just wanted to find out what the scoundrel meant. She had previously heard that some demons force human women to become pregnant and use their bodies as breeding ground for the next generation of demons. Realizing all this, Alice also understood that she had never fallen in love and now she was going to be used as a tool to continue the line of demons. Grabbing the girl by the hand, the young man exclaimed that she needed to go with him. Unable to bear such behavior, she immediately pushed her interlocutor away and shouted that he should not touch her. Merlin did not like this behavior on the part of the girl, and he realized that it was necessary to change tactics. Grabbing the girl in his arms, the guy asked not to blame him for such methods, because she herself forced him to do this. With all her might, the lady continued to say that she did not want to do anything for the Demon King, but it was already too late. The embarrassed girl all this time thought that the demon wanted her to give birth to his child. The angry youth began to pull his hands, and exclaimed that now they could begin. Trying to resist, Alice ordered not to approach her, because she was afraid of the Demon King, and if he took another step towards her, she would immediately jump into the water. Some time later, they began to sail on the sea in a small boat. Sensing danger, Alice grabbed her sword and tried to resist. Although the girl understood that she was much weaker, she still wanted to fight back this scoundrel. That is why she shouted to the demon that he should not think that with such power he could do whatever he wanted, and if he took even a step towards her, she would finish him off right on this boat. The attentive Demon King looked around and saw that there was an oar nearby. The guy kicked the weight with all his might in order to perform one unusual trick. Thanks to this trick, the paddle hit the girl right in the face, causing her to experience severe pain. The unusual blow also allowed the girl to lose her weapon, which is why she could no longer resist. Clutching her head, Alice just continued to repeat that she was in great pain. At the same time, the boy was only thinking about how this stupid girl could become a hero. Looking at the attacker, the lady could not understand why he did this, because if he could not bear to desecrate her body, then he could do without it. Sighing with relief, Merlin Lucifer exclaimed that throughout his life he had seen a bunch of gorgeous girls and he was not at all interested in some Alice. These words offended the girl very much, because she didn't understand why the Demon King didn't like her so much. A little embarrassed, the girl exclaimed that she even put on her most elegant armor in order to be more beautiful. But in the opinion of the Demon King, this was very funny, because he understood that the girl was trying to justify herself in this way. Since she was not needed for him to desecrate her body, it was not at all clear why he kidnapped her after all. The smart guy pointed his finger at the ship and asked if the girl could see it. This ship will be necessary for them to cross the Orkney Strait together and thus get to land. As it turned out, all this time Alice believed that it was impossible to be so stupid, because it was simply impossible. According to the girl, in order to cross the Orkney Strait, the Holy See needed the strength of several hundred sailors rowing with oars at the same time, also under the magic of the blessing of the wind, and they did this within 1 day and night. There are a lot of sea monsters in the Orkney Strait. In the entire ocean they are invincible creatures, and my equal, even the strongest saints will find it difficult to defeat them. Based on the above facts, even if they take turns rowing, they will still not be able to get out of the Orkney Strait alive. Moreover, when they encounter these monsters, their physical strength will be exhausted by rowing. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that it seems Miss Hero misunderstood him, because he did not say that they would take turns rowing. Merlin Lucifer said from the very beginning that he was going to use the girl's body for inhuman purposes, so that only she would row. After thinking a little, the boy finally decided to say what he would do in this situation. The young man wanted to stand on the ship all the way and enjoy the sea breeze. This turn of events really surprised Alice, because she did not expect to be a slave. Looking around, she could not believe that such a fate awaited her, because she was a hero, not a servant. After 3 days, events continued to occur at sea, where there was a strong storm. The brave travelers sailed on the sea, and it was really difficult to row because the waves were gigantic. Having traveled such a long way, Alice did not understand how this was possible. After all, they had been sailing for 3 whole days, but for some reason the sea monsters still did not attack them. The sea is a terrible place, and if someone decides to attack prey, they immediately risk dying if they run into someone stronger. With surprise, Alice decided to ask Merlin again, what does he mean? He meant that one big guy has been following them for a long time, so other, weaker sea monsters do not dare to approach. Because of this event, you need to hold on tight. If shaking starts and Alice falls out of the boat, then Merlin will not be able to save her, since he does not know how to swim. Looking back at her interlocutor, the girl exclaimed in surprise that she had previously heard that Merlin tore apart the sea devil with one hand. But as it turned out, everything happened a little differently, because the sea devil himself found his death. It was so, he wanted to get his supply of fresh canned fish, so he lured himself to the ground. On the ground it was very easy to deal with him. Suddenly, waves began to rage nearby, and the young man exclaimed that the guy pursuing them had decided to attack. This opponent was much more terrifying than the sea devil, and also much larger. The sea monster was truly impressive in size. It could easily throw a small boat and tried to attack the travelers. All this time the boat was falling from a great height, and it was not known whether Merlin Lucifer would be able to get on it, because he could not swim. Fearing the consequences of a water strike, the young man thought through a plan on how he could survive in this situation. The frightened lady, meanwhile, struggled to throw herself into the boat in order to get on it. Fortunately, during the fall the boat was still able to land straight on the water. The main character and the girl managed to land on the boat, and they were safe and sound. Out of anger, the giant creature began to scream and scream, making Alice and her owner nervous. According to the girl, this snake was really huge, and it looked like the Sea Lord of the Orkney Strait, which swallowed up the Imperial fleet and 2 holy magicians. In the entire ocean it has no equal. Although Lucifer III was very strong, it was unknown whether he could resist the Sea Lord. All this time, the main character only continued to observe the monster, drawing conclusions about its abilities. The evil monster continued to watch his food, and the desire to eat people increased every second. Looking at her owner, the girl realized that even Lucifer was shocked by such a monster. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed that this serpentine sea dragon did not impress him. Laughing, Lucifer also said that this sea monster was indeed very ugly. Despite the fact that he had a long and thick neck, his head still remained small, and this was very funny. The ridicule of the monster made him very angry, and now he wanted to finish off his victims even more. Trying to make a blow, the giant monster, using its fin, wanted to strike straight at the boat. Using his fin, the scoundrel easily made a powerful blow to the small wooden ship. This caused great fear among the sailors, because they did not expect that the blow would be so strong. The worried lady did not understand how they would fight such a huge monster. The creature became even more angry, and was ready to kill its victims right now. The storm gradually began to gain momentum, and the waves increased each time, which made sailing on the ship even more difficult. Grabbing his sword, Merlin Lucifer exclaimed that the monster was indeed forcing him to use extreme measures. Taking out his sword, the young man asked the monster not to blame him for excessive cruelty. The legendary battle was about to begin very soon, and Alice watched her master in surprise. Compared to the ship, this monster was simply gigantic, and it seemed that Lucifer would not be able to resist it. All this time the guy just smiled and took out his sword to strike. Taking out the sword, the main character still made a blow, and it was supposed to be the last for the sea monster. What happened next surprised Alicia Claudia, because she did not expect to see something like that. The monster gradually began to lose its vitality, and its gaze seemed empty. The sea waves also gradually began to subside, and it seemed that the storm was over. Having made only one blow, Merlin hid his sword, because the fight was already over. Alicia Claudia couldn't believe what she saw, because she didn't expect that her partner could easily defeat such a terrible monster. Suddenly, the Demon King pinched the girl on the cheek, because she had lost her vigilance. The young man asked Madame not to stand in a stupor, and to quickly react somehow, because time was running out. The alarmed girl exclaimed that the monster was still not far from them and they were in danger. At that same second, the giant began to scream with all his might in pain, as if he were already dying. The giant water dragon's body gradually began to disintegrate, and many cuts could be seen on it. A second later, the monster literally disintegrated into small pieces as Merlin Lucifer cut him into sashimi. After thinking a little, the guy exclaimed that this guy's blood would attract a bunch of man-eating sharks, and if they didn't leave, they wouldn't mind feasting on human flesh. Sighing heavily, the girl continued moving, and seemed glad that she was now safe. Looking at her companion, Alice thought that this guy was really strong not only on land, but also in the sea. If someone like him ends up in a human state, he can easily do a bunch of unimaginable things. Continuing to swim, the lady nevertheless decided to find out from Lucifer why he decided to leave the palace of the Demon King. Looking at the sea, the smart young man exclaimed that he should not be called Lucifer, because he had left the palace, and so was no longer the king of demons. Now he just needs to be called Captain Merlin, proud and great. This turn of events really confused Alice, because she did not expect the Demon King to renounce his status. The boy immediately noticed the girl's reaction and did not understand why she reacted that way. Laughing, the Demon King exclaimed that his companion simply does not understand humor, and she is really boring. He has become the strongest in the demon world. In that world he no longer has equals, and is it illogical that he wanted to leave the palace of the Demon King to find other opponents? In fact, Merlin would be very ashamed if this stupid girl found out that the Demon Council expelled him, and he left due to lack of work. Confused, the interlocutor still decided to ask her partner whether he really had saint rank power. But the guy didn't know it. His strength couldn't be measured using their standard set of rank criteria. If you look at it this way, then he must have made an incredible effort to gain the power that he currently has. Genius, it's 9% hard work and 1% talent. This statement made the hero smile, because he understood that the interlocutor really did not understand anything in this life. The stupid statement really seemed absurd to the Demon King, and he just started laughing loudly. The girl herself should have guessed that this was pure nonsense. Only mediocre people like her could believe in such a parable. Personally, the Demon King thought that mediocre people like Alice should live the life they want and do what they can. Worried, Alice still decided to find out how she could become stronger than the Demon King. In order to reveal a little about his true power, the Demon King took out his sword. Of all the demons, only he can pull out this demonic sword. That is why he became the successor of the Demon King. This is what everyone calls natural talent, and no amount of effort can compensate for it. This turn of events made the lady think, because she did not expect that, thanks to natural talent, the Demon King was really so strong. Alarmed Alice still wanted to know how the Demon King became so strong. Hearing this question, the guy thought about it, and still began to tell his story. His mother is the second magnificent monarch. She is known as Lucifer too. Merlin himself, Lucifer, was born as a king. Royal blood flowed in his veins. He thought that he could live a quiet life, and would only eat and wait for his death, along the way every day having fun with his little sister. But not everything was so simple, and in the 197th campaign of the Holy See, his mother died during the battle. At that time, she and her sister could only rely on themselves, and demon society lives according to the principle that the meat of the weak is the food of the strong. Then the Demon King decided that he must protect his sister by any means necessary, so he must become stronger than everyone else. Thanks to his fierce desire to become stronger, he killed the king of the ancient trolls in the snowy mountains, and also defeated the head of the minotaurs in the deadly forest. The next target was in the magma, which is where the fire demon was killed. The guy constantly trained his skills with the ball, swung it until it was covered with rust. Every day he found himself on the verge of death countless times. And when he still managed to become strong enough, the first thing he did was kill the demons who oppressed him and his sister, and then took the throne of the king of demons that rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, it dawned on the ordinary guy that he had become an invincible demon king. This was the end of the story. It can be said that his past is an epic poem of the prince's revenge. After listening to the whole story, Alice suggested that if this story is to be judged, then we can say with all confidence that Merlin achieved everything thanks to his efforts. But this was not so. He did not make any efforts, and simply strived for his dream of living a life in which he would only need to eat and wait for his death. It's just that from his very birth he was already the strongest. Feeling very angry, the girl wanted to know what this whole story about the sad past was for, because she sounded as if they wanted to mock her. Laughing, the boy exclaimed that he did not invent this story. His past was indeed quite tragic, and he had enormous power that he could not use, so he was not very different from garbage. But soon Merlin understood how to use power, and after that, in an instant he became the strongest. It can be compared to the fact that he was sleeping, and when he woke up, he became invincible, something like awakening. Continuing to mock the girl, the former Demon King asked her to row the oars, because he was a worthless hero. At the same time, Merlin was thinking that as soon as he left the Demon King's palace, he immediately encountered a saint-rank sea serpent-like demon, and the pain of his heart curse eased, but it didn't last long. Definitely leaving the palace was the right decision. The boy also didn't know whether this was a deceptive feeling, but when he was next to this stupid hero, the pain from his heart's curse became much softer. A few days later, events continued to occur on land, namely on some unknown island. Looking around, Lucifer could not understand whether this really was the land of Britannia. The island really looked very impressive, because it was quite obvious that it was not inhabited. Surprised by this turn of events, the young man decided to ask Alice where they were, because he told her that until they reached the lands of Britannia, she should not stop the boat. But all this time, for some reason, Alice did not answer, and sat in the boat. Suddenly, the girl's hand gradually began to be visible, and it was clear that she was trying to get out of the boat. Feeling very tired, the exhausted lady asked the guy to see for himself where they were, because she couldn't do it. Due to severe exhaustion, the girl could not move calmly and was literally crawling along the sand. Looking at her partner, Alice sincerely considered him a scoundrel. After all, he was resting all the way, and she, the girl, was forced to row the oars alone. To her, Merlin Lucifer was a vile, disgusting, and inhumane scoundrel. She was going to learn the master's secret ice technique, and become the strongest magician of the saint rank, and then she would beat his face until he turned out to be a rotten watermelon. Suddenly, Merlin decided to come closer and exclaimed that Miss needed to behave more politely, because she still had not realized the position of her master. Now Alice is the slave of the Demon King, and she dare not say such things about her master. At that very second, the former Demon King began to extend his hand towards the girl, as if he was going to hit her. The frightened girl did not understand what was about to happen, and was worried, because she was scared. But as it turned out, Merlin Lucifer just wanted to teach her a lesson, and with all his strength he began to pull on both cheeks. The cunning guy was thus going to teach the girl good manners so that she would be more obedient. But the guy also liked this kind of torture very much, because in this way he felt much better. Starting to struggle, Alice shouted to stop mocking her. After all, they really arrived in Britannia, and only ended up not in any port, but on the northern coast. Hearing this, the young man immediately removed his hands, because he calmed down. In fact, Merlin realized that Alice had apparently done a very good job rowing alone, and for that he wanted to reward her in some way. Sitting on the floor, the girl shouted that she didn't need any encouragement. Laughing, Lucifer exclaimed that in this case he would not encourage her, because his beloved Miss Alice did not want to receive any gift. Moving further, Merlin and Alice said that he was pleased to cooperate with her, but the girl was angry with him all this time, because she considered him a demon king who needed to be defeated as soon as possible. Suddenly, the main character stopped and thought about the fact that to live in a human country you need money. But all his life he lived in the company of the demon, and now that he left the world of the demon, he had no money in his pockets. Turning to his partner, Lucifer began to think through a further plan of action that would help him exist in the human world. Alice was shocked by such a strange look, because she did not understand what her role would be next. Meanwhile, the young man remembered that when he carried this hero on his back, he felt what kind of iron armor it was. It was nothing more than mithril armor, which is passed down from heroes from generation to generation. The inside of this armor must be covered with various runes, which represents magical protection. This is why this armor must be a kind of top-quality armor. In other words, it is very valuable. Now Lucifer just needs to take the mithril armor from this lady, and then he will definitely be able to get a whole lot of money from her, and will become rich. All this time, Alice watched the scoundrel, and did not understand why he laughed evilly while standing to the side. At that same second, Merlin turned around and began to run towards Alice with incredible speed, intending to carry out his plan. The smart guy came closer and exclaimed that parting with the charming lady in this way was causing him mental suffering, and he needed her to leave him the most expensive thing. The embarrassed girl did not understand what exactly this evil demon wanted. Pointing his finger straight at the girl, Merlin Lucifer ordered her to undress. From this turn of events, the girl literally fell into a stupor, because she did not expect that the Demon King would ask for exactly this. Feeling great fear, the girl literally fell to the ground and screamed that Merlin had previously told her that he was not interested in desecrating her body, but as it turned out, he had now changed his mind. "I'm trying to defend myself," the girl screamed that the demon should not dare to approach her. But the scoundrel continued to come closer and closer and said that Alice should be an obedient girl. Out of extreme fear, Alice even began to cry. But Merlin was not embarrassed by this, and he approached. Continuing to cry, Lady begged to be more gentle with her, because this was her first time. In fact, Lucifer's goal was not to attack the girl, but only to take the mithril armor from her. This only caused confusion in the girl, because she did not expect that the boy's true goal was actually to take the armor. After all, the hero's mithril armor was certainly very expensive, and literally cost a fortune. Thus, thanks to this armor, Merlin no longer needed Alice, and wanted to say goodbye to her. But the girl clearly didn't expect this, and it confused her greatly, because she thought that this was not what Lucifer wanted at all. The scoundrel only took her thing. Merlin really turned out to be vile, shameless, disgusting and dirty. Sitting on the floor, the girl only hoped that she would never see him again in this life. Due to such circumstances, Alice could not even stand up, and just continued to cry, hoping that her life would never be in danger again. Lucifer, meanwhile, calmly walked through the forest, and thought that he hoped that in the near future he would be able to meet strong and interesting guys. Events continued to take place a year later, in Britannia, namely on the outskirts of Wales. A man dressed in ancient metal gear was making his way through the forest, as if he was looking for someone. Suddenly, the stranger decided to turn to the guy who was sitting on the tree, calling him master. He reported that the hillbillies had become smarter and decided not to walk this road anymore. The boss only asked not to rush so much, and just wait patiently, because perhaps they would come across some uncouth, impulsive young man. Literally a few seconds later, the man exclaimed that it seemed like there was someone nearby, and he was approaching. But this traveler really looked too shabby, as if he had not eaten for several days. Looking at the traveler, the boss immediately realized that he might know this guy. The man sitting on the tree suddenly began to laugh, but the guardian did not immediately understand why his boss was laughing. As it turned out, this guy, although he seems like a beggar, is actually of great value. Merlin continued to walk straight, and only thought that he was very hungry, because he had not eaten for several days. Raising his head up, the young man drew attention to a piece of paper flying towards him, on which something was written. This piece of paper crashed right into the face of the main character, and he was shocked by this turn of events. On this piece of paper was a photograph of the main character, and it was indicated that there was a reward of $5,000 for him. And this was a real problem, because after he ate at a restaurant and did not pay for the food, he immediately became a wanted criminal. The human world was just terrible. If you run out of money, then you can't do anything else, and it is unknown why in this world there is no simple job where you can earn a whole lot of money without putting much effort. Suddenly, someone began to come closer and shouted to Merlin to stop. These were bandits who shouted that the heavenly Lord Guide who was now standing in front of the guy, and this was his road. Looking at these people, Lucifer even began to worry a little, because he did not understand what to answer them. As it turned out, the main character chose a rather unusual tactic, and simply walked past and ignored the bandits. The behavior on Lucifer's part greatly angered the bandit, and he exclaimed that he would not tolerate something that ignored him. As if nothing had happened, the young man turned to the bandit and asked if he really called him. The second bandit shouted that they really called him, and now he needs to turn out his pockets and give them all his most valuable things, because this is a robbery. But the boss thought differently. After all, the most valuable thing this guy has is life, and 5,000 coins for a wanted person is really a goldmine. Thanks to him they will become rich. The formidable bandit, licking his dagger, exclaimed that he advised the guy to surrender without resistance, but if he was obedient, then this knife, smeared with dangerous poison, would not be used against him. Sighing heavily, Merlin nevertheless decided to ask the bandits if they were really going to rob him. Taking out his sword, the guy asked them to think twice before doing such an act, because if he pulls this sword out of its sheath, then both of them will definitely die. Trying to intimidate his interlocutor, the bandit boss said that in this case he would show what he was really capable of. The servant threw the apple up so that his boss could demonstrate his true skills. The bandit leader himself made an incredibly fast strike with his blade to show off his skill. Thanks to the incredible speed and force of the impact, the apple peel was completely peeled during the flight. The boss's technique was unparalleled in this world, as he was capable of delivering 20 blows with a dagger in an instant. But in fact, Lucifer was impressed not by this blow, but by something else. The exhausted and hungry guy just looked at that same apple, because he really wanted to eat it. Feeling very angry, the boss of the bandits did not tolerate such behavior on the part of the guy, and shouted that he would finish him off now. The red-haired scoundrel was approaching Lucifer, but did not yet know about his true abilities. As if nothing had happened, Merlin watched everything that was happening and thought about how he could fight the villain. Taking out his blade, the Demon King performed a blow that was not even visible to an ordinary person. Not understanding what was happening, the red-haired guy just stood rooted to the spot and was in severe pain. At the same time, the apple landed straight into the hand of Merlin, who was very hungry. The smart young man began to eat a delicious apple in order to replenish his vitality at least a little. But the bandit boss was defeated, and he fell to the ground. It seemed that he could no longer fight. The frightened servant began to scream, and he literally begged not to be killed, because he was not guilty of anything. Looking at this loser, the young man only thought that it was very boring to fight such weaklings. Meanwhile, the bandit boss's body began to literally smoke, as if it had been enchanted. Observing the body, the guy did not immediately understand what was happening and why it happened. As it turned out, the bandit boss was not actually a man, but an evil goblin. The main character couldn't even believe that this goblin actually took human form in order to carry out robberies on the roads, because perhaps he was afraid of becoming a target of the royal army. But in general, the guy didn't care at all about this, because the main thing was that everything was fine with him. He still needed to find a normal job in order to earn at least some money and buy food. Some time later, events continued to occur near the entrance to the cave. The terrible goblin began to emerge from the mysterious dark cave, who had a weapon in his hands and was determined. As it turned out, this goblin came out to the call of another goblin, because he wanted to tell him something. This goblin turned out to be Kaz. He was the one who pretended to be a human robber, and asked for an appointment with His Majesty. Fortunately, the goblin still let Kaz into His Majesty. He said that if he didn't like something, the consequences would be terrible. The Goblin King met a poor bandit who could not resist a man who had incredible strength. The frightened servant told His Majesty that he had been unable to get the money and apologized for this. This did not suit the head of the goblins, because he did not understand how his servant could not get money, and even returned empty-handed, which is why the king wanted to execute him. The worried goblin began to make excuses and said that he would never have come to the king empty-handed, but now he needed to convey very important information. The alarmed servant said that his boss was beheaded by a common man. That guy didn't even pull his sword out of its sheath, he just saw a glimpse of light, and the boss was already lying there without a head. This information made the Goblin King laugh, as he was unhappy with this turn of events. Feeling very angry, the king realized that humanity was going to break off relations with the goblin tribe, and a master of such a high level was sent for such a special occasion. Some time later, events continued to occur in the city, where the main character was trying to find a job. He gave his last 2 copper coins in order to enter this city, so it is here that he must find at least some kind of work that will bring him closer to his dream, which is to just eat and wait for his death. Last year, Merlin robbed Alice and stole her mithril armor to live a happy and rich life. Then he bought his own estate and hired high-class butlers and maids. He also hired a chef from a gourmet restaurant and ate 3 meals a day. Lucifer also often attended horse racing, left a lot of money, but never won anything. By the time Merlin realized what he had done, it was already too late. He spent all the money he received from the sale of mithril armor, and then acquired a heap of debts around his neck. Merlin, accustomed to a happy and carefree life, often visited restaurants with gourmet cuisine, even when he had no money. And in the end, Merlin, of course, became the most wanted criminal, for whom a generous reward was put. In connection with this, his life turned into a wandering life of a restless runner from debts and guards. Today, the once great Demon King from the Great Demon King Palace found himself in a difficult situation and decided to give street performances in order to earn a living. The audience really liked the image of the wandering actor, and they happily wanted to watch his performance. The main character really liked it, and he realized that it was time to show the crowd his true technique. The first part of the performance was the super fast jumping skill, thanks to which the young man jumped at incredible speed. Looking at this stranger, all the people were simply shocked and began to applaud the actor because he was doing a good job. In fact, this was just the beginning. There was to be an even more interesting performance ahead. The next technique was that Merlin was able to create several copies of himself, making the performance look even more impressive. All the people were happy to see such an unusual performance. The enterprising boy immediately realized that he needed to earn money from this performance, and decided to ask the audience for money, because this could please the traveling artist. But people didn't want to give money at all, and immediately began to ignore the artist, because the performance was good, but they weren't going to pay for it. Suddenly, some old man began to shout that the supreme goddess of light is the embodiment of immortality, greatness, and eternity. The Holy See began preaching, and all the people immediately went there to watch the priest speak. Looking at everything that was happening, the young man could not understand why the crowd regretted giving him money, because he wanted to get at least a couple of copper coins. Looking around, the hero drew attention to one of the city residents. As it turned out, a young guy was walking nearby, eating a very sweet candy. Approaching closer, Lucifer decided to draw attention to himself and stroke the child on the head. The kid immediately turned around, and Merlin told him that he had noticed a talent for martial arts in him. If the boy gives Merlin just 2 copper coins, then he will teach him a technique so that he becomes as strong as his older brother. This proposal began to frighten the child, and he immediately began screaming that he had absolutely no money and could not pay for his education. The young man was offended by these words, because with his refusal the child simply offended the most powerful swordsman this world has ever seen, and if the kid dares to refuse again, he might accidentally die. But this statement made the kid worry even more, because now he was worried about his life. The main character nevertheless decided to find out exactly what the child's name was. As it turned out, his name was Henry. The smart guy decided to take out his sword in order to show off his skills. Addressing Henry, Merlin Lucifer insisted that he should listen carefully. Although he had insulted him, he was a very merciful person, so he would forgive his ignorance for just a couple of copper coins. The alarmed young man began to say that he really had no money, but the guy was unshakable, and noticed that the kid was dressed quite richly, and could bring money from his house. Merlin literally declassified the guy, because he wholeheartedly wants to learn his martial art technique. It was really difficult to refuse such an offer, because it's not every day that you meet such a great master. The invincible ball technique made the little boy think that he really needed to learn sword art. For the guy, it sounded very cool, and he wanted to know what techniques this sword technique specializes in. It was the absolute ball technique. It is the very embodiment of invincibility, and is capable of destroying the entire world. The main technique is to pull the sword out of its sheath and immediately decapitate the enemy. But this technique caused indignation in the child, because he knew that ordinary warriors neglect to study this technique because it is too ineffective. Henry did not think that the invincible sword technique, praised by his interlocutor, would disappoint him so much. The Demon King was shocked to hear something like this from a child. He could not believe that the young man was really an expert in the study of sword techniques. Starting to argue, the hero argued that his quick decapitation technique was universal and completely different from similar ones, but Henry insisted that the uncle should be ashamed of trying to deceive him, because some low-level technique does not deserve even 2 copper coins. After rummaging in his pockets, the child still wanted to give something to the traveler as a token of gratitude. Extending his hand, the kid exclaimed that in any case he would reward his interlocutor with the excellent performance shown in advance. Unfortunately, the reward was only 2 candies, which did not help the situation much. The kid nevertheless decided to say goodbye to his uncle, and finally told him that he had already reached the age of majority, so you shouldn't try to scam people out of money, but it's better to find some kind of work. Merlin was very angry with the child, but still understood that he was telling the truth, and work was really needed, although in the past he was the best demon king, and this is not the way to treat a monarch. Taking out the candy, the young man decided to try it, and realized that there was no need to be angry with the child, because the problem had not gone away, and he needed to earn some money somehow. Suddenly, nearby, someone started shouting that the goddess of light will protect only those who deeply believe in her and pray every day. The preacher shouted that a year ago the Holy See sent a 100,000-strong military flotilla on a campaign to kill the Demon King, but Lucifer III, with the help of his ball, destroyed every single one. People began to talk about how the Demon King had previously sat on a throne made of human skulls, and was himself a green monster with yellow teeth. These words hurt the young man, because he did not understand why they were talking about him like that, because in fact he is quite handsome, and his teeth are not yellow. The priest, embittered with Lucifer, continued to repeat that the enemy was powerful. it is not for nothing that he is the strongest demon king in history. They heard rumors that he was close to reaching Britannia across the sea. Everyone has long known that demons are very aggressive and overly lustful, but Lucifer is the third separate case. He is simply a tyrant in the flesh. It will not be difficult for him to come and destroy all people at any time. Listening to this whole story, the guy only thought that he would never have sent his troops through the Archnean Strait just to attack Britannia, because of the demonic threat. The fat scoundrels from the Holy See had become stupid in the land. Therefore, all people needed to buy this Bible in order to deepen their faith in the Goddess of Light, so that she would protect everyone from the hands of the demon king Lucifer III. The priest literally ordered people to believe in the Goddess of Light. The original price of each book of this limited special edition of the Bible was 10 gold coins, but only today it is possible to purchase them for 1 gold coin. The main character was very angry that these vain hypocrites were deceitfully taking money from the working people, and also infringing on his prestigious reputation for the purpose of profit. To support himself, some time later, the demon king continued to look for work, and tried to get a job as a waiter in a restaurant. The brave guy tried his best to get a job in order to earn at least a little money. The owner of the restaurant was simply shocked by the young man's manners and blushed with embarrassment, because he was quite handsome. Fortunately, the good-natured girl decided to hire such a handsome guy. In fact, Merlin was also very curious as to why this woman was so embarrassed. After thinking a little, the girl decided to ask Mr. Merlin if he really was a traveler. In other words, she wanted to know if he really lived outside the city before coming to them. The boy admitted that this was indeed the case, so he could work in the restaurant for a maximum of 2 months, but then he would have to continue his journey. Touching his heart, the young man realized that his heart's curse was still not lifted, so he must find a strong opponent to ease the growing pain. Putting on her glasses, the girl immediately got to work, because she realized that the future employee was quite promising. Using her skills, the experienced worker began to figure out what kind of job to give the young man. Some time later, a professional in her field exclaimed that judging by their offers of temporary work, there is one position, room and board at the expense of the employer, payment of 1 gold coin per month. In addition to the specified, each alcoholic beverage sold gives a 20% deduction of the profit share in favor of the waiter. For the protagonist, a gold coin per month was indeed an impressive salary, but his employer also warned him that this is a very difficult job. In the evening, only female guests are accepted in this tavern, and his responsibility is to sell them alcoholic beverages. The problem is that girls don't drink alcohol for nothing, so the girl hoped that Merlin would take special measures to improve the sale of alcoholic beverages. Not understanding what the girl was talking about, the young man nevertheless decided to ask again what she meant by special measures. As it turns out, the special measures are that it is necessary to speak very pompously and console the girls from some kind of emotional adversity, and they are also encouraged to enter into a deep, soulful relationship with female guests. At this moment, Merlin, who was once the demon king residing in the great demon king palace, thought about something displeased. One day, he will have to lower his honor and dignity by selling liquor through the skin and meat method, if he has to trample on the honor and dignity of the great monarch and the demon king just to sell a couple of glasses of alcohol. Bowing his head, the guy did not understand whether he should agree to this position, but an experienced employer decided to hire this guy for this position, and exclaimed that if he did well and achieved certain successes, then she would pay him some bonuses and a bonus when he had to leave his job. But such a proposal forced Merlin Lucifer to agree, because the king of demons thus decided to put up with such work in order to ensure his existence. The joyful boy gave his employer a hand and was grateful that he now had a job. At this time, the main character had only one thought, that in this country no one knew him anyway, so that his reputation as the king of demons would not be tarnished. Merlin began his career in a tavern as a waiter. However, in another corner of the country, events happened a little differently. Unknown travelers were riding in a cart from afar. These travelers turned out to be Alice, who was reading a certain note that ended up in her cart. On this note there was a photograph of a very familiar person, and it was indicated that he was a jigall who ate for free. Looking at this note, Alice understood that this wanted poster was torn, so that the face of the wanted person was not visible at all, but strange feelings did not leave her. A year ago, Alice was robbed by Merlin. Because of him she lost her mithril armor, which heroes inherit with each generation, so she fell into huge debts. And in order to pay off a bunch of debts, Alice could only register with the guild as an adventurer. Since Alice was a hero in her past, she was appointed as a gold-ranked adventurer, and in order to pay off her debts, Alice took on the most difficult and dangerous quests for a year. And although her debts were huge, they still remained radically opposite to the debts of the wasteful Merlin. Thanks to her hard work in a very hard and dangerous job, Alice was able to acquire a decent home and sometimes could afford to buy a pair of modest dresses. On the same day, Alice learned that it was possible to earn 5,000 gold coins by catching a guy who ate a lot of food in a restaurant and did not pay. The joyful girl realized that thanks to her skills it would not be difficult for her to catch this gigolo eating for free, and she wanted to take this task for herself. Catching some gigolo greedy for free was as easy as shelling pears, the easiest money in her life. She was going to become a rich woman. The first thing she would do was buy herself a lot of beautiful clothes, and she wouldn't have to worry about renting a house at all. Poor Alice does not yet know that the one she is going to catch is Merlin, whom she hated with all her heart and wished not to see all her life. Meanwhile, events continued to occur at the Moonlight Tavern. A large number of different kinds of girls all the time came to this tavern at night in order to have fun, and the smart young man happily danced with them in order to earn more money. When the main character asked the girls if they were ready to have a drink with him when they finished dancing, each one agreed to this, and was even ready to die for him. Any girl wanted to dance with such a handsome young man, because he also hugged and pitied them. Thus, thanks to his entrepreneurial spirit, the guy was quite popular in the establishment. All the girls present were going to invite the handsome guy to drink with them. The owner of the establishment expected that the visitors would really like Mr. Merlin. Suddenly, little Henry came and told his mother that he was home. The baby was covered in bruises, and it was clear that someone had beaten him severely. Meanwhile, Merlin overheard Henry getting into a fight with the neighborhood boys again. This turn of events greatly surprised Merlin, because he did not expect that this was the son of the owner of the establishment. The whole house heard a cry that the child was indignant, because it was completely unclear what the uncle was doing in his house. A few minutes later, the situation in the house began to improve, and the young man was offered tea. Henry didn't like all this very much, because he saw how well his mother treated this guy. According to the child, this worthless guy only knows how to brag, and he should not be allowed to work and live in this restaurant. Embarrassed, Lady apologized for her child's behavior, as Henry must have caused a lot of trouble earlier. Laughing, the young man said that everything was in order, and in general, in his life he loves little children most of all, but at the same time Merlin Lucifer was thinking that this scoundrel was indeed the own son of the owner of the tavern. The little boy shouted that he had never caused trouble for anyone in his life. This boy begged his mother to fire Merlin from her job and not hire anyone like him. The boy literally insisted that this was all because this bad guy would definitely desecrate his mother's already bad reputation, and everyone would continue to say that the owner of the tavern was a bad woman. Of course, such a young and beautiful girl is a single mother, and such people are very often susceptible to suffering from unfounded rumors. This boy's clothes were torn to shreds because he fought with other children because they spoke ill of his mother. The main character nevertheless decided to help the boy, and said that if there is someone he wants to protect, then he should become stronger. Now Henry isn't strong enough to shut anyone up. If he wants to protect his mom, then he shouldn't have Merlin kicked out of his job. Instead he needs to make himself stronger and let those nasty guys know that he's not the one who can be provoked. Unable to bear these words, the boy exclaimed, "This is what the one who seduces women and tricks them into buying alcohol is telling him." The kid believed that he would rather die on the street than listen to someone who is engaged in such activities as the main character. Running out of the house, he shouted after him that he would never follow such advice and teaching about the useless technique of quick decapitation. The alarmed boy's mother immediately ran out after him and wanted to stop him, because she was worried that he might get hurt at such a late time. After listening to the kid, the young man only concluded that he was a fool and not worthy of teaching him. Some time later, Merlin was counting the money he had earned, and not far from him sat travelers who were talking about travel. One of the men decided to find out if there really were goblins in this city. The interlocutors began to convince him that a group of goblins lived on a hill not far from here, and the body of a goblin who had been beheaded was also found nearby, which meant that goblins really live and not far from the city. The courageous traveler was easily able to drink a whole glass of drink, which Merlin had previously poured for him. Feeling the pleasant aftertaste of the drink, the stranger asked the bartender to pour more of this swill. The good-natured young man happily agreed to help his guest and was going to pour him more drink. With the help of a deft movement of his hand, the guy was easily able to pour a little red drink into the glass. Thanks to the bartender's skills, he easily mixed this unusual drink using a shaker. Every movement of the main character looked professional, as if he had been working in this position for years. Thus, the drink became much tastier due to the fact that the bartender mixed it professionally. And as you stirred the drink, it began to glow with a bright scarlet light, which meant it was ready to drink. A few seconds later, the drink was ready, and now you could safely drink it. The guests were amazed at Merlin's skills. They did not expect that there would be a professional bartender in such an eatery and asked to pour him another drink. Rejoicing at this turn of events, the young man exclaimed that it would be a great honor for him to serve them. Some time later, the travelers talked about the reward that would be possible upon completing the mission. Roger was to receive 2,000 gold coins. For Roger, such a large number of gold coins was impressive, and he did not understand why he would receive so many. A little embarrassed, his partner did not know what to answer to this, and decided to think a little before giving an answer. The embarrassed girl also wanted to tell why Roger was entitled to such a big reward, but did not dare to do so. As it turned out, the former allies were going to get married. This task was the last for them, and when they finish it, they will return back to their native village and live a peaceful life. This turn of events clearly did not please Roger, because he did not expect that his allies would abandon him in this way. For the main character, this was also alarming news, since his regular customers were about to leave the city. Nevertheless, because of such unexpected news, Roger decided to congratulate the newlyweds, saying that he always knew that priestesses end their careers as adventurers and immediately marry swordsmen. But Merlin was worried about the newlyweds, because he thought that after this task, these two might not return. That is why the boy decided to come closer and find out a little more about the task. The smart young man was worried about the couple, and wanted to know what the details of their task were. As it turned out, they needed to kill 100 goblins, and then cut off everyone's left ear. The main character immediately realized that this was a rookie mistake, and the smell of blood attracted even more goblins. They would be lucky if they survived, and Roger immediately thought that the bartender was also an adventurer. The brave warriors shouted that there was no need to worry about them. After all, the three of them were silver-level adventurers, so this simple task would not be a problem for them, and they would definitely protect this city from the goblins. After thinking a little, Merlin Lucifer still realized that this was really just an ordinary raid on goblins. The good-natured guy decided to smile at his guests and wished them good luck in this difficult battle. Some time later, events continued to happen in the evening. The battle against the goblins began. Roger fought bravely with his giant axe, and killed large numbers of goblins with just one blow. The fight was really difficult for the goblins, but they tried with all their might to attack the strong man. As it turned out, these scoundrels were actually too weak for an adventurer like Roger. There are only 37 goblins left, and as soon as they finish with them, they will immediately begin to retreat slowly so that no help comes. It seemed to them that they would be fighting against ordinary goblins, and a stronger opponent would not come to their aid. But this was a fatal mistake, as Roger heard someone approaching, and he was clearly larger than ordinary goblins. The Goblin King jumped with all his might to attack the travelers who were ambushed. Thanks to an unexpected landing on the ground, the Goblin King was able to easily defeat his first enemy, namely Roger. The sight was truly terrible, because the newlyweds' ally died in the battle, literally after only one blow. The terrible tragedy made it no longer possible to continue the fight, and Roger died fighting for his dignity and honor. Looking at the giant goblin, the guy shouted that he would definitely avenge his comrade, because it was not in vain that he died in this battle. But according to the giant, this was quite funny, since it was obvious that the guy could not do anything to such a strong opponent. The evil scoundrel turned to the lower creatures and said that they were now in the kingdom of the goblins. Frightened people did not expect such a strong enemy, and they understood that this might be their last battle. Also nearby was another opponent. He was the highest nobleman of the kingdom, namely a goblin magician of the highest order, whose name was Gargamel. Seeing another enemy, the young man could not understand how this was possible, because where did a goblin magician of the highest order end up in such a small cave? Meanwhile, the girl just cried and said that she didn't want to die. As it turned out, the goblin had other plans, and the beautiful human woman did not have to die, because she would have the honor of becoming his Imperial Majesty's concubine. But the boy's teaching is completely different, because he cannot be useful to the Emperor. The goblin mage used a fireball to finish off the last enemy. The swordsman immediately ordered his companion to use the buff to enhance the attack in order to finish off these scoundrels. The brave girl began to act, and with the help of her magical skills, she gave her partner the opportunity to act. Thanks to the spell cast, the guy became much stronger, and it seemed that now he could compete with such strong enemies. Experiencing strong rage and fear, the young man began to act and tried to strike the enemy. The guy's sword literally sparkled due to magical abilities. Fire was visible around it, which increased the damage from the blow. With the help of the priestess's magical abilities, the swordsman was able to repel the goblin's attack. The excited boy admitted that in any case it was necessary to run away, since they were much weaker than their enemies. The angry goblin began to attack and shouted with all his might that he would now finish off his opponent. About to strike, the goblin began to swing his huge bat, and it ended up right next to his opponent. The blow was completed, and the giant goblin was easily able to make the young man suffer in pain. Due to the incredibly strong blow, the guy jumped several tens of meters to the side and began to fall to the ground. The alarmed girl began to cry because she was worried about her future husband and thought that he would not be able to survive such a blow. The evil magician ordered the servant to tie up this woman in order to deliver her to the emperor. The vile goblins began to approach the crying girl, and she screamed with all her might for at least someone to save her and help her in such a difficult situation. The lover was still alive, and ordered the goblins to take their hands off his girl. He could give his life for her, and told them to let her go. Looking at the guy, the magician decided to give him a chance to save his girlfriend, but to save him it would be necessary to make a small deal. Meanwhile, events continued to occur at the Moonlight Tavern. Alice arrived at the tavern and was surprised that this tavern was the best hotel in the city. Entering the door, the girl was shocked by how many guests there were in the tavern. Many girls tried to decorate the stage so that their favorite actor could perform on it. According to Alice, this pub was very lively, and she even felt somewhat uneasy. The owner of the establishment decided to approach the guest and noticed that she came here for the first time. If you look closely at the way she is dressed, you can assume that she is not from here. The brave girl decided to admit that she is an adventurer and would like to ask if this pub has a free room because she wants to stay the night. Seeing an adventurous girl, and even alone, was truly a rare occurrence. Of course, there were rooms in the pub, and the owner invited the girl to go with her. The room in which they could spend the night was located on the second floor, and together they began to climb there in order to go to the room. The door to the room was already very close, and Alice had to spend the night in room number 206. The good-natured pub owner exclaimed that this was a pretty good room in which the guest would be comfortable. And if the girl is bored, then she can go downstairs, because today one very popular actor and restaurant will dance a hot dance, and don't worry, it will be free for the adventurer. According to the guest, this was very indecent, and she said that she would not like to see this. The owner considered the girl modest, but if she was curious, she could join. The girl also decided to find out if the owner of the establishment had seen the guy who was depicted on the arrest warrant. Looking at the warrant, the owner could not understand who could be a gigolo drinking for free. On this sheet the man's face was cropped off, and she could not help with the search. Due to the fact that the conversation did not go well, the bar owner wished the traveler to have a good rest. Sighing heavily, the girl entered the room. She was very tired, and she really wanted to rest. Alice entered the room, and immediately Merlin Lucifer, whom she had been looking for so long, came out from the other room. Looking at the room where the stranger entered, the guy began to think that he had a feeling that the girl's voice was already familiar to him. Scratching his head, he only assumed that perhaps he had imagined it, and the work needed to go and begin. Lying on the bed, Alicia Claudia was very happy that finally, after so many hectic days, she would finally be able to sleep properly. The girl also thought that she really wanted to meet the swordsman Elgin. Last year, Alice found herself in a very problematic situation, as she was known to take on many quests to pay off a debt for mithril armor, and one day, during an adventure in the port of Elgino, she was captured by pirates. The evil scoundrels tied up the girl, and it was unknown what they were going to do with her. From the very beginning of the operation, they were just going to capture the young daughters and ducal families, but they did not at all expect that he would be able to capture the fearless hot adventurer. These little girls were truly very beautiful, and the pirates were going to do terrible things to them. But the hero was not going to tolerate this, and shouted that she would not let the scoundrels do something like that to the girls. Hearing the girls scream, the villains did not care at all, and in this case they decided that they would start with Alice. Suddenly, an unknown traveler exclaimed that the pirates should wait. Looking at the stranger, the pirates could not understand who he was and what he was doing on their ship. As it turned out, the traveler came here because he sensed that people were in trouble. The daughters of the dukes were very glad that someone came to their aid, but unfortunately, they did not see anything, because they were in a cage. A giant metal cage prevented the girls from seeing their savior. The pirates did not expect resistance during the detention of the girls, and believed that they could easily defeat just one enemy. According to the young man, the pirates were much weaker than him, which is why he was going to fight with them. In fact, the pirates were brothers, and their nickname was Red Beards, and not the two of them are at the same rank, and they are also the best pirates of all the seas, and no one can compare with them. 17 of their warships are considered invincible, under their command. Even if this flotilla meets the Britannian Imperial fleet, they will still win. The Red-Beard brothers took a bunch of girls captive to have some fun with them, and if the traveler thinks that he can take them from them, he is very mistaken. At this time, the boy began to think that on the way to collect debts, he was actually able to encounter 2 warriors of the holy rank, and they must be strong. But still, the young man thought that he could ease the pain of his heart curse. Today the guy is lucky, because during the battle he can easily influence his heart curse and get rid of the pain at least a little. The pirates were already eager for a fight, and wanted to do everything possible to defeat the scoundrel. The fight began, and the 2 brothers immediately rushed to attack in order to finish off their enemy with a few blows. Grasping his sword, the brave warrior wanted to make just one blow, with which he would finish off 2 enemies. The strongest blow was delivered in a split second, causing the enemies to start screaming in pain. A single blow was able to easily defeat 2 enemies that were incredibly strong. After such a strong blow, even the ship was shattered into pieces, and now the girls were safe. Looking around, Merlin Lucifer wanted to understand if everyone was really safe now. Watching this guy, Alice was simply shocked, because she did not expect that an ordinary person could be so strong. The girl considered this guy a swordsman named Elgin, and for her he was incredibly brave and courageous. Despite the fact that she didn't even see his face, she was still sure that he was the strongest and bravest person in this world, as well as a gorgeous guy. After thinking a little, the girl finally decided to act and write a letter to the teacher. Taking the pen, the girl began to write a letter for her teacher, whom she had not seen for a long time. In letter A she wrote that she is living very well right now, and she has plenty of money. She no longer owes the Holy See anything, therefore, she no longer has to worry about the subscription fee. But also, she fell in love with the legendary swordsman Elgin, but unlike the teacher, she has a bright future and will not fall into the same situation because she is not a flighty girl. That's why she asked the teacher not to worry about her, and just take care of herself properly and wait for the moment when she reaches the pinnacle of life and returns back to him. After writing the letter, the girl decided to pray to God, because she did this every day. The girl asked God that she would never meet Merlin Lucifer again in her life. After all, Alice considered him a dirty scoundrel, and a bawdy freak who needed to be punished for his atrocities. She wanted him to become poor and beggar, so that he would live in the alleys and eat waste for the rest of his life. From such words from Alice, the young man even sneezed, because they remembered him at the moment he spoke. For the guy, this was a shocking phenomenon. Every day at the same time he sneezed, and it was possible that someone cursed him behind his back, but it was completely unclear who could hate him so much. After some time, there was a pause in the performance, and a large number of girls were waiting for the guy, whom they affectionately called the chick. Feeling very interested, Alice nevertheless went down to the floor below, because she wanted to find out who this guy was, whom the woman called the chick. There was another guy sitting nearby who was very unhappy with this whole performance. The young man is angry because they have again invited promiscuous women. They are all so poor, and have no idea that their wallets are being emptied today. According to Alice, such communication from the baby was quite rude. If they are dressed very beautifully, this does not mean that these women are promiscuous. But in fact, this is not why the guy called these girls tack, because most of these women had husbands and their own families, but even this did not stop them from coming to such places, which is why they should be ashamed. Due to the fact that his mother is engaged in such a business, not the most pleasant rumors are circulating throughout the city about her and their restaurant. Thus, Alice realized that this boy was the son of the tavern owner. Looking at Alice, Henry was immediately delighted. Because he was not delighted, she was like a breath of fresh air against the background of these promiscuous women, and she came here not for the sake of some kind of performance, but simply for an overnight stay. The girls really liked these statements, and she was glad that the young man liked her. Taking a closer look at the girl, the boy saw that she had a rather unusual belt. This belt started that she is a gold-level adventurer. Polite Alice nodded to the guy and told him that this was really so. For the guy, this was truly an amazing phenomenon, because his elder sister had already reached the highest level and became the strongest. For the first time in his life he saw such an outstanding person with his own eyes right in front of him. Continuing to watch the heroine, the boy asked her to teach him sword techniques, because he wanted to learn how to fight like the greatest warriors. This request surprised the girl a little, because she did not expect that she would teach a little boy to fight with swords. The worried lady understood that her sword technique was an ice slash. This technique was inherited and could not be learned. Continuing to think, Alice still decided that she would respond in this situation. First, the girl touched Henry's head and praised him for being so interested. Then she said that she, of course, could teach him sword techniques, but for this he needed special training, and he should drink as much milk as possible to make his body much stronger. These words made the young man very happy, because in this way he realized that he still had a chance to learn such a special technique. Grabbing the glass of milk, Henry immediately began drinking the milk he had poured. According to the girl, this sight was really very funny, because in this way the young man really became stronger while drinking milk. The boy admitted that Alice really deserves to be called a warrior of the highest order, because she has completely different approaches to training, not like others, for example, some poor guy who simply pulls out a sword and quickly secretly beheads the enemy. When Alice heard about this, she immediately wanted to know who this guy was who was using the quick decapitation technique. Meanwhile, the medicine man started to come out and apologized for keeping all the ladies waiting. The main character exclaimed that the performance had officially begun, and now he was ready to present his new performance. For Alice, this guy was quite strange, because it is unusual for beautiful women to call this ordinary guy a chick. The boy also said that this was the guy who mastered the technique of quick decapitation. This uncle, even though he is naturally a trash in the art of the sword and does not really know how to do anything, but he has a very strong art of sucking money from women. He is a common scoundrel who preys on married women and also a gigolo, who drinks for free. Having heard about a gigolo who drinks for free, Alice immediately realized that this is the same guy who is depicted on the warrant. Taking out her blade, the girl decisively began to act, because she wanted to grab this scoundrel. Angry, Lady was about to take action and asked Henry not to go on stage because she was going to catch this wanted criminal. The main character immediately felt that someone was approaching him, and gradually began to turn around. Alice went on stage and addressed the scoundrel, calling him a gigolo who drinks for free, and said that he should be ashamed, because he owed a large amount of money to people. Looking at the girl, the guy realized that this was the same fool whom he abandoned on the beach a year ago. The brave heroine shouted for her enemy not to resist and surrender, and to follow her straight to prison. As the girl entered the stage, her hand began to tremble and she was about to attack. Experiencing intense rage, Alice struggled to strike her opponent and swung her sword numerous times to do so. All the spectators gradually began to leave, because the spectacle was not for the faint of heart, and it was dangerous to sit near the stage and watch what was happening. Merlin decided to ask Alice to calm down, because someone might get hurt while she was trying to fight. The embarrassed girl shouted that she would not stop until she punished the scoundrel who dared to commit such disgusting acts. During the next blow, the guy decided to jump in order to show his advantage in the battle. Using his agility, he climbed right onto the sword with which the girl was trying to strike. This blocking of the blow was indeed very effective, since Alice did not expect such a technique. The main character also decided to stop the girl and touched her head so that she would not attack again. Looking down on the girl, he said that Alice should stop. After all, they had not seen each other for only a year, and she had already become so hot-tempered. The girl shouldn't have met her old acquaintances like that, because Merlin Lucifer hoped that she would at least hug him, but instead of hugging, she took out her sword and tried to fight. For the beautiful lady, Lucifer decided to reveal his face in order to show who he really is. When the mask was removed, the girl immediately blushed, because she realized who exactly she had fought with. To Alice's surprise, her opponent turned out to be Merlin, whom she hated so fiercely and did not want to see him ever again in her life. Alicia Claudia was simply shocked by this turn of events, and did not even know what to answer, because she understood that Lucifer was much stronger than her. Due to the strong shock, the girl began to scream, and this scream even scared the cats that were walking near the pub. The hero decided to remind you who he was and said that his name was Merlin. To his surprise, it seemed that Alice had forgotten the wonderful evenings they spent together, crossing the sea strait, and riding on a yacht. These words angered Alice even more, and she thought about what to answer. After all, according to the girl, Merlin is to blame for the fact that she has lived a humiliating life for the last year. Approaching Lucifer, she shouted that she wished him death and would now finish him off. But it was obvious that Lucifer was much stronger than the girl, and he was easily able to stop her attack. Addressing the girl, the guy said that she should calm down, because this is not how they should communicate with a partner with whom she crossed a dangerous sea strait, and they clearly shouldn't fight here. Tears immediately began to appear on the girl's face, because she was very offended by the position Merlin had put her in. Watching the girl, the young man did not understand what was wrong, because he did not know how bad she really had been this year. Out of desperation, Lady fell to her knees and began to cry, screaming that Merlin Lucifer took away the most valuable thing she had, and then just left. In connection with that robbery, the girl worked tirelessly, and risked her life, all in order to pay off the debts that she fell into, and if he dares to call himself a man, then he must take responsibility for it. Even the girls nearby began to say that they did not expect the chick to ever do things of this kind, and perhaps he is a real male. Henry was also shocked by Uncle Merlin, because it was completely unclear what he managed to do to his older sister. The worried young man began to insist that they were all wrong, and that in fact he was not a bad person. According to the young man, the hero was really very disgusting, because how dare he take advantage of his older sister's feelings in order to benefit from her. He used her and is not ready to take responsibility for his actions, and this is disgusting. Thus, because of this, the little boy despised Merlin Lucifer more than anything, because he was a terrible person. Because of this whole situation, Merlin understood that this stupid hero was speaking so vaguely that people around him misunderstood everything. If this continues, the reputation he has earned will be destroyed, and in the future he will never be able to sell again alcohol. The determined boy realized that he urgently needed to restore his image of a gentleman. That is why he decided that it was necessary to act, and bowed down in front of the girl, after which he hugged her. This turn of events really confused Alice, because she did not expect something like this. Turning to Miss Alice, the young man wanted her to calm down and forget the grievances. After all, they could drink a couple of glasses of a soft drink and discuss everything that happened earlier. Some time later, events continued to occur at the bar. Looking at Alice, the young man turned to her and said that all the guests had left, and now they could talk. Meanwhile, Alice was drinking cold milk and said that it was simply amazing, and also wanted to drink another glass. Unable to bear such impudence, Merlin grabbed the glass and began to say that girls should not try to drink everything that was poured for her as quickly as possible, because not one self-respecting lady does this, and if she does not stop doing this, she will not be able to find herself a boyfriend. Despite all her merits, swordsman Elgin is really quite stupid for choosing to date such a fool. Suddenly, the owner of the establishment thought that Mr. Merlin was really popular among girls, because he was even able to hook up with a gold-level adventurer. These two dissatisfied people looked a lot like a couple who were just having a quarrel. That is why the owner of the establishment decided to leave for a while to put Henry to bed, and while she was gone, they could talk with Miss Alice alone. The smart lady also winked at the main character, because she wanted him to restore good relations with Miss Alice. The slightly alarmed guy immediately understood what exactly the owner of the establishment wanted from him. Alice was determined, and she understood that her enemy had not returned to her what he had taken, so that with some words her anger towards him would not be eliminated. Looking at the girl, the young man decided to ask her what kind of thing he needed to give. The embarrassed lady began to remember the time when her most valuable thing was stolen. This thing was quite expensive, because it was a mithril breastplate, which the guy brazenly took off from Alice and left. According to the hero, it was an ordinary mithril breastplate, and he should go to the market and buy another one, because it is not clear why it is important for Alice to get this particular breastplate. Having started to sweat heavily, the young man finally admitted that he had actually sold this mithril breastplate. In addition, all the money he received from the sale was spent on betting on horse racing, and naturally, during these bets, absolutely nothing was won. According to Alice, this breastplate cost tens of millions of gold coins, and he simply physically could not spend them so quickly, but as it turned out, Merlin sold this breastplate for 10 times less. This made Alice even more angry at the scoundrel who dared to do this to her. Because of the whole situation, the girl shouted that if Merlin did not return her mithril armor, then she would never forgive him. But as it turned out, in accordance with the rules of his demon tribe, the thing that he took from her, from the moment it was in his possession, immediately became his, and even if you ask her to return it now, it is simply impossible. The guy had no money, so he had nothing to offer except his own life. The guy also asked to note that he was no longer the demon king and they should not have any hostile relationship. But if Alice still decides to take his life, then their relationship has every chance of becoming hostile. This was dangerous for the girl, because she understood that she simply would not be able to compete with such a strong opponent. The brave warrior still decided that he would not fight here, since Miss March cared a lot about him. That is why the young man asked Alice not to cause a pogrom in this restaurant. Therefore, they could just sit quietly and have a drink, and then come to a compromise, because it is not worth destroying such a restaurant with your sharp sword, because resolving disputes using words is much more effective and smarter than using violence. After thinking a little, the girl decided to ask why Merlin couldn't use his superpower to return the mithril armor back. In fact, demons, unlike people, have a deep understanding and respect for rules and justice, so they do not use such radical methods. The rules of trade are sacred to them, so if there was a deal, there was one, no one dares to take away the sold goods back. The smart girl immediately noticed that Lucifer said that he was no longer the king of demons, but was now paying attention to such rules. The young man only said that even if he is not a demon king, he is a former magnificent monarch and cannot afford to lose the reputation he has earned by robbing the things he sold to a merchant. Bowing her head, the girl admitted that she, too, was no longer a hero. All this happened due to the fact that the girl did not have mithril armor, and she fell into huge debts, and paid a debt of 10 million gold coins to the Holy Throne. Because of this, Alice felt despair, because in order to have at least some chance of paying off her debts, she must work on quests from the level. For such missions they give several tens of thousands of gold coins, but they are very dangerous, and she did not know when she would be able to take quests of this level. Hearing this, the boy immediately began to tremble, because he realized that for one mission they give several tens of thousands of gold coins. Smiling, Lucifer decided to ask if this was really true about the missions. And this was indeed true, but S-level missions are usually very dangerous, and some monsters of such quests are even stronger than the highest order magician of the Holy See. If the adventurers make even the slightest mistake, they will die immediately, which is why they give such a high risk for such a high award. But even so, she had to reach the highest S rank to successfully complete such missions alone, and it was all Merlin's fault. Continuing to laugh, the young man realized that he knew what his next job would be. For the main character, this job was simply wonderful, since it was easy to kill the strongest opponents, thereby easing the pain of the heart curse. As a bonus to this, he will be able to earn a lot of gold coins and get closer to his ideal life, just eat, sleep and wait for his death. In other words, this job was simply perfect for Merlin Lucifer. The joyful young man decided to turn to Miss Alice and tell her something. The boy decided to clarify whether there are any criteria for becoming an adventurer. After thinking a little, the girl replied that in order to become an adventurer, you need to have an aura or have mana. Unfortunately, the hero understood that he belonged to another tribe, so his aura and mana were radically different from human ones, which is why it was necessary to find out if there was any other way. There was another way. if some adventurer vouched for the young man and recommended him to the guild, this could also work. Hearing this, the guy immediately realized that he needed to act, and decided to ask Miss Alice for something. The two of them are on good terms, so they can call themselves real friends, and then, in a friendly way, Merlin would like to be recommended to the guild, because he really wanted to become an adventurer. Such a request did not suit the girl, because she did not understand why her interlocutor wanted to become an adventurer, and why she should recommend him at all. The girl didn't even want to hear about it. It was better for her to die than to recommend such a scoundrel to the guild. That night, the two quarreled very much, and could not find a compromise in this situation. Events continued to occur a few days later, in the tavern where the main character and Alice last saw each other. Continuing to work as a waiter, the young man wiped glasses and waited for new guests to meet them. This work was not easy for him, because he understood that if he worked as an adventurer, he would earn a lot more money. The owner of the establishment decided to ask the guy if he had seen Henry, but the young man exclaimed that he had not seen the guy today. As it turned out, this little imp left early in the morning without any warning, and it was unknown where exactly he went, which is why the woman was going to go into the city and look for him. But before that, the woman noticed that Merlin today looked more lethargic than usual. The embarrassed guy nevertheless decided to ask his sister if she knew anything about the profession of an adventurer. The woman began to remember that, according to the adventurers she met, this profession is very dangerous. In it you can not only get seriously injured, but even die. However, she could not say with particular accuracy, because her knowledge is superficial. There are still people who strive for freedom, that is, they become adventurers in order, for example, to reduce their sentence. The smart woman immediately guessed that Mr. Merlin was planning to do something similar in the future, and maybe he wanted to become an adventurer to complete quests with Miss Alice. Although this was indeed true, unfortunately, the young man had neither aura nor mana, and Alice did not want to offer him to the guild. Martha began to encourage the main character, and told him that he shouldn't say that, and most likely, he just didn't ask very well, he should try again, but with even more respect, and she would look forward to their collaboration with Miss Alice completing quests. However, something still worried the owner of the establishment, because she understood that she would lose such a good employee. Silencing her concerns, Martha asked Mr. Merlin that if he became an adventurer, they would not take on dangerous quests. Even though Merlin always carries a sword with him and wields it perfectly, after all, he has no aura or mana at all, so his attacks will be weak and he can be easily killed. Meanwhile, it started to rain heavily outside and lightning struck not far from the establishment. Although the weather suddenly became bad, the woman still went to find her son, and asked Merlin to look after the store. Looking up at the sky, the young man remembered the adventurers, and began to think about what exactly happened to those 3 silver-level adventurers who were drinking in this tavern not long ago. At the same time, someone gradually began to approach the city. This guy's gait was clumsy and slow. The wounded young man shouted in a hoarse voice that he needed help and tried to call someone to help. One of the guards immediately heard that a certain guy was calling for help, and decided to see who it was. A drunk man looked out the window and shouted that it was already late in the evening, and the gate was closed, which is why the stranger needed to get out of here. In great pain, the young man exclaimed that he was an adventurer who had left this city not long ago, and his teammates had died. That's all, he was left alone and he had a lot of wounds, which is why he needed help. As soon as the guards heard that this guy was wounded, they immediately ordered that the gate be opened. Thanks to the humanity of the people who lived in this city, the boy who was seriously wounded could be saved. As soon as the gates were open, the guy immediately fell to his knees, and the man asked him why he froze, because it was necessary to go beyond the city gates. The trembling adventurer began to apologize to the stranger, because he felt guilty. Starting to cry, the guy shouted that he was very sorry, because he just wanted to save his bride, and this was the only way to do it. Nobody knew why he was saying that, and as it turned out, it was a trap, since the goblin was already approaching the gate. The giant scoundrel exclaimed that this was indeed easier than he expected. The frightened guards immediately shouted that the goblins were attacking, and it was necessary to strengthen their defenses in order to resist these creatures. A large number of goblins were about to attack the castle, and the goblin mage controlled them all. The magician shouted that the city ahead was their prey, and they should kill all the men they saw. They did not need them, and the beautiful women needed to be captured. The warriors were ordered to go forward and collect as many beautiful girls as possible for their great emperor. Immediately after the command from the goblin mage, the goblin invasion began, and now the people were in a difficult situation. The wounded boy decided to turn to the goblin and said that he had helped them, as they agreed, fulfilled his part of the deal, so now it was their turn to return the bride. The evil magician looked at the guy and said that he was really grateful that he kept his end of the deal, but one should not think that they will return the beauty to him, because she has already become the slave of his imperial majesty. The girl gave her body, soul, and innocence. She forgot about the guy, and he should forget about her. The impudent goblin was going to strike in order to finish off the guy who was suffering so much from separation from his girl. All this time, the warrior only hoped that he would still be able to return his bride in some way. The malicious goblin did not care at all about any agreements, because they wanted to capture the city, and began to attack all the men who lived in the surrounding area. Due to the alarm in the city, people began to ring bells to warn others that danger was approaching. The whole city began to burn, the fire gradually spreading to houses. People were very scared, because no one understood what was happening and what exactly happened in the city. Looking out the window, the man assumed that the authorities had mobilized troops. But this was not so, because in fact the alarm was that the goblins were attacking the city. The malicious scoundrels could easily finish off any resident, since they were much stronger and more prepared than ordinary people. All the women were scared because of these terrible monsters, because no one knew what to do in this situation. The creatures continued to advance, and the poor people only screamed, trying to escape from the city. Due to the significant destruction of the city, panic began. Every resident tried to somehow save his life. Alice was eating apples at that time and did not understand why people were screaming so loudly. Some time later, the girl noticed that a column of smoke and also fire were visible not far from her. Alarmed, the lady still wanted to find out what was happening in the city right now. The worried girl began to run towards where the fire started in order to help people. The frightened residents continued to shout that everyone should run, because they were advancing. Looking at everything that was happening, Alice could not understand what had happened. The old man came closer to Alice and said that she needed to run away as soon as possible. The girl immediately decided to find out what was the matter, and whether it was really all about the fire, because she owns ice magic, so she can help. At the same time, someone shot an arrow to kill one of the city residents. This arrow hit the grandfather, who was standing not far from Alice. A murder took place before the lady's eyes, and she could not believe that someone was capable of something like that. The scoundrel who dared to do this turned out to be the goblin archer, who was laughing because he had killed another person. As he was about to shoot, the scoundrel started shooting at other residents, and they wanted to take the girl into slavery. Suddenly, the hand of one of the goblins gradually began to freeze, because Alice used her magical abilities. As the ice magic gradually spread throughout the goblin's body, he began to scream in pain because he could not feel his arms and legs. Soon after Goblin was completely frozen, his body literally exploded due to the temperature difference being too high. The evil monsters began to worry, because they saw that they had finally found a worthy opponent. Experiencing rage, the girl wanted to destroy literally all the goblins who dared to attack this innocent city. Looking at their opponent, the goblins began to attack using their weapons. They wanted to do everything possible to finish off the hero. Drawing her sword, Alice expected the goblins to attack and was about to repel their attack. According to the girl, not one of the goblins will have time to blink before they immediately die. The inglorious scoundrels did not care at all about this, and they continued to attack using their small daggers. The brave warrior tried to repel their attack, and used her sword to destroy each goblin. The lady's magical abilities were impressive, because thanks to them, she was easily able to destroy all the goblins that tried to attack her. On one of the roofs was a goblin archer who was about to fire his crossbow. The scoundrel shot an arrow, and it seemed that Alice was now in danger. But fortunately, thanks to her icy counting, the girl was able to repel the very arrow that was flying to kill her. These events immediately caused concern in the goblin, because he did not expect that the enemy was so strong. Thanks to magic, Alice developed ice wings, with which she protected her back. Alicia Claudia using her magical abilities, she flew into the air, because the wings could not only protect her. Now the girl had only one mission, namely, to restore justice. This could only be done if she sent all the monsters back to hell. Sensing danger, the monsters realized that the enemy was much stronger than they thought, which is why they needed to change their plan. But the little goblin commander shouted that the girl must be killed immediately, and all the goblins immediately began to fire their weapons. While trying to maneuver around the many arrows, the lady performed multiple strikes thanks to her magical abilities. All the attacking monsters were frozen, making them no longer able to cause trouble for anyone. At the same time, events continued to occur at the Moonlight Tavern. The women listened to their beloved chick, because he told them stories about how he captured a pirate ship. Suddenly, the young man heard someone nearby starting to shout that the city was being attacked. Sensing danger, the boy apologized to the girls, because it seemed to him that it was too noisy outside, and he would leave them for a while because he needed to investigate the situation. At that very second, someone broke down the door to the tavern and immediately wanted to go inside. This immediately caused anxiety for the main character, because he did not understand what was happening. As it turned out, it was an attack by goblins, and one of the villains entered the room. In fact, the goblin was not alone. 3 goblins immediately began to inspect the room in order to grab all the girls and finish off all the men. The frightened girls began to scream in horror and fear as they saw the goblins attacking. The evil creatures were going to grab the girls, because they had a mission that the magician himself had entrusted to them. Thus, the young man realized that these green misunderstandings were the culprits of that noise outside. Panic continued to spread throughout the city as all the residents gradually ran away, trying to escape the goblins. Excited Martha tried to find her son, and did not understand where he was. As it turned out, the kid was busy with something else at that time, and did not even know about the invasion of the city. The young man played with toys and said that his adventurer sister would teach him the most powerful sword technique in the future. Friends were impressed because of this, because they also wanted to learn how to be real adventurers. Suddenly, one of Henry's friends noticed that it was too noisy on the street. The children decided to look out the window and see what was happening in the city. Thus, thanks to good hearing, one of the friends discovered that the city had been invaded. At that same second, the baby heard his mother calling him and was walking down the street nearby. Martha continued to walk in the rain, and tried to find her son, because right now it was dangerous outside. The alarmed young man looked at his mother and immediately began to call her, saying that he was all right. Unexpectedly, the baby saw something terrible that he could not have expected. It turned out that there were several goblins not far from his mother who were about to attack. The evil creatures smiled maliciously, and it seemed that they were about to finish off the woman. Out of fear, the lady even broke her flashlight, because she did not expect to meet goblins on the street. The goblins instantly attacked the innocent woman and immediately began to tie her up so that she would not run away. All this happened right in front of her son. He immediately began to cry, because he understood that his mother was in danger. The determined guy decided to run downstairs in order to save his mother. But his friends began to stop him, because if he became a goblin, they would kill him. His friends needed Henry alive, because they only need girls, and they kill all men. All this time the guy tried to kick, because he wanted to save his mother. Feeling great fear for his beloved mother, the young man continued to scream, because he wanted to help her with all his might. The woman also began to cry, because she understood that she was in a hopeless situation and would not be able to resist such a large number of goblins. In the place where Martha was, only her umbrella remained, which lay lonely on the ground. Meanwhile, events continued to happen in the bar. One of the goblins flew through the window, breaking the glass in the process. It turned out that it was the main character who decided to fight the impudent goblins who dared to break into the bar. These goblins were truly deservedly called green underdeveloped creatures, because they did not even allow him to spend time with his precious guests. This is why Merlin Lucifer wanted to destroy absolutely all goblins, because they were ignorant. The frightened creature began to scream with all its might, because it understood that it was about to die. The young man didn't care at all about this, and he beat the scoundrel with a stool, making him suffer. Thanks to his physical strength, the guy managed to defeat absolutely all the goblins that attacked the bar. In fact, there were much more goblins than he thought. A large number of creatures began to approach them. Thus, the main character realized that the battle was still going on, and all these goblins wanted to die. The green creatures still did not know the strength of this guy, and did not understand who he really was. The goblin leader shouted that this guy must be killed. At that same second, a large number of villains began to attack, and the main character stood unshakable and watched everything that was happening. Smiling towards the goblins, the boy only thought about whether these weaklings really thought that they could cope with him. In order to defeat these scoundrels, all he had to do was draw his sword out a little to make an attack. This unusual attack was truly impressive, as it allowed the young man to destroy several dozen goblins with just one blow. All the goblins were shocked by these skills, as no one had ever seen such a thing before. Once the sword was back in its sheath, the blow should have taken effect. The villains began to have a strange feeling, as if they were beginning to swell from the inside. Each of the goblins had the feeling that they were getting fat before their eyes, and were about to explode. Due to the fact that such an unusual skill was used on the villains, they simply exploded and created a giant fireworks display. In another part of the city, people continued to run away and screamed in fear, because they could not do anything to oppose the villains. For the magician, this sight turned out to be funny, since he considered men to be pitiful creatures who were not capable of anything. Suddenly, one of the goblins arrived to the master and said that their army in the western part of the city had been completely destroyed. The goblin clearly did not expect this, and wanted to find out how it was completely destroyed, because only a bearer of the highest spiritual rank was capable of this. The alarmed goblin exclaimed that he felt no magic, no aura, no mana. This killer looks like an ordinary man with blonde hair and red eyes, and he is also handsome. Hearing this, the magician could not believe these words, since the servant called the enemy handsome. They, the goblin, only need human women, and they can only consider human women beautiful, not men. The alarmed goblin fell to his knees and began to say that the great magician was indeed right, and only women could be beautiful. The experienced fighter understood that in reality everything was not so simple. An ordinary person without mana and aura was able to kill their army in the western part of the city. This was indeed a strange phenomenon, and hardly possible for an ordinary person. The goblin also only saw how this guy pulled out his sword, and in just one instant, or in a few seconds, their entire western army was destroyed in an instant. Also, the army in the central part of the city was also completely destroyed, and their bodies were hung very high and impaled on ice peaks. This is tragic, and the one who did this is the bearer of the highest saint rank sword of ice. Experiencing a strong rage, the magician realized that their entire offensive was not going according to plan. The losses of their army were too great, and they must retreat as soon as possible. Thus, thanks to the efforts of Alice and Merlin, the magician shouted that the entire goblin army must retreat. But with so many human women they had captured today, the number of losses could be replenished in a shorter period of time. The remaining goblins gradually began to retreat, and took with them the slaves whom they managed to capture. Among the slaves was Martha, who only thought about her son and that everything would be okay with him. For Alice, the battle was still going on, and she was flying over the city in order to destroy absolutely all enemies. Suddenly, the girl noticed that absolutely all the goblins began to retreat, and heavy rain washed away their tracks, making it difficult to track where exactly they were going. The girl did not want to let the goblins leave with the kidnapped women. Suddenly, one of the giant goblins began to attack the girl, and swung a giant weapon at her. Trying to defend herself, Alice used her magical abilities and created an ice shield. But it was quite difficult to resist such a strong enemy, since he could easily destroy this shield. Due to such a strong blow, Alice was left defenseless and could no longer use her magical abilities at this time. The giant goblin was indeed much stronger than her, because he could easily destroy magical shields. Experiencing strong rage, the girl shouted that the goblin needed to go aside, otherwise she would definitely not take pity on him and would kill him with all cruelty. But for the creature, these were just ordinary threats that would not affect him in any way. The scoundrel realized that he was much stronger than this girl, and continued to attack. Meanwhile, Alice's magic was restored, and she again decided to attack with ice arrows. For the creature, this attack was quite painful, but still the giant goblin easily defended himself from the ice arrows. Although the creature was in great pain, it was still able to overcome such attacks with ease. Realizing that it was necessary to end this battle as quickly as possible, the girl continued to attack again. Thanks to her unshakable strength, Alice was able to defeat the giant, and literally punched right through him. The villain's body gradually began to freeze, causing the goblin to no longer be able to fight. Alicia Claudia defeated one of the toughest opponents of her life, bringing the fight to an end. But the battle itself was not yet won, since the goblins still had the captive. Looking around, the lady realized that the enemies had already retreated. Feeling guilty, the girl realized that she had allowed the goblins to escape along with all the women. This battle was truly terrible as a large number of innocent civilians died due to it. The goblins have captured the inhabitants of this city, so in the near future they have no one to rely on, which means that Alice must stay in this city for a while longer. The bell continued to ring and notified all residents that it was necessary to gather in the city center. Alarmed and wounded people wanted to understand what was going on and how they should proceed. Many people began to gather at the church to heal their wounds after the battle with the goblins. The mayor began his speech by saying that many people had been captured and taken to the back of the mountain, which is why he wanted to understand what people's thoughts were about this and how best to deal with this situation. Even he, as the mayor of this city, does not intend to make decisions and put forward his ideas alone in such a critical situation. One of the men said that it was better to just forget about the situation because there was nothing they could do. These goblins were simply terrible. There was a whole horde of them, 5 or 10 times more than them. If they took the women to their lair, then most likely they would definitely not be able to save them. Suddenly, Henry shouted, who notified everyone that those ugly goblins had taken his mother. And for the boy it was really strange that all the men refused to fight, since their relatives were also stolen, and he could not believe that no one was ready to go to the aid of women. The child believed that it was necessary to save all women. After all, they simply have to do this, because it is normal to risk their lives for the sake of those closest to them, and if they do not help women, then everyone will go to hell. Then, suddenly, some man interrupted the child's speech and told him not to talk nonsense. It turned out that it was a priest, and he was against what the child was saying. In fact, the priest was happy about everything that was happening, and said that everyone present would not go to hell, because the great goddess of light and mercy was on their side. The frightened mayor decided to ask the Holy Father if he had any way to solve this problem. Everyone began to pray and ask the Holy Father if he knew what to do in this situation. After thinking a little, the priest began to calm everyone down and said that he could solve this problem, and suggested that they forget about the kidnapped girls and pray to the goddess of light, and she, in turn, would forgive them this sin. The cowardly scoundrels immediately began to pray to the goddess of light, because they did not want to save the women. The priest insisted that they all know very well how many there are of their opponents, and fighting with so many in their lair is stupid, as if going to death is certain, so there is nothing left to do but abandon the women, but they can stay here and pray to the goddess Sveta. Right now they can piously pray to the goddess of light, and she in turn will help them save and bless their souls so that they do not go to hell. Thus, the men realized that if they bought a Bible and prayed every day, their wives would return home. One of the men behind said that he too was once captured by goblins. Many captives prayed to the goddess of light to get out of the goblin lair. All the people were simply shocked by such a statement, and really wanted to know if this man was in the goblin den. As soon as everyone present was convinced that the man was indeed a prisoner in the goblin's lair, everyone immediately wanted to purchase a Bible. But in fact, all this was just part of the plan in order to earn a lot of money. The priest and the man were in cahoots with each other, and thanks to this story they wanted to sell as many books as possible. The scoundrel shouted that the guys should not worry, because he was carrying dozens of blessed books with him, only 100 gold coins for one book. The quantity was limited, and it was necessary to buy them urgently. The men were as if possessed, and began to approach the priest to buy books, and only Henry understood that all these scoundrels were just cowards. And by listening to this scoundrel, they are only wasting precious time, because every minute the situation of the prisoners is getting worse, and the holy charlatan will definitely go to hell after death. Trembling with anger, the child realized that this was simply self-deception, and no one would be saved in the end. Suddenly, a girl came up to the boy and said that he did a really good job. As it turned out, it was Alice who ordered the hypocrite to throw his worthless tricks aside, and not dare to deceive these people. After all, they are in a hopeless situation. Angry, the priest began to shout that this girl was a heretic and should not be listened to. The man also wanted her not to slander their sacred religion, and called her a witch, which is why he wanted to burn her. But the scoundrel did not yet know that standing in front of him was Alicia Claudia, a gold-level adventurer and ex-hero of the 233rd generation of heroes of the Holy Throne. People really didn't expect this, because they didn't know that there was a hero in their city. All this very frightened the priest, because he did not understand how to proceed. In fact, the priest began to mock the girl, since the 233rd generation of heroes became the worst generation of heroes in history. She brought only shame to the Holy Throne. Not only was she defeated during the crusade against the Demon King, she also joined on good terms with Lucifer. Alice didn't really plan to talk about the past here. She was only here to force the priest to stop deceiving people who were already in a very problematic situation. If His Holiness knew that the priest was encouraging people here to remain neutral and abandon their relatives to their fate, he would most likely be very disappointed. That is why Alice wanted to do everything possible to ensure that the priest made people think differently. The brave girl began to threaten the scoundrel with her blade, so that he would really come to his senses and stop profiting from people. If a man thinks that prayer is the way out, then he needs to start praying now, and they will see whether he dies by the sword or not, and whether he dares to use his life as an argument that prayer is indeed the way out. All this time the scoundrel was silent, and only after Alice finished speaking did he immediately fall to his knees. The insolent man began to bow down to the girl and apologized because he was a lying charlatan. Alice knew that all people are afraid of death, and even if their loved ones were kidnapped by goblins, they still do not want to act rashly, but they must realize that prayer is a useless spiritual consolation, and they are simply reassuring themselves with useless hopes. But simply doing nothing and leaving women in trouble is the act of a coward. All people must understand that the goddess of light will not help cowards, and they will all definitely go to hell. The heroine knew that in this world there are a lot of impossible things that at first glance may seem impossible, but when relatives, or close friends and neighbors expect to be saved, then all men must at least do something. Henry was really impressed with how little sister performed and knew that she was very cool. That is why all residents had only two options, exactly how to act. The first option was that one could live until remorse became unbearable and death occurred. And the second option was that you could take the sword and rebel against these goblins. Turning to the mayor, the girl wanted to know if he could tell him where exactly the lair was located. The man would have happily told the girl exactly where this lair was located, but he knew that the Goblin Emperor had already reached Saint rank. In fact, this was not scary for the lady, and she asked to tell about the location of the Goblin lair. Meanwhile, events continued to occur at the Moonlight Tavern. The main character tried to console all the women who were still in the tavern. The boy also tried to calm down the beautiful ladies, because if he is next to them, then they are completely safe. Each of the girls present literally begged the chick to protect them. One of the visitors said that Sister Martha went outside to find her beloved little one, but she still had not returned. Suddenly, someone re-entered the tavern, but it was already a man. Gendry was angry with Merlin because he stayed in the tavern all the time and did absolutely nothing. The young man immediately decided to ask the child where he ran away and where his mother was currently located, but the little guy was not going to answer the scoundrel, and immediately entered his room. Feeling a strong rage towards the goblins, the young man wanted to do everything possible to finish them off. In the child's opinion, Uncle Merlin didn't need to know what he would do next, because now Henry was going to save his mother. Hearing this, the guy could not believe that this really happened, and those green misunderstandings grabbed Sister Martha. The determined child began to run, and ordered Uncle Merlin not to interfere, because he was already running to save his mother. The hero decided to stop the boy and asked why he was in such a hurry, because now he was going to certain death, and first he needed to prepare. An angry Henry started screaming to be let go, because he wants to save his mother. Merlin wanted to talk honestly with the child, because right now he was in no condition to help his mother alone, and it was better to tell him about the whole situation in more detail. Starting to cry, the child insisted that it was all because of him, and it was his fault that his mother was captured by the goblins who attacked their city, and he must save her and will kill the goblins with his father's sword. Trying to help in this situation, the guy wanted to stop the child, because he was still weak and would in no way be able to cope with the horde of goblins. Stepping aside, the child began to repeat that he had once promised his dad something. The promise was that when his father is gone, he will be the man in charge, so now Henry must protect his mother. These words really shocked the main character, because he did not expect the child to be so loyal and brave. Merlin immediately had memories of his childhood, because he was also once a child. These memories were very good, because the guy lay carefree not far from his mother, and thought about how much he loved her. Little Merlin decided to turn to his mother in order to tell her something. The brave guy exclaimed that when he grows up, he will definitely protect his mother. For the mother, these words were indeed very pleasant, because she understood that she had raised a worthy son. There was a smile on the protagonist's face, because the memories were indeed pleasant. But looking at Henry, Merlin realized that he was still very weak and incapable of fighting. Because of this, the hero became angry, since this inspired fool caused him a lot of trouble. The frightened women saw the young man so angry for the first time, and did not understand why he behaved this way. The smart guy tried to calm the women down and asked them to stay in this tavern until dawn and leave only in the morning. After all, even Lucifer sometimes felt that it was necessary to be a hero, and this was not so bad. The fortification around the famine was still burning, and the inhabitants gradually began to gather in order to join the fight. Alice was already moving towards the goblin camp in order to try to save the innocent women. Suddenly, the girl heard that someone was trying to talk to her. It turned out that it was the same wounded soldier who brought the goblins here. Seeing this guy, Alice wanted to find out if everything was okay with him, and asked her to save her strength, because she was going to go after the residents of the city to cure him. Trembling from powerlessness, the young man nevertheless decided to take a look at the girl who was communicating with him. Thus, he realized that this girl was a gold-level adventurer named Alice. Grabbing the girl's hand, the young man asked her to promise him something. He really wanted Alice to save his bride, who was with the goblins. The boy was very apologetic, since he could not save his bride on his own. Unable to bear such behavior on the part of the guy, Alice shouted that he should raise his head, because adventurers must always preserve their honor and dignity. The determined lady nevertheless realized that it was necessary to deprive the poor guy of the title of adventurer. The heroine also decided to find out the name of this poor young man's bride. Her name was Avra. Thus, Alice promised that Aura would personally return the adventurer badge for the young man tomorrow. Communicating with the adventurer, the guy could not believe that this was really true, since he did not expect the lady to help him. Afterwards, he shouted to the girl that the Goblin Emperor is a very powerful creature. He has already reached the saint rank, and he should be careful. Saint rank is really dangerous, and the girls have already said this many times, but it couldn't make her change her mind. These words will not influence her decision in any way, because when she hears them, she will not change her mind and will not give up. Even if she falls into despair, Alicia Claudia will still continue to fight to the last. This girl always hopes for the best because she is a hero. Meanwhile, events continued to occur inside the underground goblin mausoleum. A large number of girls were tied up, and goblins were on duty around them so that the captive could not escape. Among the girls was Martha, who kept thinking about her son and what fate awaited him. The Goblin Emperor was very pleased that he now had a huge number of concubines, and he wanted to know how to thank the magician. Gargamel said that he did not need any reward, and it was his greatest honor to serve the king. The party of girls was really good, and the king ordered them to be taken to the far prison cell so that they could wait for him to take water procedures, and then he would have proper fun with them. The magician also made sure that people did not make a surprise attack on their fortifications. That is why Gargamel ordered goblins to stand guard near the entrance to the cave. The evil goblin understood that people are very emotional creatures and would want to bring their females back to the city. In this regard, the goblins began to be on duty around the clock in order to identify violators. Suddenly, one of the goblins spotted someone using a spyglass. The soldier immediately decided to report to the magician that some white thing was moving in their direction. This white thing did not look like a demonic beast, and it seemed like it was an opponent. All the soldiers were shocked by this turn of events, since they did not expect that revenge would overtake them so quickly. That same unfamiliar beast turned out to be a female swordsman who possessed ice magic. Dragging with anger, the magician ordered the giant goblins to be called here to teach the impudent girl a lesson. But it was already too late, as the girl attacked and killed many goblins. It was not difficult for Alice to finish off the goblins who stood near the entrance to the castle. The brave girl began to move deeper into the cave, and exclaimed that, apparently, the goblins were over. Determined, Alice wanted to do everything possible to save all the women. This made the magician very angry, and he understood that he was now using all possible efforts to finish off this hero. Using fire magic, the scoundrel was about to make a powerful attack just to prevent Alice from going inside the cave. The heroine did not want to tolerate such an attitude, and shouted for the scoundrel to get out. The lady kicked the scoundrel right in the face with all her might, causing his teeth to start falling out. From the force of the blow, the goblin literally crashed into the wall, which is why he could no longer continue the battle. The frightened goblins did not understand what to do in this situation, since they did not see Gargamel suffer from the attacks of an ordinary person. All this time, Alice was closely watching the goblins who were approaching her. Realizing that it was necessary to move on, the girl froze the villains and began to make her way deeper into the cave. Looking around, the lady did not understand why there was not a single opponent around her. Suddenly, the wall gradually began to crack, and it was heard that someone was approaching. The girl immediately felt something was wrong and realized that her life would soon be in danger. And this was indeed the case, as two giant goblins broke the wall and decided that it would be a good idea to attack together. The first villain began to swing a giant sledgehammer in order to make a blow. Fortunately, the goblin's initial attack was missed, and the nimble girl dodged. The goblins did not yet know how strong Alice was, because they only saw how she defeated the little goblins. Using her magical attack, the girl was able to freeze the goblins' limbs, which is why they could no longer continue the battle. The magic sword helped her in battle and froze enemies while touching them. Thus, Alice realized that these goblins are the last stronghold of guarding the entrance to their lair. If their lives are dear to them, then they must get out of here. Meanwhile, events continued to take place on the street, where a large number of people gathered to take revenge. Many people grabbed all their weapons and headed towards the goblin lair, where their wives and relatives were. Unfortunately, the impudent goblins were already waiting for the people, because they understood that the men would still want their wives back. The impudent scoundrels began to attack people in order to prevent them from getting further. At the same time, Lord Gargamel gradually began to regain consciousness after Alice kicked him hard. The worried goblins told the magician that their situation was very bad, since the inhabitants of the city were attacking them. The goblin clearly did not expect this, because he did not understand whether the residents really decided to attack the goblin shelter. But it was the truth, and all the men from the city were heading to the cave to avenge the attack. This turn of events incredibly angered the magician, which is why he wanted to finish off absolutely everyone with the help of his magic. The mayor also participated in the attack, and addressed the residents, since now they were almost at the entrance to the goblin's lair. If they suddenly broke through, they would be here waiting for Miss Alice to join, and then they would inflict a crushing defeat on the goblins. According to the magician, people are not his rivals, since they are ordinary peasants, armed with pitchforks and chair legs, which is why they cannot compare with their noble warriors. Not far from one of the city residents, a fire arose, which gradually began to engulf everything around. I don't understand what's happening. The man looked at this fire and thought that it was harmless. In fact, it turned out to be the demonic magic of a goblin who attacked the human army. The frightened people began to understand, and their fighting spirit was lost as they saw that magic was being used against them. Looking at everything that was happening, Merlin Lucifer could not believe that someone could use such a large wall of fire. I turned to one of the residents. The young man wanted to know if he had seen an asshole named Henry, who is the son of the owner of the Moonlight Tavern, but as it turned out, children were forbidden to go camping, which is why he shouldn't be here. Thus, the young man realized that this young prankster had arrived at the mountain alone long before the main troops of the city. The frightened mayor began to turn to the young man, and shouted that there was a goblin inside the lair, who had already reached the saint rank, and should be given to the swordsman with silver hair and ice malt. Turning to the man, Lucifer realized that he was talking about Alice, but she was just an opponent he had defeated in the past, and only that she had no merits, except that she was a little pretty, and blushed very cutely when she was embarrassed. This really shocked the man, because he didn't expect that this guy was Alice's opponent in the past. Determined, Lucifer took out his sword and wanted to use his magical abilities to end this battle. Raising his sword, the guy literally deactivated the fire magic, which caused the wall of fire to collapse. Seeing this, all the residents of the city were simply shocked, because they did not expect that a simple guy was capable of such a thing. Thanks to his skills, Merlin was able to penetrate the wall of fire. After which, the passage was closed, and all residents remained behind a wall of fire. The alarmed man began to remember that he had once seen the silhouette of this guy. His aura was exactly the same as that of the great swordsman who had destroyed a dangerous gang of red-bearded pirates in the port of Elgin 6 months ago. Many people admired this guy's strength at the same time. After all, he single-handedly kept the entire imperial army of Britannia in fear and apprehension. Residents of the city simultaneously despised him, because he earned money as a prostitute, who consoled girls with his speeches and got them drunk. Thus, the city residents realized that this was probably the same person. The goblin knew that the crowd of Lobak outside would not be able to cross his wall of fire, so now they had one more important thing to do. The scoundrel ordered the goblin to take the guards and quickly bring that girl with silver hair to him, because they should not bother his majesty. But the goblin did not understand how this was possible, and how they could neutralize this girl, because only the Goblin King was capable of this. Angry, the magician shouted that he himself could defeat this scoundrel who had snuck into the cave. Suddenly, someone nearby decided to address the magician, saying that the night was truly excellent. The frightened scoundrel looked around and could not understand how the guy managed to get through his curtain of fire, and even without any burns. Smirking, Merlin continued to approach the villain, and he said that he is an amazing talent, and makes everyone and everything fall in love with him just by looking at him, and is also the best employee of the Moonlight Tavern. Looking at this guy, the goblin could not believe that he was really strong, and ordered to show him true strength. But in reality, this stranger had no mana or aura, which made him seem like he was trash. Because of this, the magician began to mock the guy because he considered him a weak loser. Experiencing strong rage towards the main character, the magician wanted to strike in order to finish off the stranger. But when the fireball hit the young man, he simply shook himself off, as if he didn't care at all. This turn of events made the goblin nervous, as he had never seen anyone react to his blow like that in his life. The young man was indeed very strong, but still had not shown his true strength. The magician could not understand how this happened, and what kind of technique it was that could deal with his fire like this, because it was the demonic power of the flame that could not be easily overcome. The scoundrel was about to strike again, and used his magical abilities to gather all the fire together. This fire was collected into a giant fire tornado in order for Merlin Lucifer to feel the true power of the goblin. The evil enemy continued to laugh and shouted that the fire tornadoes should turn this arrogant bastard into ashes. But even this blow was easily prevented by the hero, since it was much stronger than the goblin himself thought. Experiencing misunderstanding, the magician cannot understand how this is possible. As Lucifer continued to fight, he exclaimed that he couldn't help but praise the goblin for single-handedly sending 2 different types of magic at him, but even so, his attacks were too weak. In addition, Merlin really liked it when a small weak bug jumps in front of him and tries with all his might to grab onto life, especially if such a bug imagines itself to be God knows what, because the magician overestimated his strength. That is why the main character shouted that now the weakling needs to fall asleep forever. Taking out his sword, the young man made a blow that could not be tracked. Instantly, the goblin began to experience severe pain that he had never felt before. With the last of his strength, the goblin shouted that the guy could not kill him, because he was a strong opponent. But according to the main character, this magician is too weak and does not deserve to pull the sword out of its sheath. And with immunity to any type of magic and invulnerability in close combat, it will be very difficult to find a worthy opponent. That is why the main character was going to go further into the lair, because the next goal was right here. Some time later, events continued to occur in the fortress where the goblins were on duty. All the women were sealed in a prison and kept in a giant cage. Suddenly, someone knocked the goblin to the floor, and he began to scream in pain. Immediately after this, the stranger cut down the lock to the prison, and thus all the girls were free. It turned out that it was Alice who came to the rescue to save all the slaves. The alarmed girls immediately began to run away because they feared that they would be captured again and made slaves. Miss Martha approached Alice and wanted to ask her if everything was all right with her son Henry. The girl decided to reassure her worried mother and said that Henry was fine, he was in the city and was waiting for her return. The woman was really very glad that her son was okay, and even began to cry, but they needed to hurry, because if they didn't hurry, then more enemies might come here. With all their might, the women began to shout that everyone needed to leave here, because now they were free. While trying to find another slave, Alice started screaming about whether the girls had seen her. Luckily, nearby, a girl who had been captured earlier called her names. Alice was really glad that she was able to find this girl, because in this way she could fulfill her promise. Not expecting such a turn of events, the girl was shocked because she thought that her fiancé was already dead. In fact, the girl was also still in shock because the enemy was right behind Alice. The smart hero immediately pushed away the innocent girl, because the battle was about to begin. At that same second, the giant monster struck Alice with all his might with his sword. Because of this, the girl flew several tens of meters to the side and hit the wall. From such a strong blow, the lady experienced incredible pain, because she had never met such a strong opponent. The ladies were greatly alarmed that Mistress Alice had been harmed by the scoundrel. As it turned out, it was the Demon King who would have to deal with this misunderstanding himself. The king kept all the girls in fear, since they were now slaves again. Now the villain shouted that the girls will not run away from here, and they still have a lot of fun ahead, and he will definitely catch them, and if anyone still tries to escape, he will destroy them. The worried ladies began to worry that they might get hurt while running away. Unexpectedly, Alice used a magical technique, thanks to which she imprisoned the Goblin King in a magical prison. With the last of her strength, she used magic only so that the girls could escape, because as long as her heart was beating, she would not allow the goblin to harm anyone. Determined, Alice wanted to do everything possible to save the slaves, but for the king it was a weak trap, and a rat of the highest order would not be able to imprison him in a cage of ice. Using her magical abilities, the lady again made an icy strike on the villain. Thanks to the magic of ice, the king was trapped and it seemed that he could not get out. Alice also decided to call a girl named Saihyo in order to give her something. This was the same adventurer badge that was intended specifically for the lady, because now the girls need to take this badge to their fiancé. In great pain from the blow, Alice exclaimed that Saihyo should take heart because her fiancé was still waiting for her outside. As soon as they escape from here, this nightmare will end and they can all return to a peaceful life. Holding the trophy adventurer badge in her hands, the girl began to cry because she really missed her boyfriend. But Alice believed that Saihyo would be able to reunite with her beloved and marry him. They could have children, so the girls needed to pluck up courage and take everyone away from here. Immediately after this, the heroine began to create a magical ice barrier in order to protect the girls from the villain. The alarmed lady saw that the heroine wanted to sacrifice herself in order to protect the others. The Goblin King turned out to be a demonic creature as his eyes began to glow a bright scarlet light. The scoundrel noticed that Alice really decided to sacrifice herself to stop him, but she didn't even know these girls, and he, as the Goblin King, was seeing a person like her for the first time. That is why the king decided to give the girl a choice, and she had two options in total. The first option was that she would have to give up her sword and become his princess, or fight him to the last drop of blood. But Alice did not listen to this goblin, and exclaimed that she was choosing the second option anyway. Because of this, the king began to laugh, because he realized that the girl was refusing a wonderful offer. Alicia Claudia did not want to listen to this loser's chatter, and was going to use her magical powers to finish him off. These abilities only made the king laugh, because in his opinion these were desperate efforts, and he thought that she would attack him with some kind of huge ice stake, but in the end he received only a cold drizzling rain. Blowing a kiss, the girl said that she would give the big guy the opportunity to die from her blade. As soon as the girl said these words, memories from her childhood immediately began to appear in her head. Alice recalled what it was like for her when she trained in the art of sword fighting as a child. The teacher had previously told her that she must learn this skill, because it would be the key to a desperate attack when she found herself in a hopeless situation. Thus, Alice realized that she would just have to rely on a normal attack, and she did not believe that she would be able to hit any saint rank holder with it. To this, the experienced sage replied that Alice should understand that most holy rank holders are members of human society, but if she still manages to hit this blow directly to the heart, then there is a very high probability of inflicting a fatal blow. In addition, they are a tribe of snowy mountains, they have magic and martial arts, relying on spiritual energy, so if Alice attacks with this blow to any part of the body, pouring enough spiritual energy into it, then even if the opponent does not die, he will receive a very serious injury. The weak point of the bearer of the holy rank depended on his intelligence and wisdom, and also on the effect of a surprise attack. You can add poison mixed with spiritual energy, you can threaten, and then take hostage. If nothing works, then you can use feminine charm, seduce and hit. Using the advice of the great master, Alice began to act and was about to make that very blow. Using her sword, the girl swung it with all her might to hit the villain's weak spot. Meanwhile, events continued to happen in the dungeon, where Henry fell to the floor along with his sword. The giant orc mocked the guy, because he considered him a small rat that had snuck into their lair. But as soon as the villain found out that the boy had come for his mother, he immediately decided to finish him off, since he was just a child. Henry began to cry because of this, because he understood that he might now die. But fortunately, after a few seconds the orc did not strike back, and it seemed that now there was no danger. Opening his eyes, Henry saw Merlin bravely fighting the enemy. With just one blow, the evil monster was defeated, and the boy was no longer in danger. For the young man, this was indeed an unexpected sight, since he did not expect Uncle Merlin to help him. Thus, the boy realized that his uncle was very strong. He did not conduct any combat operations, and only with the help of one technique he instantly destroyed the enemy. Looking at Henry, Merlin said that he really tried and almost defeated that goblin, so he gave him 99 points out of 100, but since he ran away to such a dangerous place alone, he deducted the given 99 points. As a result, the hero discovered that the boy's score during the battle was 0 points out of 100. At this time, Henry was still in shock because he didn't expect Uncle Merlin's sword technique to be so powerful. So from the very beginning, Uncle Merlin did not lie to him when he so praised his technique of quick decapitation, and the boy turned out to be stupid, because he considered the hero an arrogant liar. After looking around, the guy decided to ask the child if everything was okay. Suddenly, Henry grabbed the main character's leg, and shouted that he was fine, after which he literally begged to teach him the technique of quick decapitation. Merlin began to refuse, because he had already offered to learn this technique, and the child had refused all this time, and even this was somehow rude, since it was already quite late to learn. Suddenly, someone nearby was surprised to see Henry and Merlin. It turned out that these were women who had already escaped from the dungeon and were not far from the exit. Martha was very glad that she met her beloved son, and immediately went to hug him. The alarmed woman also asked the guy to run and help Alice because she was in danger. The girl fought the Goblin Emperor alone. She sacrificed herself in order to save them, and Marta was afraid that he was too strong for her. Meanwhile, the battle with the king continued, and Alice was defeated. The evil scoundrel laughed evilly because he had an advantage on the battlefield. Even Alice herself began to panic, because she understood that the enemy was much stronger. The Goblin King realized that the blizzard that his opponent created was just a trick to divert his eyes, and finally caught it. But in fact, the king was surprised, because the girl quickly jumped up and down, managed to infuriate him so much in such a short time, and since she was ready to fall in battle, he wanted to know why she still decided to retreat. Alice continued to remain silent, and the king could not stand it, and in order for her to speak, he squeezed her with his fist with all his strength. The girl began to scream in pain, and this piercing scream could be heard literally throughout the entire dungeon. Martha continued to beg the protagonist to help Lady Alice because she was fighting the Goblin Emperor alone. After thinking a little, the boy still realized that if he saved Alice, then the chances would increase that she would vouch for him so that he could become an adventurer. The tavern owner also exclaimed that if the young man helps Alice, she will increase his salary by half a month. But such a proposal already offended the main character, since he did not understand who they took him for, as if they thought that he was greedy, and a person who was ready to do anything for money. The woman did not even make excuses, because she really believed that the young man was very greedy. After thinking a little, the boy still said that his feelings and sympathy for Miss Alice could not be destroyed by some money. Everyone was glad that the hero was heading to help Alice, and wanted him to return alive and teach Henry his techniques. These words of support made the guy very happy, because he understood that at least someone really needed him. He even agreed to teach Henry, but only on the condition that he would take care of his mother and take her to a safe place, and he, in turn, would go to that stupid girl and help her. The battle continued, and the insolent king tortured Alice with all his might in order to inflict maximum injuries on her. According to the scoundrel, the girl had a beautiful expression on her face, and her moans were good. With each passing second he became more and more interested in her. Trying to resist, Alice thought of a plan that would help her get out of here. Having made a surprise attack, the girl was about to break free from the bonds of the villain. The attack was indeed unexpected, since the king did not expect that a block of ice would fall on top of him. As it turned out, there were a huge number of ice blocks on the ceiling, which were supposed to hit the enemy directly. Many fragments began to fall straight onto the king, causing him to scream in pain. While receiving damage, the impudent man released the girl from his hand, which is why she was now free. Looking at his opponent, the king could not understand why the girl allowed herself to treat him this way. In fact, this was the result of her disdain for the Goblin King, and now she would let him thoroughly test the snowy mountain sword technique. Deciding to strike, Alice rushed into battle and ran straight towards the enemy with all her might. Such an unexpected attack confused the ogre, and he realized that he still needed to continue to resist the blows. The first blow wounded the giant quite badly, causing him to start screaming in pain. The second blow struck the villain's head, and it seemed that the Orc King was now defeated. The third blow was called a huge ice spike, thanks to which Alice was supposed to complete this battle. The villain began to scream in anger and pain, because he did not expect that an ordinary person could defeat him. The wounded girl watched her opponent and wanted to understand if he was really dead. After observing the enemy for a bit, she still realized that the battle was finally over. Suddenly, magical rays began to appear behind the girl and approached the enemy. Looking around, the lady still wanted to understand what was the matter, because this radiance looked very strange. It turned out that the enemy began to recover, and thanks to this magical light, his wounds were healed. Because of this, Alice was shocked, because she had never seen anything like this before. Thus, after a few seconds, the king was able to fight again, and was ready for battle. The giant began to laugh evilly because he saw that the girl was disappointed, because she thought that she had won this battle. Frightened Alice wanted to understand why her enemy did not die, because she pierced his heart, and even those of holy rank are not able to withstand this blow. These words only made the rascal laugh because he wanted to tell something. The king talked about how a goblin's heart is on the right side, not the left, and it seems that Alice has never read books about goblins. This is what knowledge changes fate, but Alice was right. Because of his contempt, the king underestimated her, and in the future he will not be so supportive, which is why the girl should not expect mercy. Realizing that it was necessary to continue the fight, the girl was about to act. At that same second, the evil giant began to attack, and took out his giant sword to strike again. I'm trying to resist. The girl used an attack with a magical ice wall. Continuing the battle, the king realized that the insignificant ice barrier would not be able to block the attack of the Goblin King, and it really didn't help as Alice was attacked by a giant sword. After such a strong blow, the girl was unconscious and fell to the floor. Taunting Alice, the king shouted that she would now be his slave for the rest of her life. This did not suit the heroine, and she wanted to do everything possible to destroy the villain, but her strength left her. Suddenly, the king noticed that another enemy was approaching him and wanted to fight. This stranger was so impudent that he began to carry away the girl without fighting the king. This was a real insult to the giant, as another rat had snuck into his domain. Looking at his hand, the scoundrel noticed that it was completely missing. As it turned out, Merlin made such a quick attack that the king did not even notice it. Continuing to carry Alice in his arms, the guy did not understand why she did this for the sake of strangers. It's as if the girl didn't have an awareness of the value of her own life, which is why she really is frivolous. Having placed the girl in a safe place, the young man understood that they had met not long ago after such a long lag, so he could not let her die. The brave warrior was not going to condemn Alice, and wanted her to rest properly, because now he was going to finish off the big guy who had previously fought with her. Opening her eyes, the lady began to see her hero, who came to her aid. Alice even thought that this guy was so strong and determined. Even from the back he looked powerful, and did he really come here to save her, like when she found herself in a dangerous situation? Closing her eyes, the girl kept thinking that Mr. Swordsman Elgin had come to her aid. With the last of her strength, Alice exclaimed that she loved her hero very much. Turning around, the young man began to think that these words were addressed specifically to him. Meanwhile, the king was approaching and was about to attack the intruder. The king mocked the guy and shouted that he came here to fight and not talk, and they should continue this game of fighting to the death. The main character immediately looked into the eyes of his enemy in order to understand how strong he really was. All this time the emperor thought that only one rat had entered his palace, but as it turned out, another one appeared. The villain also noticed that the young man managed to cut off his right hand before he could react, and apparently he has extraordinary skill. But the absence of a limb did not prevent the king from restoring it, since he had such a gift. When the giant was enraged, he could instantly heal from any injuries. Looking at the young guy, the king could not understand what he was thinking when he challenged the great goblin king. It was like going to certain death. Laughing, Merlin Lucifer exclaimed that no matter what opponent stood in front of him, he could easily kill him if he drew his sword, and if the king thought that he could defeat him, he was very mistaken. This was a real challenge for the goblin king, and he grinned because he wanted to test how strong his opponent was. About to attack, the giant began to act and swung his giant sword. The blow was aimed directly at Merlin, and it seemed as if he had suffered from such a powerful weapon. In fact, the main character easily managed to avoid this attack, and he stopped the sword with his bare hands. Looking at his opponent, the king could not believe that he really managed to put up a powerful blow against him, which is why he wanted to find out what the guy's name was. Throwing away the scoundrel's sword, Merlin asked the king what his rank was, and this rank was very low, so he has no right to know his name. That is why the king was going to introduce himself first. He is one of the 13 emperors of the Goblin clan. I dare to call myself the most talented among all. After a while he will launch a larger attack. He needs these girls in order to put together a huge army. But, extending his hand, the goblin offered cooperation to the main character, and said that he could make him his deputy, and would put a huge army under his guardianship. Not every goblin is awarded such an honor. Such a proposal only caused laughter from the young man, because the king tried to lure him to his side, as if he was afraid of him. In this world, no one can defeat Lucifer, therefore, no one is worthy of taking him as his pawn, and even if the goddess of light herself asks to become her deputy, he will still refuse. With his proposal, the king insulted the status of the main character, and he felt very insulted, so he will turn his enemy into fertilizer for the garden. These words caused true rage in the emperor, which is why he was about to launch another attack. With all his might, the impudent man jumped several tens of meters up and exclaimed that since his opponent did not want to cooperate, he was destined to die. According to the young man, such a jump was indeed impressive. Since the enemy was fat as a pig, it was able to jump so high. Getting even more angry, the scoundrel realized that he had to teach his enemy a lesson and should send him straight to hell. Due to this, the great Goblin King used his most powerful move, namely the Thunder Club. This attack was truly impressive in power as it caused half of the castle to be destroyed. The king was proud of this attack, because it was his pride. Even the holder of the highest rank is not able to withstand it. After its action even the enemy's body does not remain. But as it turned out, the young man was still alive, and was standing right on his opponent's weapon. Laughing at such an attack, Merlin Lucifer exclaimed that it was now his turn to attack. This blow was much stronger than the Goblin King's strongest attack, and now with just one attack, the giant monster was defeated. Looking back, the king admitted defeat, and realized that his enemy was not only able to avoid his strongest blow, but also struck back after it, and this is worthy of admiration. Feeling severe pain, the goblin also realized that the damage had exceeded the limit of possible restoration, but it was not at all clear how this was possible. After the blow, the young man said that he was curious who could have caused such a disturbance, perhaps some powerful king, but it turned out to be this loser who was a pathetic pig, and he was very disappointed. Before his death, the king wanted to find out who his opponent was, because some stranger cannot be so powerful, and he must be a celebrity. Having sheathed his sword, Merlin Lucifer said that the king was mistaken, and he was not very strong. It was just that the enemy was too weak, so weak that he did not deserve to bear the title of king, and also did not deserve to be called worthy of him enemy. Looking at the scoundrel's body, the young man realized that he was finally defeated. Although this battle did not last long, and as always passed quickly, but he, after all, was the bearer of the highest saint rank, so the pain from his heart curse would be alleviated for a while. Meanwhile, a wall nearby began to collapse after another powerful blow, and behind the wall there was a huge amount of gold coins, which were carefully hidden by the goblins. As soon as the guy thought that it was time to return that stupid girl, he still decided to turn around to see what was behind the wall. And as soon as he looked at the place where the wall stood, he was pleasantly surprised, because he saw a treasury of goblins. Such a huge amount of coins beckoned him, and he felt great. After this amount his dream had to be fulfilled, and he could only eat and wait for the day of his death. But unfortunately, the dreams were abruptly interrupted as a brick fell directly on the hero's head. Looking up, he noticed that the building was gradually beginning to collapse. Thus, the boy realized that their battle, together with that fat belly, had caused the dungeon to begin to collapse. If he tries really hard, his dexterous hands and feet will be able to carry more than half of all these treasures from here, but it will take some time, so he definitely won't have time to save this stupid girl. Merlin himself will be fine, but if she is in his place, she will definitely be buried alive by all these ruins, and will undoubtedly die. That is why the main character faced a difficult choice, and he began to choose between wealth and Alicia Claudia. The building began to collapse, and with the last of his strength the guy rushed to escape. The brave man decided to save the girl, who at that moment was unconscious and could not move on her own. Alice was a burden to him, and now she owed him hundreds of millions of gold coins, and when they returned, if she did not introduce him to the Adventurers Guild, then he would take revenge for it. Meanwhile, the men had already reached the cave and saw their women coming out of it. The girls were incredibly happy that they managed to get out of this hell. Thus, thanks to Alice's efforts, many girls managed to escape. Suddenly, the mayor discovered that something terrible was happening in the cave and asked everyone to take a look at it. As it turned out, the man noticed that the cave literally exploded, and probably no one survived due to the explosion. Alarmed people began to understand that the mountain had collapsed, and Alice was in the cave with Merlin. Anxious Henry also knew that Uncle Merlin and his big sister were in danger. Fortunately, Martha decided to calm the boy down and said that they should not worry about them, since Merlin is a very strong person. Like him, he will not die from some kind of collapse. The boy immediately listened to his mother and believed in her words, because he knew that Merlin was indeed very strong. Suddenly, someone began to emerge from the resulting smoke after the collapse of the mountain. Merlin and Mistress Alice, who was still unconscious, emerged from the entrance to the collapsed cave. People could not believe that the heroes and the girl were saved, and were very glad that they survived. But the main character was upset, because he understood that he would no longer be able to return those same gold coins from the treasury. Some time later, events continued to occur again in the Moonlight Tavern. The wounded Alice lay on the bed and regained her strength, because she felt quite bad. Looking at the girl, the young man understood that she was really stupid and very seriously wounded, and if she was not cured, she could die. Smiling maliciously, the guy also understood that Alice usually treated him badly without any respect, and now she was lying unconscious right in front of him, and he could do whatever he wanted to her. However, he never thought that her body could ever arouse interest. The boy came to his senses and realized that he would not use this opportunity further, since in such a situation the girl simply needed treatment, and if she did not show the injury to the doctor, she would not be able to heal on her own. A few hours later, Alice finally came to her senses, and it seemed that she was already feeling better. As soon as the girl woke up, she immediately noticed that she was changed. After thinking a little, Alice realized that she didn't remember anything at all, and didn't even know what happened. The last thing she remembered was how she was attacked by the Goblin Emperor's mace, and then the legendary swordsman Elgin appeared. Meanwhile, Mrs. Martha came in and was glad that Alice had finally woken up. Because of her anxiety, the tavern owner did not sleep all night, but now that she has seen that the girl is all right, she can breathe a sigh of relief. The wounded girl was really very sorry, but she still understood that she could not heal on her own. The lady also said that Alice was brought here from the Goblin Palace last night and had serious injuries. If Mr. Merlin had not intervened, the girl could have simply died, which greatly shocked her. The tavern owner also hinted to the girl that she should finally forgive the young man, since he saved her life. Although she understood Alice's situation, she was a young girl and she also needed to find herself a boyfriend, and Merlin was ideal for this. These words made Alice literally cry, because she hated Merlin and did not believe that he had saved her. The hero was saved by the Demon King, and for her it was a shame, but one thing cannot be overlooked, that she was now in an unpaid debt to him. It was an indisputable fact. At the same time, the young man decided to go up to the second floor to visit Alice. Suddenly, the boy heard that the girl had already come to her senses and was feeling well. The slightly discouraged girl said that her interlocutors should not be so polite, and that the two of them were now safe and with each other is the most important thing. It turned out that this was the same couple that was destroyed due to the goblin attack, and now they were indebted to Alice, and were going to pray for her for the rest of their lives. A couple of young children always remembered Alice's kindness, and they planned to keep it in their hearts and pass it on to their children. All these statements were really impressive, and Lucifer began to realize that Alice was just a stupid girl, and the dumbest hero ever, but even so, people are grateful to her, and maybe being a hero isn't such a bad thing. This is what is needed in order to win the hearts of ordinary people, an incomprehensible zeal to do good deeds and move forward without fear of difficulties. The main character nevertheless decided to enter the room and see if Miss Alice really felt better. The young man decided to ask why Martha told him that Alice called him, and wanted to find out what was the matter. The embarrassed lady said that since he consciously came to her aid and saved her when she found herself in a difficult situation, she could not help but thank him now. I continue to be embarrassed. The girl began to repeat that she did not want to be misunderstood, because of what he did. She now hates him, but this does not mean that she has forgiven him. Thus, the guy realized that for some reason what happened was radically different from what he had imagined. If she was not going to give her soul and body or become a wife, then at least she had to cry in his arms. Laughing at this statement, Merlin said that he would not accept this, because he needed Alice, and after all, he saved her for a reason, and she must pay. Coming closer, the young man said that he would not languish for long, and wanted to become an adventurer, and the girls would need to be introduced to the guild. This statement made the lady angry, and she shouted that it was simply impossible. Throwing up his hands, the hero was disappointed and was surprised that Alice treated her savior this way. Alice exclaimed that if he helped her pay off the debt that she had fallen into, by the way, because of him, then she would think about it. Even if he saved her, then she should not think that he was owed anything. Starting to threaten the girl, Merlin agreed with her and said that tomorrow he would tell the bards that Alice, the hero of the 233rd generation, does not seek to thank her savior, and this is a very low act. But even because of these threats, the girl still did not want to agree to such conditions, and shouted that he would never receive forgiveness and a recommendation to the guild either. Hearing this answer, the guy immediately began to get ready and felt that he did not deserve this refusal, and since she is so cruel and does not want to thank him, tomorrow the whole city will learn that the once valiant hero Alice turned out to be a low, immoral person. But the hero really didn't want this, and she immediately began to stop the young man so that he could not tell the others what kind of person she was. This is what the young man was waiting for, because he understood that a stupid girl named Alice would not be able to resist pressure from the outside for long. The sweet one should be obedient and become a step into the world of high-ranking society. Some time later, events continued to occur in the evening, at the site of the collapse of the goblin nest. The collapsed stones in the cave gradually began to move, and suddenly a huge explosion occurred. The culprit of this explosion was a mysterious girl who was dressed in warrior equipment. The lady was glad that this had finally happened, because if it had not been for the main news of today, she would never have known that this group of goblins was still hidden underground in Wales. All this time the mysterious stranger was looking for a certain column, which after a couple of hours of searching she finally found. Thanks to her magical abilities, the stranger managed to lift a giant stone vessel. Inspecting the unusual object, she wanted to understand what this object's true form was. The stone structure gradually began to transform, and what happened next was simply inexplicable. The building gradually began to transform into certain blocks that were literally floating in the air. And as it turned out, in the mysterious stone structure there was a strange key, which was of an unusual shape. In fact, this key was intended to open the Legion of Hell, and the girl was incredibly glad that she finally had it in her hands. The stranger really went through many difficulties in order to find this key, and yet it was very easy to get it. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared nearby, from which someone named the girl Caroline. Bowing her head, the girl called the mysterious voice His Majesty. Caroline said that she had obtained this key, and apparently, the rumors that the key was in the Soga's branch were true, and it is not surprising that they did not migrate south and, refusing to join the kingdom, these goblins guarded the key. Thus, the girl realized that this was the problem, but she did not think that the goblins would hide so well in the cave. The Lord was pleased, and believed that the plan to revive the former state was ready for execution. As long as they had the strength of the infernal squad, overthrowing Britannia would be an easy task. The possessed lady was literally ready to bet her soul for the sake of the revival of the state. At the same time, the main character and Alice decided to leave the city. Many residents began to say goodbye to them, and some women did not want to let go of their chick. Saying goodbye to all the residents, the young man exclaimed that Henry must take care of his mother. Henry shouted that he would definitely take care of his mother, and when he had Aura, he would go to Wrexham to find Merlin. But Lady March wished Merlin to marry Lady Alice, and then wanted them to live a happy life. In fact, such a wish was truly terrible, like some kind of curse. For Alice, this was also the worst wish, since she considered it a curse for life. The partners didn't even talk about it among themselves, because they believed that marriage between them was simply impossible. Literally a few minutes later, they already began to quarrel, and argued about who was stronger. The former Demon King revealed that he was much stronger than Alice, as he was able to easily defeat the Goblin Emperor. The girl believed that the strongest warrior could not steal the mithril armor that Merlin had previously stolen. These words made the main character laugh, because he realized that he had previously sold mithril armor for a lot of money and lived well for a whole year. Because of the young man's behavior, Alice literally pushed him out of the cart with her foot. The angry girl wanted the young man to get out of here, because she no longer wanted to communicate with him, but the guy continued to insist that he respected Alice and wanted to become a real adventurer, just like her. From the quarrel between the two partners, even the cart itself jumped up, and it seemed that it would soon capsize. But looking at everything that was happening, Martha believed that this couple really got along well with each other. The journey to the city of Wrexham will indeed not be boring, since Merlin and Alice will be able to entertain each other. Alice and Merlin either argued or mocked each other all the way. A whole week passed like this, and finally they stopped not far from the city. The lady was very glad that she had finally returned to this city, and could quickly come to the guild and send this demon to hell, but the young man thought that he would soon become an adventurer of the highest rank and would receive huge money. As soon as the partners arrived in the city, they immediately headed to the Adventurers Guild. The brave warrior instantly opened the door to the guild and burst in like a true hero. But what the partners saw next shocked them, because they did not expect to see something like that. The mysterious man touched the magic ball to show his skills and rank. This man was protected by armor, and it seemed that he was truly the strongest warrior. Thanks to an unusual test, people realized that the man in knightly armor was a warrior of saint rank. Even the main character was surprised that this guy was a saint rank warrior, just like that Goblin Emperor, but there was also a difference between them. There are only 3 saint rank people in this guild, including the old guild master, and Alice didn't think that more would appear today one. This was quite boring for Lucifer, since he had a bunch of saint rank subordinates when he was the Demon King, and their guild was really pathetic. Suddenly, someone approached Alice and was surprised that she had returned her old love. A drunk man named Arnold was very surprised that Alice still found herself a boyfriend. The embarrassed man even asked the young man for advice, because he wanted to know how he tamed this wild horse. Hearing these words, the girl immediately began to deny their serious relationship, since they were just partners and nothing more. In fact, it turned out that Arnold was just joking, and you shouldn't take him seriously, because a girl won't be popular with guys if she constantly gets into fights. Meanwhile, another girl noticed that Alice had arrived in the city and immediately called her to her. The mysterious girl with cat ears was called Lucia, and she was very happy about the heroine's arrival. Lucia immediately decided to find out what Alice was doing in the city, and thought that she had come for new tasks, but the sad girl replied that she had come to recommend one person to the guild. This man was Merlin, and he really wanted to become an adventurer. Looking at this guy, Lucia couldn't believe that Alice had managed to get herself a boyfriend, and she wasn't going to accept it, because she couldn't tolerate the fact that she would get married earlier. Luckily for the worried girl, Alice replied that she shouldn't worry since she and Merlin weren't dating. Alice also decided to say that for some reason this guy needs her recommendation. He was previously listed as a wanted criminal by the restaurant owners, and is now a fugitive. And this was great, because the young man was in the right place. When he joined the guild, all his misdeeds would be cancelled, and he would be able to pay off his debts while he worked. At first, The girl wanted to test Merlin's strength and give him the initial rank of adventurer. Also, the monthly allowances and privileges are different for each rank. But you should not worry about the initial rank. Even if the guy is not too strong, he can always increase his rank by gaining experience. Unexpectedly, Lugia also remembered something else, and decided to immediately talk about it. The girl remembered that there was an old man working hard here, who was 102 years old and became a silver rank adventurer after completing 999 lower-level quests. Naturally, there is a faster way to increase your rank, namely, by becoming stronger. By becoming stronger, your rank will also increase. In the end, Merlin realized that in the end, what matters most is his own strength, and this old man is wasting his life. The Adventurers Guild was very fair. Even an amethyst rank adventurer can be promoted, if he doesn't work for a long time or is a bad influence on society. As the rules say, he can be demoted to iron rank. Thus, to check his rank, Mr. Merlin needs to raise his hand to the crystal ball, which will shine in the color that corresponds to his strength. Stretching out his hand to the crystal ball, the guy exclaimed that he would now graciously show everyone the almighty power of the great Merlin. Everyone present was simply in shock, because they did not know what to expect from this stranger, since no one knew his strength. But as soon as the young man touched the ball, there was absolutely no reaction. This caused great disappointment for the main character, because he did not understand why this happened. Seeing that the crystal ball had no reaction, the Logia revealed that Mr. Merlin had no abilities, which meant that he could not be an adventurer. Throughout the guild, people began to laugh, because they understood that the guy who came here was a weakling. None of the warriors could believe that this loser could become an adventurer with such strength, because he could not even overcome the goblin. Coming closer, Alice decided to find out from the guy what happened to him. The troubled hero said that Alice saw him fight, and he never used his mana or aura, since he does not have these skills at all. Sighing heavily, the young man realized that perhaps due to the too strong level of his rapid decapitation technique, he did not need either mana or aura to fight. After thinking a little, Alice couldn't understand how it was even possible to use a technique that didn't require anything. The young man did not know how to answer this, and simply asked the girl to treat him as an unusual person, because she herself said that he could become an adventurer if someone recommended him. Still, Alice really wanted to help her partner and asked Lujib if she could recommend him. The hero literally assured that this guy would easily carry out any tasks of the adventurers. As it turned out, several years ago the headquarters disbanded adventurers of the wooden rank, which were formed from ordinary people. The rules clearly state that the guild does not accept people who do not have at least low-level strength. Suddenly, the guy stood on a chair and exclaimed that if they all want to believe in an ordinary crystal ball, then everything is obvious. Merlin shouted for the people to tell the strongest person in their guild to come and fight him, because any problems will be solved if he still wins. For the first time, everyone saw that some guy decided to challenge the strongest person in the guild to a duel. And it was clear from the main character that he was not joking, and would even fight everyone in this room if they attacked him together. From behind, someone began to approach and exclaimed that he really agreed with the young man. The elderly man said that he could test the power of the mysterious stranger. These older men turned out to be Taylor, the old master of the guild, and this master was going to test the confident newcomer. It turned out that this was Lugia's grandfather. He was a saint rank expert who was able to kill a giant with one blow at the age of 17. Also, this man was a great martial artist in Bretonnia, and the best fighter in Vels. The technique he invented is invisible to human's eye. The old man had indeed seen a lot of fools who had too much ambition, and if he didn't move his old body, people would think that there was no one left in the Wrexham Guild. The confident young man exclaimed that this is exactly what he needs now, and they can fight. Thus, the fight was about to begin, but the old man knew that this place would be too small for them to spar. There was a training hall in the backyard of the guild. There would be enough space there and they could fight there. The old man also warned everyone that no one should follow them, since this was a duel between him and the young man. In fact, it was really strange, because everyone was surprised that the old guild master did not allow the others to watch the battle. Lugia understood that grandfather was worried that there would be a huge gap in power between them, and if the blonde lost, then the observers would simply be able to hurt his self-esteem. Every year he was challenged by a saint rank adventurer, but they all returned with a crushing defeat. Even for Alice, This was surprising as she did not expect that this old man could compete with saint-rank warriors. Also, Lugia's father told him that his grandfather never lost once he reached the saint rank. On the battlefield, the old man began to laugh because he saw an ordinary person in front of him, and he was a saint-rank fighter, so he gave Lucifer the opportunity to attack him with full force, and if he could force him to take a step back, then he lost. Hearing this, the young man realized that he was now given the opportunity to fight at full strength and he was glad about it. Drawing out his sword, Merlin asked the old man not to blink, because his quick decapitation technique was quite fast. The old man did not react at all to these statements, and only said that the guy needed to show his strength. Soon after this, the main character began to swing his sword and the old man was simply shocked by this turn of events. The force of the blow was simply impressive, and it seemed that the great master was about to die from such a serious injury. Half of the city glowed with a bright scarlet light as this impact was visible to literally everyone living in the surrounding area. The young master's blow destroyed the wall that was behind the old man, and as it turned out, the guy didn't even hit the master, and just brought the sword to his face. The frightened old man immediately fell to the floor, because he could not believe that the guy had such skills. The excited elderly man wanted to know how this was possible, and Merlin only replied that it was just a blow with the blunt end of a sword. If the boy had attacked with a blade, the great old master would already be dead. After thinking a little, the old man realized that even if he attacked with his strength, he would still be killed. No one could understand who this young man really was, because everyone thought that he was just an ordinary person. Some time later, the elder, along with the guild workers, began to say goodbye to the main character and Alice. Sighing heavily, the girl was talking to her grandfather about how this guy was too arrogant for an ordinary person, and didn't understand why the elders gave him a special recommendation. As it turned out, everyone was really lucky that they escaped without injury, but they still needed to somehow compensate for the large amount of money for restoring the damaged houses. Everyone was shocked because they didn't understand how an ordinary guy could anger the guild master. Angry, the master shouted that everyone needed to remain quiet, since he had his own thoughts on this matter, and there was no need to talk about it anymore. After the impact, the destruction of the city was impressive, and literally there was a giant hole in the asphalt, from which the residents were simply shocked. Looking at the huge hole, Alice did not understand what was happening and who exactly dared to do something like that. But the main character was amused by all this, because in this way he understood that he was the strongest in this world. Previously, the Grand Master had told Merlin that mana and aura were the only stats that management used to test people, but this time he made an exception. On the back of the adventurer's badge was the town of Wrexham, as well as the owner's name Merlin Lucifer. His occupation was peasant, and the rank of adventurer was iron. The iron rank really didn't impress the guy, because he didn't think that he would be worse than Alice with her gold rank. The girl nevertheless decided to find out how Merlin was able to defeat the master of their guild. But this was not a victory. Murder is the only victory for him, but the fact that he did this only showed a piece of his true strength. The guild master is indeed quite strong, but when it comes down to it, he is a little stronger than the 7 generals that Merlin fought previously. Although there were some problems, the guy still managed to become an adventurer, and now he can live anywhere, as well as kill monsters and earn money without using his brain. The self-confident girl exclaimed that they shouldn't be so naive, because Merlin is still the weakest adventurer and he should stop dreaming. Realizing his rank, Lucifer truly understood that he was an iron rank adventurer, and this was the worst position. The boy immediately realized that Alice's attitude towards him was due to the fact that her rank was higher, and tomorrow he was going to take on a big task and earn so much that she would not be able to collect as a reward in 10 years. Soon after this, the girl began to leave because she no longer wanted to communicate with such a weakling. The young man began to walk in the other direction, and wanted to finally get rid of Alice. But still, something worried him very much, since he had to spend the night somewhere. And the guy had no money in his pockets, and only tickets to the racetrack. Realizing that he was poor, Merlin began to feel depressed because he had nowhere to sleep. Some time later, the main character began selling matches in rainy weather and offered them to all passers-by. These matches were moisture-resistant, and Merlin tried to sell them to at least someone in order to earn money for a living. Because of the rain it was quite cold, and the guy tried to warm up somehow by lighting matches. He was poor and could not believe that he would sleep on the street, which is why he began to think that he would not have spent money on traveling with a donkey if he had known that this would happen. Still, the boy came up with an idea, and he realized that the fact that he had money was not a problem, since he could take free food from Alice. Some time later, events continued to occur in Alicia Claudia's house. Taking a bath, the girl thought that no one could give Merlin a job, since he is of iron rank. It was important for the girl that Lucifer slept on the street like a beggar, and it would be ideal if he suffered from hunger and cold, and no one paid attention to the matches that he sells. Suddenly, Alice heard someone ringing her doorbell. Having quickly gathered herself, the girl immediately ran to the door, because she thought that it was the owner of the apartment who had come. A polite girl turned to the hostess and asked her not to come into the house at night, but opening her eyes, the girl noticed that it was not the mistress. As it turned out, it was Merlin Lucifer, who greeted the girl and said that they could spend this wonderful night together. In this situation, the lady did not know how to react at all, and simply continued to silently look at the scoundrel. Unable to bear such impudence, Alice kicked the poor man right in the face with all her might. She was too hostile towards him. From such a strong blow, the guy flew several tens of meters to the side, and was incredibly humiliated. Closing the door, the girl shouted that she did not know how Merlin found this house, but ordered him not to go near her anymore. Being humiliated, the guy only thought that Alice should not have behaved like that with him. Suddenly, someone else came up and asked what the stranger would do near his house. The doorbell rang again, and the girl was very angry with the one who came to her again. Taking her sword, Alice expected Merlin to come and wanted to teach him a lesson. The evil girl shouted that she couldn't do it anymore and ordered Merlin not to push his luck. In fact, it was the lady of the house who came late at night. The evil aunt had a dissatisfied face, and apparently wanted to find out what kind of guy was lying not far from her house. The owner of the house also approached Miss Alice and said that the lease agreement clearly stated that she could not use weapons in the house. Getting even angrier, the woman screamed that some kind of show was being staged in her house, and no one dared to wave a weapon in someone else's house. As it turned out, the main character influenced what happened, because he was the one who told the woman what happened. Alice was incredibly angry with this guy because he ruined her good evening. Suddenly, the woman told Alice that she needed to watch her behavior. Although the woman was an outsider, she had to scold Alice, because how could she live her days together if she immediately started such quarrels after the wedding? These words made the girl extremely surprised, because she did not expect that the mistress of the house thought that they were a married couple. Being scared, Alice started screaming that they had no wedding and she had nothing to do with this guy. Meanwhile, the young man began to press for pity, and made a sweet face, after which he asked his beloved not to be angry, because he could not believe that she was saying that they were not married. After thinking a little, the mistress of the house exclaimed that she was afraid that she would no longer be able to continue to rent this house to Alice, because she was very afraid that she could destroy this house just because she was in a bad mood. Worried, Alice began to make excuses and said that she was fine and usually did not swing her sword in the house. In this regard, the aunt said that the girls should put away their sword and let their husband go inside, and also asked them not to make themselves look foolish in front of the neighbors in the middle of the night. The young man also decided to turn to the girl and said that she clearly did not want to be kicked out. Thus, thanks to this situation, Merlin hugged Alice and they apologized for any inconvenience. Very angry, the bride stepped on the main character's foot with all her might. The aunt also remembered that the tenants must pay rent for this month, and Alice went to get the money. The old woman also told the young man that Alice really has a bad character, but she is a good girl, which is why she needs to be treasured because she looked so unhappy when she was looking everywhere for a place to live. These words were difficult for Merlin to believe, since he did not expect that Alice was really having such a hard time because of him. The woman also decided to give the key to the young man, but there is a chance that Alice decides to kick him out again. Some time later, the owner of the house left, and the boy was very glad that he was finally provided with housing. The impudent guy exclaimed that now he will do whatever he wants in this house. Angry, the lady could not tolerate such behavior and pointed her sword at the guy. They say that he will not leave here alive. At that very second, the hero decided to remind the girl that they were now a married couple, and they were not allowed to fight in the house. This turn of events greatly confused the girl, because she wanted to find out what it all meant. According to the guy, this house will instantly turn into chips if he gets the ball, but she will compensate for all this, so you should think first before fighting. This damn Merlin really made a fatal mistake, and the girl thought that sooner or later she would beat him every day and he would not be able to resist. In fact, the boy began to calm his interlocutor and asked her not to get excited, because they have a win-win situation. After she hears him, she will not kick him out. Thus, Alice realized that the young man clearly would not leave here until he told what he wanted. The smart guy said that he would like to pay rent for the house together. Looking at this poor man, Alice understood that he had no money at all, but still it would be much easier for her if they could split the rent. And all the troubles had to be forgotten, since their life began with a clean slate. The insulted girl knew that she would never be able to start her life over again, but he was right, and she could save a lot of money if they split the rent between them. Still, Alice agreed, but exclaimed that they would pay together, and Merlin would need to sleep on the sofa, and also pay the rent now. As a token of payment, the guy put in a banana skin, because he had absolutely no money. In fact, he had a plan, and the boy was going to give the money as soon as he started working and completing complex missions that would be completely easy for him. After thinking a little, he also remembered that he had racetrack tickets in his pockets, with which he could also pay. Events continued to occur the next morning at the guild premises. Sitting early in the morning in a tavern, people watched the races, and did not understand why the horses they bet on were so slow. One of the people who bet on the horse's victory turned out to be the main character, and he tried with all his might to make the horse win. All this time the girl was watching this strange guy and did not understand why he became an adventurer. Her grandfather even compensated for the damage yesterday, and she didn't understand at all why the old master did this. And as it turned out, Miss Alice had a boyfriend who decided to give her beautiful flowers because he was overshadowed by her beauty. But Alice didn't like this guy at all, and she said that she didn't want to accept these flowers. This guy's name was Arnold, and he started pestering Alice again because he was very much in love with her. Approaching closer, the girl's old acquaintance exclaimed that Arnold was clearly overwhelmed with wasting his time, because this blonde man named Merlin replaced Arnold and successfully won the love of his dreams. These words made the guy nervous, because he couldn't believe that some scoundrel had got Alice's heart. Arnold immediately approached the main character and wanted to find out where he came from and what was happening between him and Alice. The guy in love immediately began to take out his sword in order to find out what was happening between them. The self-confident young man exclaimed that Merlin must be threatening Alice, and if this is so, then he, as the eldest son of Earl Austen, challenges him to a duel. Merlin did not need a duel with this guy at all, and he said that he had nothing to do with Alice. But her old comrade exclaimed that they still have some kind of relationship since they live together. The fact that the main character lived with Alice shocked Arnold, because he did not expect that the love of his life had found a guy with whom he was not dating, but living together. The girl immediately began to convince her friend that they did not live together, and this freak broke into her last night. Having come to his senses, Arnold exclaimed that strength is not the only characteristic that measures not only a person's charisma, but also his abilities. In order to make Miss Alicia change her mind and show her charm, he wanted to do something. Because of this, the guy handed over a paper that contained information about a recent mission, which was quite difficult, and for its completion a reward was assigned from 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Thus, Arnold wanted to find out who exactly suits Alice more, he or Merlin. The one who wins the mission and will date the girl, because he will be a hero for being able to complete the most difficult task. Arnold really wanted to compete with Merlin and use his power to prove himself and see who was right for Alice. I watched everything that was happening, even the girl couldn't understand what was going on, and wanted to ask Lucia what they were talking about. As it turned out, it was a mission from Denbigers, and they had recently begun recruiting adventurers. The girl heard that some tomb robbers snuck into the dungeon and activated a trap there, after which the undead began to appear and attack civilians. This is a terrible situation and there are not enough people in the active army. As he got closer to the girl, Arnold admitted that for this mission, he had hired a saint rank, spending a huge amount of money, so getting the full reward would be easy, and he would appreciate it if Alice would join him on the team. The saint-ranked person they hired turned out to be Mr. Claude, who joined their guild yesterday. While communicating with Arnold, Alice immediately realized that Claude was interested in the undead, and he was also given money to join someone else's team, so victory with the holy rank was ensured. A few minutes later, Arnold approached Luigi so that she would put a stamp that it was they who were taking on this mission, and Alice decided to join the team of the guy in love. Arnold was really happy about this turn of events, because he was in love with the girl and hoped that in this way he would meet her in the future. Meanwhile, Alice had already begun to leave the guild, and Arnold rushed after her, while the main character began to read the conditions of the mission. After reading the conditions of the mission, the young man turned to Miss and said that he also wanted to begin this task. Unfortunately, the girl was forced to refuse, since at least 2 people were required on the team. After all, those were the rules. This made the guy think, because he didn't know who exactly could be on the team. Looking at the people who were nearby, the boy gave his comrade the opportunity to go along so that they could begin the mission. Hearing this, the girl immediately began to hesitate as she thought it was impossible, but the elders said that they should be given permission to carry out the mission. According to the elderly man, everything was in order, and no violations were found. Looking back, Merlin sincerely thanked the head of the guild, since he realized that the older man had really helped him in this situation. Meanwhile, events continued to happen in the elite chariot. Arnold communicated with Mr. Claude, and introduced him to Alice, a gold-rank adventurer. Now they were a team, and could shake hands to begin their cooperation. Suddenly, Claude said that they can forget about cooperation, and he will finish off all the strong opponents. They can deal with the small and weak ones that will remain after him. In the end he will go to the lower level of the dungeon, and they do not need to go together. The boy was happy, because he thought that Mr. Claude cared about their safety. Arnold insisted that they would be very careful, and would even be able to help. Suddenly, Claude was surprised by such a statement, and he was sure that no one could help him, and he wanted to be honest, that if he was restrained, he would mercilessly abandon his allies. These words began to cause fear in Alice, because she did not understand why a holy rank knight was behaving this way. After all, they were on the same team, and this is not professional. After thinking a little, the girl realized that her insight had become greater after she watched Merlin kill others with one blow. If Alice had known earlier that this would happen, she would have gone better alone to complete the task. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking that he had problems again, and he did not know where to get the cart. Still, the guy came up with an idea, and he realized that it was possible to borrow a cart from Alice. The drunken man was also glad that they were finally going on a trip and was ready to act. But the man's mood changed dramatically when events continued to happen the next morning, when they had already left. Because all this time Merlin Lucifer was resting while the man was working and driving the horse. Not understanding how this happened, the red-haired man wanted to know if he really agreed to go on this dangerous mission yesterday. According to the frightened guy, it was a mistake, and he wanted to go back in order to calmly continue to live his life. The royal palace soon had to send experts there to deal with this mission, which is why the protagonist's partner wanted them to not go to their certain death. Although the mission was released by the government and also had a high reward, it is not easy to complete. There was an outbreak of undead, and even the active army was useless, so there are definitely a lot of undead there. Iron ranks like them will not be able to do anything, and at most will be bait. The self-confident guy exclaimed that his partner had nothing to fear, and should not be timid. When there was danger, he could simply hide behind Merlin. All this time the man did not understand who this guy was, because he spoke like a weak-minded person. The man did not understand how he should believe in Merlin, because he is a simple pyromancer, and his partner is just a brat who knows little martial arts. They will make a useless team. The young man was confident that they would be able to complete this mission, because Alice and her team were ahead, and it would be nice if they could earn a little experience with them and get 1,000 gold coins. Thus, the partner began to think that they would kill a couple of monsters and leave Saint rank with them, so most likely they would be safe. Meanwhile, horses began to approach not far from the main character. As it turned out, it was a small army that was also heading to the city with the undead. These people turned out to be the servants of Duke Rose, and they had to carry out this mission. The Duke turned out to be the Lord of the City of Wales. There were not many guards around the cart, which meant that someone from his family was traveling. Gradually, the guards of the Duke's family began to overtake the main character and his partner. The self-confident man decided to ask the travelers if they knew a shorter route to Denbighshire. The red-haired man replied that if they wanted to save time, they could take the road through Morosa Hill, but it was a little narrow, so that a large carriage would not pass there, and they would reach Denbighshire after traveling some distance. The scoundrel thought that his interlocutor was mocking him, because in this carriage there was a man who was not going to travel along poor and dirty roads. But in the man's opinion, there was nothing wrong with walking a little, as long as the man had legs. The knight immediately became angry when he heard this, and began to swing his whip, because he thought that his mistress had been insulted and said that she was in poor health. The main character immediately stood up for his partner and stopped the whip so that the scoundrel could not hit the good man. Getting even more angry, the stranger exclaimed that the guy should let go of the whip, because if he doesn't do this, he will be punished. The young man didn't care at all about this, because he understood that knights shouldn't do that. Using his physical strength, the guy pulled the whip in order to throw the villain off his horse. Thanks to his good physical training, Merlin could easily knock over the unscrupulous knight, and he fell to the floor. The guy sincerely did not understand what kind of bad attitude towards them was, because they answered the question about what the shortest route would be for the city, and instead of thanking them, he shows his filthy attitude, and this is ridiculous. Lying on the floor, the knight raised his head and looked straight at Merlin, and literally hated him at that moment. Fearing the consequences, the man exclaimed that they should not behave like this, because these knights are the property of Duke Rose. This duke has the highest voting rights in the city of Wales, although he is under pressure from the royal family, but, nevertheless, each duke in his territory is the native emperor, so he can do as he pleases. At the same time, the young man was sure that it didn't matter to him whether it was the Duke of Radishes or the Duke of Cabbage, because no one should offend innocent travelers in any way. The formidable knight was covered in dirt, and did not understand how an adventurer of the iron rank could contradict him and behave like that. Looking at this scoundrel, the young man said that he would gladly fight him and take part in a duel if the knight so wanted it. Suddenly, a certain girl began to get out of the cart and ordered Kyle to stop. The mysterious girl could not believe that her knight was talking to such weaklings about a duel. Bowing his head, the knight named Kyle exclaimed that he was sorry, but these travelers had insulted the lady, so he stood up for her. The smart girl understood that these commoners had never seen her, and therefore she had no right to blame them for insults. The impudent lady also believed that they should not stop, since these men are just ants who follow orders. The woman decided to apologize to the travelers and said that the knight did not dare to disturb them anymore. As it turned out, the main character was much more cunning than expected, and exclaimed that simple words are not an apology, and if a woman wants to apologize, she must repay in another way. The knight could not stand the insults addressed to the lady, and immediately began to attack Merlin, with the desire to finish him off. The wise lady stopped her knight and said that he shouldn't do this. The mysterious girl sincerely believed that these scoundrels should be left behind, and there was no point in wasting time on them, because it was necessary to get to the city as soon as possible. Although the knight was angry, he understood that he could not act without an order, so he decided to leave the weaks and not fight with them. I watched everything that was happening. The red-haired man was simply in shock, because he did not expect that Merlin would remain alive after such statements. Thus, Korea, the mysterious lady, left, and the young man and his partner watched after her. The brave guy only thought that these scoundrels were very annoying, and if he came across them on the road again, they would simply not get off without a fight. Meanwhile, the carriage and Alice's team continued to move towards the city. A member of Alice's team talked about how his family's house was very large, so he got lost in it almost every day, and in general, he was tired of living an easy life without making any effort. Listening to all this, Miss Alice understood that poverty limited her imagination, and she would like to live like her partner. Bowing before the girl, the young man said that this is why she should become his wife, because then he will be able to provide her with a rich life. Suddenly, the guy remembered a certain story when one day he went to the city of Elgin in order to visit his uncle instead of his father. Looking out the carriage window, the young man saw a certain warrior fighting against a crowd of enemies. This warrior turned out to be Alice. 6 months ago she also went to the city of Elgin and helped local residents cope with giant wild boars that were raging in the agricultural fields. Seeing valor combined with a magnificent appearance, the guy realized what the expression means: "You can't escape fate." The stranger rushed to propose marriage to the heroine, but Alice immediately refused. After that incident, he joined the guild, and, in fact, frantically pursues poor Alice. It was God who arranged the birth of the legendary swordsman Elgin, but not only that, he brought them together so that they would do many great things. So the guy asked Miss Alice to work together, and the first request in which she could help is to fall in love with him. Unfortunately for the young man, the girl could not help him with this, because she simply did not love him. Suddenly, the brave knight decided to ask a question, and asked who this legendary swordsman Elgin was. Hearing this question, the young man was amazed that Mr. Claude did not know who it was, because, as it turned out, he had been practicing deep in the mountains all this time and never left there. Claude had heard something about the swordsman Elgin before, because people were talking about him and always praising his skillful swordsmanship, so he wanted to know more about this character. Alice was a true fan of Elgin, and when she heard that Claude was practicing deep in the mountains, she was not surprised that he was not aware of the splendor of her future husband. Previously, there was a group of red-bearded brothers. They were the leaders of the gangs of famous sea piracy. Not only were these two at the saint rank, but also their subordinates were very talented. They raged in the North Sea for many years and no one could defeat them. This group of guys were so powerful and ferocious that even the royal family could not resist them in any way, and in the blink of an eye, they were all killed by the swordsman Elgin. According to Claude, the fact that this guy killed two saint rankers in a second does not mean anything. These words made Alice and the boy think. After all, they did not understand why such an act meant nothing to Claude. In the knight's opinion, even if the red-bearded brothers had saint ranks, it does not mean anything. Even saint ranks have their own strengths and weaknesses, so they can be divided into higher and lower. Miss Alice is also at the saint rank, but she is of the highest order, so if she encounters a saint rank, she will definitely be considered very strong. This is because the saint ranks are not equal to each other. So Claude could confidently say that in the eyes of their holy rank holders, these pirates are nothing. They are just an example of the gap between the holy ranks. The era of the strongest is coming to an end, so the strong are becoming less and less. And people had no choice but to place their hopes on a guy whose identity they don't even know. That's what the royal family's helplessness meant. Trying to calm the situation, the guy began to say that since the legendary sword Elgin did not deserve to be called a great hero, then it was very interesting who exactly deserved to be called the real hero of Britannia. Claude still decided to admit that real heroes exist, and decided to talk about the four heroes of the former kingdom. After thinking a little, Alice realized that she had never heard of these heroes in her life. And as it turned out, these warriors really existed. One of them was a thief controlling dragons named Carol. Carol was able to kill 7 holy rank carriers of the empire overnight. If she laid her eyes on someone, then he automatically becomes a corpse. No one will be able to escape from Kara's dagger. Also present were the 2 Gemini swordsmen, Zoe and Joey. Their sword skills were rightfully called the best in the entire kingdom. The giant king, known for his excellent defense, was killed by the swords of these brothers. And finally, Stormtrooper Bernard, his nickname is the Meat Grinder. He has taken part in countless military battles. In addition, he was once able to defeat a saint-rank dragon in a one-on-one battle. In addition to this, he is the strongest among these 4 heroes. Everyone knew that there was no opponent in the entire world that he could not defeat. These 4 heroes deserve to be called real heroes, and the rest are just clowns who do not deserve even a grain of this magnificent title. Now Alice remembered that these 4 were known as the hero, and it was they who founded the former kingdom. Suddenly, the cart stopped and the driver told Mr. Arnold that they had been on the road for quite some time and the horses needed rest. Hearing this, the young man immediately realized that it was really necessary to give the horses the opportunity to rest, and invited the girl to go outside and get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, the girl decided to turn to Mr. Claude and tell him something. Alice admitted that each of the 4 heroes that he told them about was delightful. However, it is worth considering that they have been dead for a long time, but she also thinks that it is pointless to compare the present with the past. These words surprised Claude, because he did not think so, but did not want to talk about it. The young master began to chase the girl, because he wanted to be with her while Claude was sitting in the carriage. The lone knight continued to wonder if the great 4 heroes were truly dead. Some time later, Alice sat down on the slope and began to think about what Merlin was doing now, and whether he would demolish the guild because he was unable to give away the commission percentage. Suddenly, Arnold came closer and again began to try to get closer to Alice, because he was in love with her. The boy used skillful tricks to make the girl fall in love with him, and gave her a lot of compliments. In fact, all this did not work, because Alice did not like Arnold at all. Realizing that it was necessary to move on, the girl decided to get up and look for Claude, because he had disappeared somewhere. Walking through the forest in search of Claude, the lady heard someone quietly whispering that it was necessary to give up her soul for the revival of the former kingdom. Fearing an attack, Alice immediately hid in the bushes and began to look for the person who said this. What happened next simply stunned the girl, because she did not expect this. The giant knight suddenly began to swing his huge sword straight at Alice. The frightened girl could not make a sound, and simply stood rooted to the spot, awaiting her death. Fortunately, the knight still managed to stop right in front of the girl's face, and he did not strike with his sword. As it turned out, Claude thought it was some kind of thief who had snuck in on him. Putting away his sword, the man immediately apologized to Alice for scaring her and wanted to know what she was doing here. The frightened lady exclaimed that she had come here to say that they were already leaving. The knight immediately began to leave, and thanked Miss for notifying him. Turning around, Claude also wanted to know if Alice had heard any conversations earlier. Laughing, the girl said that she had heard absolutely nothing, since they were in the forest and there was no one else here. This answer satisfied Claude, and he said that then they could set off, and with luck, they could reach Denbighshire this evening. Thus, people realized that this Claude turned out to be somehow suspicious, and it was not clear what he meant by the revival of the former kingdom. Meanwhile, another cart began to approach Arnold's cart. It turned out that there was a lady on this cart who really did not expect to meet Arnold here. The guy was very happy to meet Cecilia, and was surprised that she was also here. The young man assumed that Cecilia was on vacation from the theological academy, because he wanted to understand where she decided to go instead of enjoying her time at home. In fact, Cecilia goes to Denbighshire in her father's place to solve the crisis in this city. Arnold immediately realized that this was a really good idea, because this was also the purpose of his visit to the city, and besides, his traveling companions were bearers of the highest saint rank. These words greatly surprised the girl, since she did not expect to meet two saint rank holders in one cart at once. Suddenly, the driver of the carriage began to shout that the young master should look away because they were doing badly. The frightened man pointed in the direction where an event occurred that frightened him very much. A strange glow was visible in the distance, and everyone wanted to understand what it was. As it turned out, their opponents were flaming rhinoceroses, which were medium-order herd animals. They migrated south every autumn. A large number of flaming rhinoceroses began to move towards people, because they wanted to destroy their enemies. Frightened Albert began to shout that the flaming rhinoceroses were attacking, and did not understand what to do in this situation. But Cecilia thought that it was not in vain that she had met two losers earlier who turned out to be harbingers of death. Because of the fright, the horses began to panic and did not want to move in any direction. One of the experienced knights exclaimed that it was necessary to immediately listen to his orders and protect the young lady. The warrior exclaimed that if the animals are far away, then ranged weapons should be used, and if they are close, then it is necessary to use swords, axes, and spears. All this time, the frightened gentleman did not understand where his partners had gone, because they were warriors of the holy rank and could withstand such strong opponents. Cecilia immediately began to prepare for the attack, and began to summon all-round divine light. Absolutely all the knights were ready for battle, and were ready to defend their mistress, since she was more valuable than their life. The chief warrior ordered all the guards not to allow these monsters to injure the lady under any circumstances. Suddenly, Claude began to walk forward, and the knights did not immediately notice him, because he looked like the other warriors. The great warrior was ready to fight alone, and exclaimed that he would destroy all the monsters on his own. Determined, Claude swung his sword with all his might to show his true strength. The length of the sword was simply gigantic, and it seemed that with just one blow the great knight could destroy all the monsters. Cecilia was simply shocked by this turn of events, because she did not expect that one warrior would be able to fight an entire army of monsters. The friendly troops also did not dare to come closer, because they saw that the strongest knight was continuing the battle. With just one blow, a large number of monsters were destroyed as they fell under Claude's sword. What she saw shocked Alice, because she did not expect Claude to be so strong. Albert approached the lady and decided to imagine a warrior who dealt with an entire army with just one blow. These warriors were Claude, his teammate on the trip, and also a holder of the highest saint rank. Cecilia began shouting to Albert that she wanted such an ally for her team, and gave 2,000 gold coins for him. And no matter how much this stupid duke's son offered, the woman was going to double the amount in order for Claude to join her team. Suddenly, the great warrior exclaimed that he refused to change the team. The excited woman did not understand what was going on, because she heard a faint smell of black magic from this man. The alarmed lady exclaimed to Kyle that they must speed up, and the sooner they arrive in the city the better. After thinking a little, the force came to the conclusion that they simply must get there before everyone else, and she must personally eradicate all the undead, because this task is a good opportunity to show everyone what she is capable of. That is why the knight agreed to move on, although he understood that they would travel at night. Some time later, events continue to occur in the city of Denbighshire, namely the location of the military corps. The warriors drank together, but fate brought them together on this mission. Absolutely all the men were glad that they accepted this quest, and wanted to be well fed and drunk that night, so that tomorrow they would be strong and eradicate all the undead. Alice was not far from the warriors, since they also arrived at the military building. Claude exclaimed that his team could go and have fun, and he decided to rest a little. The great warrior began to go to his tent in order to get at least a little sleep before the upcoming battle. Starting to think about Claude, Alice assumed that perhaps he was a major criminal in the kingdom. If this is so, then being on a team with someone like him is dangerous. Adventurer guilds are quite free, and if you can pass their test, you will be accepted. This led to the fact that the vast majority of adventurers in the guild had a dark past, even such a simpleton as Merlin, who left a restaurant without paying, nothing compared to a dark adventurer. All this time, Albert continued to seduce Alice, and said that today was a wonderful evening to spend time together. But the girl insisted that they had not yet collected intelligence, and had come here to fight with her as part, not for travel and entertainment. These words greatly upset the young man, because he expected Alice to fall in love with him during this journey. After thinking a little, the girl realized that it would be nice if Hobbs were here, although this old brat was annoying, but at least he knew his business. Suddenly, Lady discovered that Hobbs and Merlin were very nearby and drinking with other men. Thus, Alice realized that her sworn enemy and Hobbs had arrived here much earlier than them, and it was surprising. Suddenly, the girl decided to bring Albert to some sense and exclaimed that she and Merlin had nothing, and they were not a couple. Meanwhile, the main character was talking with the girls about how his title as a peasant only hides his true past, and he has done incredibly great things before, and also has a quick decapitation technique. Such boasting on the part of the young man greatly irritated the girl, because she saw that he was just a tail catcher. Coming closer, Alice decided to turn to the company to say something. The self-confident girl exclaimed that all the girls should leave here, because she and the main character had to talk about serious things. Due to this behavior, the girls began to think that Alice with the saint rank was allowing herself too much, and Merlin was really happy to see his former partner. As it turned out, the heroine's earlier team stopped too much during the trip and there were too many turns, so they were delayed a little, and she wanted to find out which road the young man's team was traveling on. The boy nevertheless admitted that all this was thanks to Hobbs. He navigates the terrain so well that he even gave him a nickname and called him a walking map. The behavior on the part of the protagonist greatly irritated Alice, because she considered him an outsider whose rank was much lower than hers. Meanwhile, someone else came up and exclaimed that he knew Merlin would arrive here. It turned out that it was Albert, who wanted to fight for Alice in a fair fight, and believed that he would never lose to such an unfortunate player as Merlin. This guy's love for Alice was simply limitless, and he was ready to do everything possible to get her love. Looking at this young man, everyone understood that he simply had problems with his head and was abnormal. I turned to Albert. Lucifer said that he will not fall in love with Alice, and only some crazy fanatic can do this. But this already made the girl very angry, and if Merlin had said one more word, she would definitely have found a way to kill him. At that very moment, Albert exclaimed that he was glad that Merlin was here, because in the future they would definitely fight in battle. All this confused Alice very much, because she saw that Merlin also wanted to fight for her love. The excited girl approached Albert and said that she would now go to collect intelligence data, and unfortunately he could not help her in any way, which is why he would need to go to the camp and rest. Albert was in a pleasant shock because he realized that Miss was worried about him, which is why he considered her gentle and attentive, and therefore began to love her even more. Hobbs at this time was watching everything that was happening and could not understand why the son of a rich duke was communicating with Alice like some kind of crazy guy. Hearing the insult from Hobbs, Alice immediately hit him, because she was offended that even he considered her unworthy of love. Suddenly, the lady realized that her old acquaintance knew about the situation that occurred in Denbighshire, and decided to ask about it in more detail. But for this, the smart man immediately demanded money, and the heroine decided to give him several gold coins in return. Soon after this, her interlocutor nevertheless said that in the north of the forest there is a cemetery for the Prime Minister of the former kingdom. It is a 3-story underground labyrinth. This example minister was a necromancer in his past, so all the undead and skeletons were most likely caused by him. And the purpose of the military corps, consisting of adventurers, is to contain the undead in the forest until the king sends qualified people. But if you look closely at the composition of the military corps, even a holder of the highest saint rank arrived here directly from the king, which means things are not so bad and things are going well. This immediately made Alice think, because she remembered her partner, with whom she was on the same team. She remembered the strongest knight, who at that time was meditating in his tent. Claude did all this only in order to revive the former kingdom. Some time later, Claude woke up in the middle of the night and began to move somewhere while everyone was sleeping. The knight headed to the gate and began to open it, as if he was about to leave somewhere. Alice also decided not to sleep that night and follow the mysterious knight. The girl did not understand why he was doing this, since his behavior was quite strange. Watching her ally, the lady noticed that he was going somewhere, namely outside the camp. As she continued to monitor her ally, she realized that Claude was suspicious, and today she was going to make the revelation. Meanwhile, Hobbs stood not far from the bushes, relieving himself, while simultaneously watching everything that was happening. Turning his head, the man noticed a girl running out of the camp. The blushing ally noticed that it was Alice who was walking outside their fortification. Shivering from the cold, Hobbs began to think that it was night, and perhaps she was just having a fantasy. Some time later, events continued to occur near strange ruins. Claude continued to head deeper into these ruins, and gradually penetrated into an unknown building. Not understanding what was happening, Alice continued to watch the warrior in order to understand what prompted him to go there. The girl even began to think that this Claude was a tramp, and he decided to deal with all the evil spirits alone. The place he entered was very similar to an underground labyrinth. Several hours later, events continued to occur in the early morning and all the warriors began to wake up. Somehow, miraculously, Albert ended up in the protagonist's tent and watched him. What the guy saw next shocked him greatly, because it seemed to him that his beloved was not in her tent. The excited young man watched Merlin sleep with someone under the blanket, and it seemed to him that it was Alice. First to cry, the wretch woke Merlin, and exclaimed that he dare not sleep with Alice. But as it turned out, in fact the boy was sleeping with a pillow in his arms, and did not understand why Albert thought that he was sleeping with Alice. Feeling very awkward, Albert realized that he had made a mistake and silently continued to stand in place. Very angry, Merlin yelled at Arnold and said that if he did this again, he would be in trouble and would be punished. In fact, the excited guy did this only because he was worried about Miss Alice, since she had disappeared somewhere. Starting to cry, the scoundrel explained that Mr. Claude had also disappeared, as if he had stolen Alice and run away. After thinking a little, Hobbs exclaimed that he saw Alice last night. She went alone to the tomb in the forest, and perhaps wanted to make money by killing evil spirits. Thus, the main character thought that Alice dared to play against the rules and did this behind his back. Having changed his clothes in just 1 second, the young man shouted that he would not let her just leave. The determined boy also wanted to go to the tomb in order to complete this task. The worried man asked him not to do this as he was only an iron rank and their presence would be more of a hindrance than a help, due to which they could just go with all the allies and get their 1,000 gold coins. In fact, the boy's goal was not 1,000 gold coins, but much more. This time the opponents were the undead, so he can use them to extend his life, which is why he is obliged to receive the highest reward. Albert immediately saw that Merlin was getting serious for Miss Alice, and his majestic manners as his love rival earned him approval. Meanwhile, events continued to occur in the underground labyrinth, namely on the second level. I continue to watch my ally. Alice saw that this labyrinth was so confusing, and she could not get out of here unless they followed Claude, but it was strange why he knew this place so well. The girl even thought that her ally was already here, or perhaps he had a map of this underground labyrinth, and this was probably somehow connected with the head of the previous kingdom. There were also traces of a battle nearby, and it looked like someone had already been here. Suddenly, in front of him, Claude met two guards who were skeletons. The furious warriors tried to finish off the intruder, and were very angry with him, because they considered him an enemy. Claude instantly began to reach for his sword, and wanted to take it out only in order to finish off two enemies. Taking out his sword, the knight in black armor struck back, and with just one blow he finished off all the enemies. The skeletons began to scream in pain because they could not believe that their enemy would be so strong. Using his magic sword, the man was easily able to penetrate the gate through which he wanted to get to the next level of the labyrinth. Pushing the door open, Claude began to move on, because his goal was not to complete this mission, it was completely different. As soon as the gates were opened, the great warrior found himself in a mysterious hall. In the throne room, as it turned out, there was a dead king, who was a skeleton. Looking at the king, Claude greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Starting to get angry, the king wanted to understand who this warrior was, and why he broke in instead of his eternal rest. Looking straight into the eyes of the skeleton, Claude said that 400 years had passed since they last saw each other. These words made the skeleton king even angrier, and he wanted to know who was standing in front of him now. Putting his sword away, Claude bowed his head and said that the king had aged a lot because he did not recognize the Imperial Stormtrooper. Hearing about the Imperial Stormtrooper, the king was simply in shock, because he realized that Bernard was standing in front of him, and it seemed to him that he had died a long time ago. As it turns out, they are 4 heroes who were resurrected by the prince using dark magic, and now act as undead. The principal itself was lucky to escape when the previous kingdom was destroyed. Since then, he has been using dark magic to suck the blood of the elves to prolong their lives, so they could see the light again. After thinking a little, the king finally decided to ask what the great heroes were going to do next. Pointing his finger at the king, the knight exclaimed that they needed a more powerful force to overthrow the government and revive the old kingdom. That is why Claude asked the king to give up the key that he guards so carefully. Thus, the king realized that his former servant had come precisely for this key. Starting to get angry, the skeleton shouted that if the former king had not signed a contract with the devil, the kingdom would not have collapsed, and hell could not be trusted, so it was not at all clear why Claude began to follow the wrong path. The courageous knight shouted that he needed to sacrifice something for the sake of strength, and he did not want to fight with the king, since they knew each other, so he again asked to give the key. Grabbing his weapon, the skeleton king refused to give up the key, because he wanted to protect it with all his might. Alice's former ally was about to fight the king, and apologized to him for his rudeness. Before the battle took place, the king remembered that Bernard had previously said that it was an honor for a warrior to die on the battlefield. But as it turns out, at the moment the most important thing for Bernard is to revive the kingdom. Having started the battle, the scoundrel rushed at his former leader and was going to finish him off for the sake of the key. Using his immortality, the skeleton king wanted to protect the key, since it was his only opportunity to exist in this world. During the fight, 2 immortal warriors clashed together to fight to the death. Watching everything happen, Alice was simply shocked, because she did not expect events to happen this way. Meanwhile, events continued to occur in the underground labyrinth, namely on the second level, where Merlin Lucifer advanced in search of Alice. Looking around, the young man suddenly realized that he was lost after all. After thinking a little, the boy realized that it would be bad if someone could get the highest award before him, and then he would waste his time. Suddenly, he finally remembered that Hobbes had previously told him that this was a labyrinth with several levels. It was all a little reckless, but there was no other choice since he wanted to catch up with Alice. Having started to swing his fist, the main character decided that he would penetrate to the second level in a different way. Penetration into the second level of the labyrinth will be accomplished using physical force. The skeletons clearly did not expect such a turn of events, because they thought that in this way nobody would be able to get to the next level of the labyrinth. There was a huge explosion, thanks to which many enemies were destroyed. The brave warrior could easily punch a hole in the floor, thanks to which he would get to the next level of the labyrinth. This decision made the young man extremely happy, because he realized that he had saved himself a lot of time. Meanwhile, the events took place in the underground labyrinth, namely on the second level, where Cecilia was already fighting with enemies. One of the strongest warriors used the technique of divine light in order to drive out all evil. This magical ability blinded many skeletons and they could no longer fight. The knights also arrived to help and began to go on the attack to destroy absolutely all the villains. Looking around, the lady realized that they were still lost, and her informant didn't even talk about the power of the local monsters. If this continues, they are literally doomed to death. Cecilia's warriors were very tired, since it was extremely difficult for them to fight such strong opponents. In fact, all the girl needed was her father's recognition, and it is completely unclear why recognition is so difficult. Feeling difficulties during the battle, even Kyle exclaimed to his mistress that they had better move away, but the girl did not want to listen to him. The worried man understood that they had long been returning the way they came, but there was still no way out. Using her magical abilities, Omnipotence exclaimed that they needed to push harder in order to get out of this labyrinth. Cecilia was confident that they could get out if they understood the structure of the labyrinth. But the girl also understood that although the divine light was able to expel and burn these dark creatures, her mana was not infinite, and she literally begged the goddess of light Maria to protect them. Unexpectedly, the girl accidentally stepped on some crack in the floor. This strange phenomenon caused her concern, since she understood that the floor might collapse. At that same second, a skeleton crawled out from under the floor and began to pull the girl into the hole. One of the warriors noticed that the divine light had disappeared, and the monsters began to approach. Now it was completely unclear what to do in this situation. The frightened lady shouted to the skeleton not to come near, and tried to call at least someone to help. The evil skeleton with red eyes continued to approach the girl, and in his hands was a small blade with which he wanted to finish her off. Fortunately, some warrior noticed that her mistress was being attacked and decided to help. Thus, thanks to the efforts of the soldiers, Cecilia was saved and was no longer in danger. Everything was fine with the girl, but she really wanted to know where her staff was, since she couldn't use her magical abilities without it. The staff was lying very close by, and the lady immediately wanted to take it away so she could use the divine light again. The warriors tried to dissuade her and wanted to give her the staff themselves, but Cecilia did not listen to them. Suddenly, not far from the hole, a giant monster emerged from the hole, which had several heads, 6 arms, and held blades in them with which it could fight. This turn of events began to worry the girl, because she did not know what to do in this situation, because she could not use her magic without a staff. The evil creature was getting closer and closer to the lady's allies, and wanted to destroy absolutely everyone. The strongest warrior came to the lady's defense and blocked the giant monster's blow with his spear. It was very difficult for the guy to resist such a strong opponent, because of this he fell to his knees. Experiencing great difficulties, the young man shouted to the lady to leave, because he wanted to deal with the monster on his own. Meanwhile, the allied forces were gradually losing their advantage, because many skeletons were much stronger than a few warriors. Looking at everything that was happening, Cecilia fell to the floor and did not understand why everything turned out this way. Most of the allies were killed, and now it was literally impossible to continue the battle. At this time, the lady experienced extreme fear and remembered her home, from which she had come here not so long ago. Earlier, Cecilia's father said that the fittest survive, and the weak are useless, and the weak have nothing to do here. The man insisted that the girl was the weakest of all his children. Any other child could easily defeat Cicely, and it really pissed her off. Absolutely all the children laughed at her, because every time she lost in a battle, other girls could easily defeat her, even though she trained a lot. The brothers and sisters did not even want to recognize Cecilia, because they believed that she was too weak to consider her as their relative. Realizing her weakness, the girl could only cry and continue her training in order to become the strongest. At that time, a guy approached the girl and wanted to find out how she fell. It was Kyle, who was also a child, and extended his hand to Cecilia because he wanted to help her get up from the floor. The lady happily accepted this help and realized that this guy would help her for the rest of her life. Together they continued training at the training ground for recruits, and each training session was very difficult for them. Kyle also found training incredibly difficult, and the coach beat him, since those students who could not pass the training had to be beaten. Cecilia began to beg the teacher to spare Kyle for her sake. And some time later, Kyle still managed to become a knight, which is why he turned to Cecilia and vowed to give his life for her. The girl clearly did not expect such treatment, since she had previously been insulted and humiliated, and now they wanted to worship her. This made Lady think, as she wanted to become stronger and realized that an ally could help her with this. After thinking a little, Cecilia still allowed Kyle to become her knight. Although she was as weak as Kyle, they were just two pathetic creatures who were drawn to each other to keep warm and move on. During the winter, training also continued, since Cecilia and Kyle were still weak. The brave knight tried to hone his skills during training, and for this he spent 10 hours a day trying to become stronger. Looking at this guy's training, Cecilia didn't understand why he continued to train since he had already reached a high rank. But the guy continued to tirelessly repeat that he was training in order to protect his mistress, because this way he could become much stronger. This shocked the girl because no one had treated her like that before. Omnipotence understood that this fool loved her, and in this family she was considered unnecessary trash. Even her father decided to extract at least some benefit from her and gave her in marriage to a foreigner. Through diligent training, Kyle continued to protect his mistress with his life. Using all his physical strength, the young man shouted that he would delay all the monsters while Cecilia ran away. The girl did not like the fact that she would have to run away, and she shouted that she would only leave with Kyle. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to advance, and could easily finish off the lady if the bravest knight did not continue to intercede for her. It was an honor for Kyle to fight to the end for someone he cared about, and that person was Mistress Cecilia. The three-headed skeleton was much stronger than ordinary opponents, and had many arms, which made it extremely difficult to resist such an opponent. There was nothing reprehensible in the young man's loyalty, which is why he wanted to give his life for the life of his mistress. The knight made lightning-fast attacks, thanks to diligent training and years spent in training. One of the monster's heads was destroyed thanks to a well-aimed blow from the tip of a spear. Therefore, the boy was happy, because he thought that in this way he could defeat this monster. But the mutant had 2 more heads, with the help of which he continued to see his target for attack. Suddenly, the young man felt severe pain and did not understand what had happened to him. At this point, Cecilia began to cry as she realized that the very person she loved so much had lost. The enemies were getting closer with every second, and that same Kyle was destroyed in battle, because he turned out to be weaker than the enemy army. The impudent monster decided to raise his opponent to show his superiority. Using his swords, the villain pushed Kyle away with all his might, causing him to begin to fall. The exhausted young man fell to the ground, and it was obvious that he could no longer fight. The alarmed girl came closer and bowed before the warrior, trying to wake him up so that he would wake up and continue to protect her. Continuing to cry, Cecilia insisted that Kyle had an oath that he needed to keep. It seemed that Kyle could no longer hear her, since he had suffered greatly from that same ill-fated blow. The strongest skeleton began to attack the lady, because he saw that she was defenseless. Thus, the lady realized that her life would end in this labyrinth. Closing her eyes, the girl began to think that everything was fine, her empty, bitter and petty life could finally end. Meanwhile, the ceiling nearby began to crack, as if it was about to collapse. As soon as the cracks intensified, an explosion of incredible proportions immediately sounded, as if someone had destroyed the ceiling. This blow was applied directly to all the opponents who stood in front of the lady. Each of the monsters present was destroyed as the force of the blow was much stronger than their armor. Looking at the scene of the explosion, the girl could not believe her eyes, because she did not expect that she would be saved in this way. A guy appeared in front of the lady, and he began to repeat that he had not hit the floor with his fist for a long time. Experiencing slight inconvenience, the young man also said that his back now hurt due to the strong blow. Seeing this guy, Cecilia immediately knew that he was an iron-ranked warrior, and they had met last night. Turning his head, the main character saw Cecilia, who bowed before the fallen warrior. The boy was really very surprised, because he did not expect to see the lady here. Starting to laugh, the young man recognized the girl as the same arrogant daughter of the Rose family, and wanted to know why she was so depressed. The girl said that they were here for a short time, and when they went deep into the second level, they were attacked by strong undead, and Merlin decided to tell them that in this labyrinth no one would spare the daughter of the Rose family. Feeling very interested, the young man wanted to know why the girl came here, because although she is a priestess, she cannot cope with so many undead. Realizing her mistake, Cecilia exclaimed that she just wanted to prove to father that she was strong. Hearing this answer, the boy immediately began to laugh because it was funny. It seemed funny to him, because Cecilia's strength is only for her, and there is no need to prove to anyone that you are really strong. But in this case, the lady still proved that she is a fool. Now all her people were dead for such a stupid reason, but if she was a demon, she would have been found incompetent, and the people would have started to rebel on their own. Admitting her mistake, Cecilia bowed her head and began to cry. After all, it was the girl's fault that absolutely all the warriors who fought so bravely earlier died. Even the strongest warrior named Kyle died, and now it was completely unclear why this whole undertaking was necessary. The main character still understood that trying hard is the basic condition, but simple effort is clearly not enough. Turning around, the boy was about to leave, because he was not interested in talking about life with such a noble lady like her. Suddenly, unexpectedly, that same skeleton with two heads escaped from the rubble of the labyrinth, and was very angry. The formidable enemy rushed to kill the young man, because he understood that this was his main opponent. The frightened girl shouted for the guy to be careful because he was being attacked. This whole situation was very funny for Merlin, as he began to think that he was born with a cheat because it was some kind of injustice to the others because whoever challenged him would fail. Taking out his blade, the boy made an incredibly sharp blow, with the help of which it was possible to destroy all enemies. This blow went straight to the main enemy, who scattered into small pieces. The young man did not understand at all how an already dead brat could try to fight him. It was truly funny. In fact, the undead irritated him very much, because no matter how much he killed them, they could not prolong his life. Continuing to watch the guy, Cecilia was simply shocked, because there was a lot of power from ordinary movement, and it was clear that this guy was not an iron-ranked adventurer. Looking at her knight, the girl understood that if she did not ask for help, then Kyle and she would die here. Addressing the main character, the lady asked him not to leave, and prayed that he would protect her and her partner. Turning to his mistress, the young man decided to find out why he should help her. As a token of compensation for her help, Cecilia wanted to give Merlin a reward for saving them. The smart boy began to think that this noble lady was really rich, and for such help she could be lured out of as many as 5,000 gold coins. Smiling maliciously, the hero exclaimed that he wants to receive a reward, and something else in return. Such a request greatly confused the girl, because she did not understand what kind of reward she should give for her salvation. Remembering her faithful warrior, the lady realized that he sacrificed his life for her. Continuing to be embarrassed, Cecilia realized that Kyle had agreed to such conditions, and she must do everything possible to save them. As Cecilia began to take off her dress, she blushed deeply and said that this reward should definitely satisfy Merlin. Unfortunately, this was not the reward the young man wanted. He just wanted 5,000 gold coins, but received something completely different. Starting to get angry, the hero took out his sword and said that even Alice was better than Cecilia. These actions greatly embarrassed the lady, as she thought that she was about to be killed. In fact, at that moment the young man made many blows in order to perform one unusual trick. Thanks to his magical abilities, Merlin created a platform thanks to which the lady and Kyle were on a hill. This undead will not be able to reach them that far, and this technique should protect the mistress for a long time. In fact, this was not what Cecilia wanted at all, and begged him to escort her to a safe place, but the guy refused her, because he had other business, and he was not going to stay here. Having found the weapon, Merlin also decided to throw it to the girl so that she could defend herself. Now Cecilia again had her magical staff and could fight the undead. The smart guy said that the knight is still alive, and she is a priestess, so she should know what needs to be done. Looking at her knight, the lady realized that she did not need anything, but she could not lose Kyle. There were also enemies nearby who had already seen the girl on the hill. Feeling great fear, the girl continued to ask for help, and the young man promised her to return after he finished all the work and saved them. Looking around, the main character realized that the last level remained, and he hoped that Alice had been beaten so badly that she could not fight, because then he would get all the gold coins. Meanwhile, Alice continued to watch Claude, and it was not surprising to her that he spoke like a person who lived in the last century. He even said that the 4 heroes of the previous kingdom were real masters, and thus praised himself. The battle between Claude and the king continued. The formidable warriors clashed together to fight to the death. Looking at everything that was happening, Alice understood that she had nothing to do here, because she thought that Claude was simply the main criminal, but everything turned out to be much more complicated. That is why the girl must tell the head of the guild about this when she returns, and now, it is completely unclear whether she has time to retreat. The evil king noticed that Bernard had aged, because his movements had become slow, and this was annoying. Trying to resist the king, Claude did everything possible to do this and tried to make the strongest blows. All this time, the knight could not understand why the king still retained his arrogance. Swinging the giant sword with all his might, Claude wanted to make his strongest blow in order to defeat the enemy in an instant. For the king, this blow was truly impressive, since he had not seen anyone give him such serious competition. During this fight, the skeleton king realized that he had to show off his secret technique. This turn of events confused the man, as he did not expect that there would be any other secret technique present. Feeling intense rage towards Claude, the king exclaimed that now he would never be able to dodge the blow. Immediately after these words there was an attack with a giant bone hand, which literally slammed the warrior into the wall. From the force of the blow, the knight began to experience unbearable pain, since the enemy was indeed very strong. After that, the giant bone hand struck again, and thus Claude found himself on the floor. The furious king was going to finish the battle he had started, because he was already a little tired of everything that was happening. In reality, the great bone warrior did not want to be underestimated, and therefore resorted to a secret technique. Claude at this time began to think that the Bone King still had the same strength as it had 400 years ago. And now you need to use just one attack to overthrow the king from the throne and take the key. With a single attack, Claude was going to destroy the king's skull and extinguish his soul flame with his secret technique. These words angered the master, and he ordered not to make speeches here, and first wanted to finish off Claude so that he would not be clever on the battlefield. Rising from his knees, the great warrior exclaimed that the king must accept his fate, because he would no longer be able to touch him. This technique consisted of Claude using a secret skill that allowed him to enter stormtrooper mode. Continuing to watch the battle, Alice realized that this was already an inhuman aura, and the anger was in a saint-rank magical beast. It seemed that at that moment the strongest wars in the world came together to conduct a large-scale battle. Suddenly, magical energy was visible between the two opponents, and as it turned out, they used it to break through the ceiling. A guy fell through the hole, and only his silhouette was visible. Seeing this, Claude was simply shocked because he wanted to understand what was happening. Only the Skeleton King saw the guy and decided to find out who he was. As it turned out, it was Merlin Lucifer, who was very glad that the battle was not over yet, since he arrived on time. Looking at the guy with the two-handed sword, the young man decided to ask him if Alice had followed him. The great warrior could not understand how this happened, because he did not understand why all the first and second level undead could not stop this iron rank. Alice was simply shocked because she did not understand what this guy was doing here, because he made his way through 2 levels of stones in this 3-level labyrinth and got to the 3rd level straight to the main boss. After thinking a little, Claude came to the conclusion that in order to keep the revival of the kingdom a secret, he must kill all witnesses. Looking at this guy, the Skeleton King was also furious, because he did not understand how some stranger dared to break into his eternal resting place. That's why he ordered his army of spirits to turn this guy into dust. The main character continued to stand in place, as if he did not feel any danger at all. As it turned out, he stood still for a reason, because there was a magical aura around him that protected him. For the first time in his life, the skeleton was shocked by how strong an ordinary iron rank adventurer was. Claude also did not understand how this was possible, because he realized that this person was truly unusual. Trying to understand what happened, the skeleton realized that it was simply impossible to reach this guy with magic. The Great Knight exclaimed that such an enemy should not be underestimated. Only Alice understood that Merlin's anti-magic barrier was very useful, because of this the church suffered huge losses during its campaign. The young man could not understand what kind of enemy was in front of him, since he did not even touch him, and he was already attacking. And although the Skeleton King wanted to know what kind of enemy was standing in front of him, The boy replied that he did not need to know about it, but in front of him was a skeleton that cost only 5,000 gold coins. The Skeleton King simply could not tolerate such insults, and could not even imagine that some kid would insult him. Wishing the death of his enemy, the strongest opponent wanted to make an incredibly powerful attack, because of which any person would already be dead. But still, the Skeleton King still had no idea what kind of enemy was in front of him. Even Claude began to dodge the boulders that fell after such a strong attack. Looking at the battlefield, Claude came to the conclusion that the guy died, since even he would not be able to take the full attack of the Skeleton King, let alone him. But what happened next surprised absolutely everyone, since the main character could easily withstand such an attack, and for him it was even quite weak. Thus, even Alice came to the conclusion that Merlin's physical defense was not too bad. Absolutely no one could understand how this was even possible, and the Skeleton King's jaw even dropped. According to the king, this was simply impossible, because it could not be that there was a person who could withstand the hammer of a skeleton. The main character nevertheless admitted that the summoned creature was indeed quite interesting, but this creature should not have continued to exist, and the guy simply took it and crushed it with one hand. With just one move, the giant skeleton was completely destroyed. This caused the Skeleton King to panic as he now realized how weak he was compared to this guy. Taking out his sword, Merlin finally exclaimed that the useless undead should immediately go to hell. With a sweeping blow, the guy delivered a super strong blow, and with his help the Skeleton King was defeated. At the last moment, the king shouted out that his enemy was a monster that he could not defeat. The battle was over, and all that was left of the skeleton was his crown, which lay on the floor. In fact, Alice thought that this enemy would cause at least a little trouble for Merlin, and did not think that he would kill him again with one blow. The brave warrior smiled because he felt victory and was proud of himself. Looking at Merlin, the great knight came to the conclusion that none of the four heroes could compare with this menacing monster, and if such a powerful force works under the leadership of His Majesty, then they will be able to defeat absolutely any opponent. The boy was happy with this outcome of the battle, and thought that 5,000 gold coins were guaranteed to him. Now he needed to see if there was anything here that could be sold. At that same second, the young man drew attention to a certain object that was lying on the floor. It was an unknown key that fell out after the death of the Skeleton King. The knight in dark armor noticed that the young man had picked up this key, and understood that it was necessary for the infernal core to revive the former kingdom. It was impossible to allow the key to fall into the wrong hands. Coming closer, the knight turned to Sir Merlin to tell him something. Having asked politely, the warrior said that he needed this key. The young man did not understand why he needed to give the key, because it was his trophy. In return, Clyde promised to give the main character 200,000 gold coins to purchase this key. For the guy, this amount was simply impressive, since he understood that this fucking key was worth as much as 200,000 gold coins. At that same second, Alice shouted and asked Merlin not to give this key to the scoundrel. Turning his head around, the knight immediately became embarrassed because he realized that he had been watched all this time. Starting to laugh, the guy said that Alice is truly hypocritical, since she ended up here abandoning them for the sake of a reward. Pointing her finger at Clyde, the girl shouted that she had learned the real truth about him. This warrior was not a living person, it was Bernard, one of the four heroes who died a long time ago. After some thought, Merlin realized that it was undead. And it was true. Bernard and the others were the former protectors of the kingdom. They were revived with the help of magic and planned to revive the former kingdom. Claude came here for this key, because some big secret is hidden in it, and this key cannot be given to a scoundrel. In fact, this attracted the main character even more, because he realized that this was indeed a valuable treasure, and thus, he would be able to pay off all his debts. The great knight realized that Alice had been watching him all this time and now knew all his secrets, and in order to ensure the flawless execution of the plan, it was necessary to bury them right here so that no one would survive. Grabbing his sword, the insidious warrior rushed into battle, and wanted to pounce on someone in order to destroy. It turned out that at that moment Claude was about to attack Alice, and swung his sword at her. Before the blade hit the girl, someone stopped him. Fortunately, the main character reacted in time and realized that Claude could no longer hold back. Looking at this guy, the great warrior realized that he was very fast, even faster than Claude in stormtrooper mode. Pointing his finger at Alice, the hero said that he must definitely save her, since they pay the rent for the house in half. Continuing to try to make a hit, Claude exclaimed that if they gave him the key now, he would pretend that nothing happened and they would go their separate ways. The hero realized that this key kept a big secret, and he would be an idiot if he gave it away. Moreover, since he attacked them, Merlin was no longer going to hold back. Thus, the great warrior realized that there seemed to be no point in speaking further. Unable to withstand Claude's impudence, Alice hit him with all her might right in the body with her blade. Experiencing severe pain, the Dark Knight began to retreat, because he realized that now he could be defeated. After the blow, Alice's sword began to smoke because it was holy, and since this holy sword works, it means that the enemy is truly undead. As it turned out, Merlin didn't like all this, and he asked Alice not to attack their enemy. Sighing heavily, the young man said that he could not accept help in battle from anyone, and in any case, she should not interfere, since she should not make them look like they were partners. Alice really didn't understand him, because the previous Demon King actually had such a strange obligation on himself. Fighting 2 against 1 is truly unfair, but Claude will be able to come up with an excuse in a one-on-one duel and will sincerely accept his defeat. Looking at his opponent, Claude understood that he had no chance of winning, and he was simply ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of the revival of the former kingdom. Realizing that the battle must continue, Claude removed his helmet for the first time. Seeing his opponent's face, the young man was a little surprised, because he did not expect this. But Alice was shocked, because she was uncomfortable with Claude's appearance. Claude began to laugh, because if anyone asks which of the 4 heroes has the strongest one-on-one fights, then it is without a doubt him. These words made the young man laugh, and he nevertheless decided to find out whether it makes sense to transfer the former glory. Ugly Claude shouted that he shouldn't think that Merlin could win against a true saint rank if he had some skill with a sword. And Merlin was just sorry that his opponent wouldn't have a chance to talk about his regrets, because not everyone is as lucky as Alice. Meanwhile, Alice was thinking that she was most likely unlucky to have contacted Merlin. Raising his hand up, the enemy began to use magical abilities, and summoned the Stormtrooper mode. Feeling the enemy's aura, Alice came to the conclusion that she was indeed stronger than she was before, and apparently Claude recognized Merlin's strength and would fight him at full strength. For the main character, these attempts to be stronger seemed simply ridiculous, since he understood that now the enemy would die in one blow. The enemy continued to advance, and carrying his sword, he said that he would finish Merlin in the name of the 4 heroes. Feeling very angry towards the main character, the Dark Knight began his attack. Standing still, the young man only waited for the enemy to move closer to him. Due to the fact that the enemy had many open places on his body, Claude was going to destroy the villain with just one blow. Turning around, Merlin Lucifer looked straight into the eyes of his enemy. This made Claude stop and he immediately stopped attacking. Looking at his opponent, the boy wanted to know why he stopped and suddenly got scared. The undead simply could not explain their fear. Claude stood still and sighed heavily, because he could not continue the battle. Claude's senses were sharpened sharply in Stormtrooper mode, and his instincts told him that the enemy was dangerous, and his strength was much higher than the saint rank. That is why the enemy admitted that he was really scared, but it amused him, because now there was an opponent who forced him to use all his strength. Thus, the knight realized that Sir Merlin would definitely be able to understand his current feelings. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that he understands how lonely it is to be invincible and Claude must be happy to meet an opponent who is at the same level as him. But unfortunately there was one nuance again, because for Lucifer Claude is definitely not the opponent who will please him. With a sharp movement of his hand, the enemy pointed his sword directly at the main character. The enraged guy shouted that then Lucifer should test him and admit that he was an equal opponent. After thinking a little, the boy was surprised, because he did not expect that the enemy would think that they would be equal in strength. Using his magical abilities, Claude wanted to put his full force into a single blow so as not to leave any regrets. The technique used was truly unusual, as it caused unusually intense pain to the person who used it. Looking at everything that was happening, Alice instantly realized that this was the forbidden technique of the madman's sacrifice. Thus Claude exchanged his life for an instant 100-fold increase in his ordinary abilities. The girl's teacher had previously said that this technique was forbidden and lost in time, and she didn't think she would be able to see it today. Such a technique was truly impressive, and Merlin was very interested in fighting such an opponent. Now the forbidden technique had been used, and the Dark Knight had no choice but to continue the battle. Literally within 1 second, Claude seemed to disappear as he began to make his attack. The main character was easily able to repel his enemy's attack, although he felt that he had actually become stronger. Immediately after blocking the initial attack, many unusually sharp attacks followed, which were much more difficult to evade. The smart guy tried to attack with his feet, but the enemy was also agile enough to dodge. The fight between the two super strong people continued, and it seemed that they were truly equal in strength. Using his full strength, Claude used a heavy blow with his sword, and it seemed that the main character could really suffer from this. Fortunately, the young man managed to dodge, and he remained alive, because he was strong enough to resist the villain. The enemy was so fast that he did not even give the guy the opportunity to draw his sword to strike. Such skills and powers were impressive, as Merlin Lucifer would never have thought that he would face such an enemy. The battle continued, Claude delivered his final blow and Lucifer silently continued to stand in place. The force of the impact was incredibly enormous, as even stones began to rise into the air from the vibrations that were created during the impact. Not understanding what was happening, Alice simply watched everything that was happening, because she wanted to understand what happened. What she saw really shocked the girl, since she could never see such a fight again in her life. Once the fog cleared, Claude was in shock as he thought he was able to hurt Lucifer. Although the enemy was indeed fast, it was not as fast as the protagonist's sword. Turning his head, Claude decided to look at his enemy to see him one last time. Before his death, the great warrior saw the true appearance of his enemy, which he had previously carefully hidden. As Claude began to fall, he realized that he was getting old, although he had dealt with such a sword before, but could not recognize it now. Losing his vitality, the great warrior realized that the demon turned out to be much stronger than he thought, because it was the strongest monarch Lucifer. These words surprised the young man, since he did not expect to hear them from his enemy, because he was known only among demons and rarely traveled, which is why it was impossible for anyone to know him. Laughing, the young man thought that perhaps he had simply heard it. Turning to Alice, Merlin wanted to know if everything was okay with her, but the girl was simply in a stupor and stood silently. In order for the girl to come to her senses at least a little, the boy came closer and decided to clap his palm right in front of her face. Winking at the girl, Lucifer expected her to thank him, but Alice did not want to do this. Displeased, the lady shouted that since this key kept a secret, Merlin should not keep it for himself, but give it to the country. Merlin could not stand this behavior from Alice and hit her right on the forehead with a slap. Because the girl behaved like a fool, because if this key really leads to the treasure, then he won't just give it up. Coming closer to Alice, the young man began to repeat that since they were acquaintances, they could divide these treasures among themselves. The boy realized that this key really couldn't be useless since it was the saint rank who had been looking for it earlier. Lucifer began to insist that if Alice was so adamant, then he would find these treasures on his own and take them for himself, which is why the girl immediately agreed to start the search together. A little later, the lady still realized that perhaps Merlin had fooled her. In the hands of Lucifer, this key was truly valuable, since it could lead to unprecedented treasures. The only problem was that it was necessary to find the secret that hides this key. Suddenly, Alice remembered that she had a friend who knew about this. She was also an adventurer from Wrexham, and they could ask her. Suddenly, a strange noise began to be heard nearby. The heroes immediately drew attention to this noise, and did not understand how this was possible, since the sorcerer was already dead. But as it turned out, this had no effect on the army of the undead, and a large number of skeletons wanted to destroy the people who dared to break into their home. The self-confident young man said that these were residual troops who were attracted here by the mana of this key, and he would finish them off on his own. The girl did not want her partner to fight on his own, and said that she would also participate in the fight. The protagonist's strength was truly impressive as an incredibly powerful aura was emitted from his body. A few minutes earlier, events took place not far from the entrance to the labyrinth. Not far from the entrance there were already people who were going to enter the labyrinth and destroy the undead, sending them to hell. A large number of brave warriors wanted to do everything possible to ensure that their loved ones and relatives did not suffer. The undead were already waiting for the people who were about to break into the labyrinth for a fight. Even Arnold got in on the action and donned his uniform to fight the skeletons. In fact, it was completely unclear why Arnold went to fight in the labyrinth. After all, he has a large amount of money, but as the guy explained, many commanders said yesterday that his family has an outstanding military service, and therefore he cannot retreat. In that case, Hobbs couldn't understand why such a great family of military leaders would have a loser like Arnold. The experienced man realized that if they entered this cave, Merlin had probably already saved Alice and they would soon return home. As he got closer, Arnold exclaimed to Hobbs that if he saved Alice, he would earn even more money, since he would like to ally with her. Hobbs happily agreed to help, as he was the most loyal man Arnold had ever seen, and he was going to sacrifice himself for his friends and sacrifice his friends for women, so all he had to do was wink and he would be there to help in no time. One of the warriors began to announce that the battle had finally begun, and all knights and adventurers needed to get ready. The adventurers rushed into battle and were going to destroy all the skeletons that stood in their way. But Hobbs began to run away, although Arnold stopped him, because they had to go and fight. The evil undead tried to destroy all the people who dared to enter their territory. The battle was really difficult, because in addition to ordinary skeletons with swords, there were also mutants who turned out to be much stronger. Feeling strong fear and looking at their opponents, the men already began to think that they were going to die. The giant skeleton was already very close to Arnold and his fugitive partner, and literally almost trampled them. Trying to protect themselves from the blow, a group of guys fell to the floor and covered their bodies with their hands. What happened next was simply impossible to explain, since the skeletons simply disappeared. All the undead present on the battlefield turned to dust and evaporated literally before the eyes of all the warriors. The proud warriors were glad that the battle was finally over and were proud of their actions during the battle. After the battle ended, events continued to occur some time later in the city. The joyful man congratulated the soldiers on the end of the battle and gave them 5,000 gold coins as a reward for solving the problem. Alice rejected the award and said that she did not deserve it. Pointing her finger at Merlin, the girl convinced everyone that it was he who instantly killed 2 saint ranks with one swing. Looking at the rank of such a strong guy, the man knew that he was a weak iron rank adventurer who had no mana or aura, and no one would believe it. In fact, it was rare to find an adventurer who refuses a reward and gives it to others, but Alice did not like this because no one believed her. Addressing his subordinate, the man said that the investigation had been completed and this report should be sent immediately. The report stated that 2 saint ranks of the previous kingdom, Sorcerer Ian and Claude, one of the 4 heroes, fought to the death. When they were both weakened and on the verge of death, Alice, a gold rank adventurer, dealt the final blow to them. Merlin, an iron rank adventurer rank, witnessed all this. Several hours later, events continued to occur in Arnold's carriage. The heroes decided to tell this whole story to Arnold, and he could not believe that Claude turned out to be such a person. The head of the guild definitely had to be surprised. Someone also said that the forces of the previous kingdom had not died out yet, so the queen would definitely send out the Red Bud Knights to investigate. The Red Bud Knights are the personal bodyguards of the royal family. Arnold heard that they consist of 12 experts, each of whom has the strength of an entire army. They operate in secret and serve only the queen. In fact, Arnold was also worried that he did not think that a person like Mr. Claude would be near him, and now he is scared. Suddenly, the hero exclaimed that he could tell that he was once the great demon king of the first palace. Because of this, Hobbs began to laugh loudly, and said that perhaps Buddy Merlin had just drunk too much, because he was talking too much today. Although in fact, the man was often frightened by demons, because they quite often fought with the army of the church. The drunken man was afraid that they would not be able to stop them if they attacked them here. The early church informed all people that demons would break into human territory sooner or later. In fact, Merlin Lucifer decided to explain that demons will not attack first if you don't interfere with them. It is the church that always organizes campaigns against demons. Demons have never organized campaigns against people. After some thought, Hobbs came to the conclusion that this was indeed true. That is why these church extremists only know how to provoke demons. By the way, Hobbs wanted to understand why the demons do not migrate south and unite with the kingdom like other races, because this is the place where the Inhumans gather. Heroes nevertheless decided to enlighten his friend, because he understood that he had insufficient education. The evolution of the world is divided into 4 eras. When the era of people was approaching, the king of the elves gathered all the races except the human race in order to migrate south to create a new kingdom, but the demons refused. Previously, there were a total of 4 eras. The first era was the Age of the Gods, the second was the Era of Elves, the third was the Era of Demons, and the fourth was the Era of People. Demons, on the other hand, are a particularly independent race. They will not cooperate with anyone and will not serve others, but the main reason is that there are some secrets that cannot be talked about underneath the palaces of the 7 demon kings, so they cannot leave. The man was shocked by such knowledge, and praised the young man, since he was really well acquainted with the history of demons. Touching his heart, Arnold understood that Merlin had obviously won, and most likely had already made Miss Alice fall in love with him. But the guy in love was still not going to give up, and wanted to continue the battle for Alice next time. The girl was very embarrassed by this, because she realized that Albert would never be able to compete with Lucifer in his life. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had forgotten something, and it was something very important. It turned out that he had forgotten about Cecilia, who remained in the labyrinth and waited for help. Some time later, events continued to occur near a giant volcano. Not far from the volcano there was a huge gate through which someone went inside. Inside the gate there was a certain room where the undead were discussing that Bernard could not bring the key before his death. Bowing before his majesty, the servants tried to calm him down and said that they would definitely find all the keys. Addressing Caroline, the ruler told her to investigate Bernard's death and the location of the key, which is why he wanted to know what her successes were. Bowing her head, the girl explained that it was said that Bernard and the sorcerer fought and became weakened, and then the gold-rank adventurer finished them off. The Lord was furious and did not understand how this could happen, but as it turned out, the key was now in the possession of a gold-rank adventurer. Realizing that the plan could be revealed, the Grand Master knew that they needed to figure everything out as quickly as possible. That's why he ordered the twins Zoe and Joey to stay here, protecting the shrine. They needed to stop anyone who wanted to interfere with them. The brothers agreed with the bishop and said that they would do everything possible to prevent any enemy from approaching the shrine. Caroline had to go to the city of Wrexham and take the key from this adventurer by any means necessary. The obedient girl happily agreed and said that she would definitely return the key, which carries the revival of the Great Kingdom. Events continued to occur 2 days later in the guild building. The guild worker was very happy that Alice had finally returned, and she heard that the girl did well in Denbighshire and became popular. This really surprised Alice, as she realized that news really did travel fast. The news stated that Alice was one of the strongest warriors who was able to destroy 2 saint-rank enemies, but Merlin insisted that she simply finish them off. Meanwhile, the elder approached and congratulated the travelers on the successful completion of the mission. The elderly man also said that he had already heard about Claude, who betrayed his team, so that he could already begin to help the capital in investigating this case, and the capital, in turn, sent the Knights of the Red Bud to help. These events pleased the guild worker, because she understood that in this way it would be possible to investigate the case and understand why Claude did this. Coming closer to the reception, the young man winked at the girl and said that he wanted to get his money. The good-natured girl agreed to give the money, and said that with this mission he earned 6,000 gold coins. After deducting 70% for his debts, he had a total of 1,800 gold coins left. This money made the boy very happy, because he understood that in this way he had already become rich. But suddenly, the hero realized that something was wrong here, since there was too little money left. As it turned out, all this money was counted together with Alice's money, and thus they together paid off Merlin's debt. Judging by the documents that the master provided to the headquarters, he and Alice were married, which is why their savings will add up. Feeling very angry, Alice did not understand why the head did this, because it was not agreed with them. In fact, the master cheated, because in order to register Mr. Merlin, who has neither mana nor aura, he could only resort to a loophole in the registration documents and register him as a person associated with Miss Alice. Miss Alice also said that she vouches for Mr. Merlin and is responsible for him. Suddenly, nearby, someone dropped a large bag of roses that they wanted to give to someone. It was Albert, who began to cry and prayed to the girl that he was worthy of being a couple with her. A few seconds later, Albert was already lying on the floor, because Alice did not tolerate such behavior on his part. Approaching Miss Lugia, Merlin wanted to know if they could call off their marriage since it was very unfriendly to him, and Alice also didn't want anything to do with this guy. After hearing about this request, Lugia agreed, but asked to provide her with a certificate of divorce, but as it turns out, they cannot cancel the marriage unless they have a certificate of divorce. Then they will need to get married, and then divorce, and only then can they carry out this procedure. Pointing her finger at Merlin, Alice exclaimed that no one would marry this idiot, and it would be better to die. Handing over the documents, the worker explained that the certificate indicated the marriage of the adventurer, and this document had already been sent to headquarters yesterday. The document indicated that Alicia Claudia and Merlin Lucifer were spouses. Because of an ordinary piece of paper, Alice literally fell into depression, because she realized that she would no longer be able to live her old life. The girl at the reception began to mock Alice, saying that they were already the 1,000th pair of adventurers in their guild, and wished them happiness and prosperity, but this did not suit the heroine at all, and she did not want to be married to Merlin. After thinking a little, the young man realized that in this case it would probably be worse for him, since for a long time his debt was only several tens of thousands, and Alice's debt was several tens of millions, and now they were added up and thrown onto his shoulders, which is why his luck left him. Suddenly, the lady realized that she already had a huge debt, so these several tens of thousands of gold were nothing. The food struck Merlin, and if it weren't for him, this would not have happened. Wanting to get a divorce, Merlin immediately filed the divorce papers, placing them on the table. Trying to leave, the young man said that he was leaving and no longer wanted to be an adventurer, wishing Alice good luck with paying off the debt. Suddenly, Lugia also said that the guild has rules that pairs of adventurers must take on a task together, otherwise they will not approve of them. This statement really shocked the couple, as they did not expect that they would not be able to complete other tasks alone. The rule was really stupid, and the main character and his partner began to be indignant, because this was not necessary. But nothing could be done about it. A couple of years ago there were several adventurer couples where the wife went on a mission with another man and cheated on her husband. Because of this there was a fuss, so the headquarters had to create this new rule. Meanwhile, someone again decided to approach Miss Alice with a new proposal. It was Albert, who was incredibly in love with the girl and wanted to be in an alliance with her, and was even ready to sell his house in order to help her pay off the debt. Of course, Alice was very grateful for such help and offer, but she refused. Although the kindness was pleasant, she did not need such pity. Hearing the refusal, the young man simply fell into a stupor, because he did not expect that even in such a situation he would be refused. Thinking about everything that was happening, Alice understood that Albert was addressing her as if he was buying her, and in return he would pay off all his debts. The boy decided to stop the girl and said that she had forgotten something very important. This angered the lady, as the young man demanded that she give her the reward for Denbighshire. The main character understood that this was their joint reward, and he wanted to take his share, which is why this is not even extortion. After thinking about these words, Alice remembered that they had agreed to pay for the house together. Although they share the house rent, she will sleep in the bedroom and he will sleep on the sofa, and will also move quietly around the house, and she will be the first to use the bathroom, and they will also take turns cooking and mopping the floor. The boy nevertheless agreed to all these conditions, and finally received his well-deserved reward. Looking at the reward, he saw that only 1 gold coin had been received. This made Merlin angry as he tried so hard, but in the end he only got 1 coin. Looking at the boy, Hobbs welcomed him to the Henpecked Husbands Club. Some time later, events continued to occur in the rented house. The main character decided to knock on the door to be let inside the house. Dissatisfied, Alice opened the door slightly and decided to find out why the guy had come. As it turned out, he returned home and ordered the girl not to forget that he was also paying for this house, and he had the rights to use half of the house. The dissatisfied girl said that the young man could go inside, because it would be bad if her neighbors saw a wandering swindler in front of her door. Feeling bewildered, now Merlin wanted with all his might to show that he was not a fraudster, and could be decent and correct. Economic Alice prepared dinner and decided to find out what they would do with their common debts. Having started to eat, the hero insisted that they leave everything as it is, because they still won't be able to pay off their debts, so they will live with them. Alice stood up from the table and exclaimed that they still have a chance. She can earn several tens of thousands of gold coins if she takes a task from the rank, and when she reaches the mithril rank, she will be able to take on a SS rank task, and they give at least 100,000 gold. Unfortunately, the main character was pessimistic and said that we shouldn't count on it since Alice hadn't even reached mithril rank. As it turned out, all her life Alice dreamed of becoming a saint rank again, but it was obvious that she might not succeed, since a lot of people died while trying to achieve such a high rank. During this conversation, the guy still insisted that they leave this topic for now, and in any case, he did not think that there would be too many SS rank tasks, but as it turned out, there were also SS rank ones, task, to give at least 1,000,000 gold coins for them. The negative-minded young man did not believe that he would be able to take on such difficult tasks, and they would have to wait for millions of years. In fact, Alice remembered that the head of the guild had previously told her that the previous SSS rank task was 10 years ago, and for this task they were given as much as 2,000,000 gold coins as a reward. Laughing, the girl shouted that they actually gave 20,000,000 gold coins as a reward if they took on such a task, otherwise they would not have to worry about their lives, and they would say goodbye to their debts. Having heard information about such a reward, the main character was simply shocked and realized that he really wanted to find such a task. Although he wanted to live his life without doing anything, but it will be difficult to live a happy life if he does not remove the curse from his heart. If money is not taken into account, the purpose of his becoming an adventurer with Alice is to meet strong enemies. He will have nothing to lose if I will not be able to take on a CCC rank mission. Moreover, if he uses this money and wins the race bet, he will be able to live 7 lives without worrying about anything. Some time later, the young man decided to ask Alice whether the SSS rank tasks were really difficult. Such tasks were indeed very difficult. Ordinary adventurer would not be able to take on this task. Even the mithril rank can only be a support, only the amethyst rank can complete it. From the story of the head of the guild, the girl learned that the task of the SSS rank 10 years ago was about a giant monster of the North Sea. Several important sea routes were disrupted due to its awakening. Many saint rank experts participated in the task, but they were all either defeated, eaten by this monster, or died at sea. In the end, they had to ask the church and send a hero to help. This hero was Alicia Claudia's senpai, and also the legendary hero of the spear. After thinking a little, the boy remembered that it was this hero who had previously fought with demons. Previously, Alice heard from the church that the hero of the spear successfully completed the campaign against Lucifer too, the mother of the protagonist. The smart guy nevertheless decided to find out from Alice what she knew about the hero of the spear, because perhaps in this way he could remove the curse from his heart, if he fought with such a strong opponent. After thinking about it, the girl admitted that she had not heard much, but she knew that in the church, Senpai was very strong and revered as a legend. He was one of the 10 legendary heroes. But this was very surprising, because in this way Lucifer learned that there were 10 more similar heroes who were probably still alive. Since they were equal to the spear hero, their strength should be about the same, and they were worth killing. Unfortunately, Alice had no idea about this. The bishop was drunk and was talking nonsense about how all the legendary heroes had disappeared somewhere. If at least one hero were here, he would have pinned Lucifer III to the ground and forced him to call himself daddy. Reflecting on all that had been said, the young man began to think that these heroes had mysteriously disappeared, but with them he had a chance to lift the curse of the heart, and in this regard, the boy decided to figure out how a hero like me went against a giant monster on Sever Went to Sea. Alice believed that the giant North Sea monster was crippled and sank back into the depths of the ocean. Hearing this, Merlin realized that the hero had simply wounded the monster, and if he could kill this North Sea scoundrel, it meant that he would be stronger than the spear hero, but it would be a little more difficult since he was in the depths of the sea. Lying on the bed, the young man thought about the fact that they didn't need to make a lot of effort for the SSS rank task to appear, so all they could do was lie there and wait. But this was not true, because Alice believed that they had to pay a certain amount of debt every month, and were obliged to work hard every month while they waited for the appearance of the CCC rank.